Trustee from the Tool Room. A play adapted by Stephen Grenfell from the novel by Nevil Shute. Trustee from the Tool Room.
Hello there, Keith. Can I come aboard?
Of course you can, John.
Whenever I come into your workshop, I feel as I used to on board ship when I had to beard the chief engineer in his sacred engine room.
You're my brother-in-law, John. This house is yours, you know that.
How's the job going?
Oh, no problem at all. I must say it's a lovely jewel case.
Joe adores red leather.
She always did, even when we were kids. Well, this sheet of red copper will be the lid.
Mm-hmm. Well, that ought to keep the seawater out.
Oh, it will. I've left room for packing asbestos card all round it.
I see.
I'll braze it up with a small oxyacetylene flame, but I'm afraid it's going to get a bit hot inside.
You won't set the thing on fire?
No. I'll clamp the top down while I'm brazing. What's the box got in it?
All Joe's jewels.
You're pulling my leg, John.
I'm not, you know. Only allowed to take so much cash out of the country these days.
I see. And, this jewel case is going somewhere in the yacht?
That's right, Keith. In some diabolical place where nobody's going to find it.
Well, I said I'd help.
Good man. I don't think there's much object in describing to you now where I wanted to go. I can show you the place when we get down to Hamble the day after tomorrow.
Still sticking to no sugar, Joe?
You bet, Katie. I've still got to watch my hips like a hawk.
Oh.
Thanks.
I wonder if I ought to take some tea down to the men.
Oh, I shouldn't bother. They'll surface when they're ready.
Yes.
Oh, Katie, it's terribly sweet of you and Keith to offer to look after Janice for us.
We're going to love having her.
I'm so glad you can do it. I wouldn't feel very comfortable leaving her with John's people for such a long time.
Won't the Dungannons feel a bit disappointed?
Oh, I don't know. They're rather a pompous lot, you know. I shouldn't think they really want to be landed with a girl of 10 for 6 months.
I do hope she'll be happy with us. I mean, Ealing isn't a very exciting place. Not after what she's been used to. Never having had any children of our own, I don't know...
Darling, I'm perfectly certain she's going to be very happy with you, and I'm sure you'll both spoil her terribly.
She's such a dear little thing. I was saying to Keith only the other day, perhaps we ought to get a kitten for her.
But you'd be landed with a cat for the rest of your lives.
Oh, well.
Janice will only be here for 6 months. Then all you'll have to do is drag her out to London Airport and bang her on an aircraft to Vancouver.
You know, I don't like the thought of her travelling all that way alone. I mean, will she have to change anywhere?
No, Kate. You should go right through in the same airliner over the North Pole.
Oh, fancy. Is that the way you and John will go in the yacht? Through all that ice?
No, darling. You couldn't go that way by boat.
Oh, no. Suppose not.
No, we sail southwards into the warm seas. Hamble, Falmouth to clear customs, Las Palmas and the Canaries, from there to Barbados, then to the Panama Canal.
Oh, those wonderful names.
Oh, I know. It's like a geography lesson, rather. And then when we get into the Pacific, we go first to the Galapagos Islands, and then to Tahiti.
Tahiti?
Then up to Honolulu, and from there to Vancouver. Or to take about 5 months.
It's a shame John was axed. He loved the Navy.
Oh, yes, it was rather a shame. Anyway, you're sure you can get a job in Vancouver?
Oh, I do hope so. Will you have anyone to help you?
Not with a boat, you mean? Oh, no, Katie, she handles easily. John and I can sail her ourselves.
You have got beds, haven't you?
All mod cons on board, darling. I sleep marvellously in Shearwater.
Is that the yacht's name?
Shearwater 4. Now, look, you mustn't worry about us. We're very used to it, you know.
Nothing on earth could make me sail to the other side of the world in a little boat like that.
Oh, you'd be as safe as houses in Shearwater. John's a real seaman, and that little boat will stand up to anything.
Yes, I suppose you're right. But if you're not used to boats, you do worry a bit. Anyway, I hope you have a really lovely trip, and you must send us some postcards from all those wonderful islands with the romantic names.
Let's go below, shall we, Keith?
Right.
Think you can cope?
I don't see why not. Yes, the hole's a bit oily.
A bit.
I think I'll chip it a bit first, clean it up,
Uh-huh.
and make a sort of rebate so it'll hold.
Good idea.
Yeah, I'll make a bed of concrete at the bottom, and grease the copper box and set it carefully in the middle.
It was a good idea of yours to enclose the jewel case in copper.
Well, you don't want seawater seeping in, do you?
No ruddy fear.
Then I'll fill the spaces round it with the wet mixture and cover it with a smooth layer of the mix.
How long will the stuff take to set?
Oh, I'd leave the floorboards up for a day or so, John, till it sets. It'll take a week to harden properly, but you can put the boards back.
What do we do when we want to get it out?
Well, you just cut around the edge with a cold chisel and a hammer. You'll probably be able to see where the concrete's a bit different, but even if you can't, it'll sound hollow when you tap it with a hammer.
Yes, I see.
The top layer of concrete will come off easy enough because it's only an inch or so thick. Then, when you can see the box, you'll have to cut around with the chisel till you can get it out. You won't have any trouble. Shall I dry, Katie?
Oh, all right, love. I'll wash.
There's something I want to see on television.
Did you fix that light for them?
What?
I said, did you fix the light on the boat?
What light? Oh, the compass light. Yes, love, I fixed it.
What's it like on the boat? I mean, how do they cook?
Oh, it's like a caravan, Katie. They use Primus stoves.
What, with everything rocking about?
I suppose so.
It must be ever so uncomfortable.
Yes, I think it is. Oh, it looks all right when she's tied up in calm water. I don't know what it's like when she's out at sea and it's rough. It wouldn't suit me, I'm afraid.
Would water come in if they ran into a storm?
Yes, I dare say it would.
Oh.
She's decked in, of course. I don't suppose much would come in, though.
Sounds dreadful. Really, it does. You know, your sister was saying that either she or John has to be up on top to steer. Why have they got to go to Canada like that, Kay? I mean, they've got plenty of money, John's father being a lord and all that. Why don't they go properly on a ship or fly?
I think they just like sailing.
Kay, they won't get shipwrecked, will they?
No, dear, that's one thing they won't do. John's been a naval officer. He knows all there is to know about sailing.
Yes, Kay.
They'll be safe enough.
Oh, I do hope so.
But if you ask me, they'll be darned uncomfortable.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have to go with them.
So am I. I can't imagine anything worse.
Get the altitudes I called out, Joe?
Yes, I think so. Yes. Do you think that island was Real?
It was Real, all right. I think we're getting set just a bit to the north, though. You're still steering 240?
Yes.
Make it 235.
235 it is.
Well, we haven't done too badly.
Darling, we've done very well. 3.5 months out of England, and we've already reached the Tuamotu group.
Yes, no more land now until we make landfall in Tahiti. Another 800 miles ahead.
Oh, it's an awful long way.
Things are at sea. When we hit Papeete, I'll take you out on the town.
Bless you.
Glad rags, lashings of champagne, soft lights, sweet music, the ruddy lot.
Come in. Hello, Janice.
Hello, Uncle Keith. Am I disturbing you?
No, not really.
What you doing?
Well, you know I write articles for a magazine called Miniature Mechanic.
Yes.
Well, I write about how to make models, engines, clocks, things like that.
Oh, and you have to make them first. I mean, before you can explain how to make them.
That's right.
What's the machine that was sort of buzzing when I knocked on the door?
That's a Bowley watchmaker's lathe.
Oh.
I was turning a small piston for a tiny engine I'm making.
You're very lucky, Uncle Keith, to have a job that isn't really work.
It's work, all right, love.
Oh, no, you know what I mean. I mean, having a job that you really like doing, like a hobby.
Yes, I suppose I am.
Uncle Keith?
What is it, my dear?
Are you and Aunt Katie sad that you didn't have any children?
Why do you say that, Janice?
Well, I thought perhaps you were a bit sad.
Yes, love. I think we are a bit.
Didn't you want to have babies?
Well, we did rather.
Oh, why didn't you?
Well, sometimes these things don't turn out the way people want them to.
Anyway, you've got me now, haven't you?
Yes, indeed we have.
Well, for a bit, anyway.
Yes, Janice, we're going to miss you when you leave us.
Mm. Where do you think Mummy and Daddy are, Uncle Keith? At this very minute, I mean.
Oh, well, dear, I don't really know. Well, going by what they said in their last letter, now, let's see. I'd say they must be getting pretty near Tahiti by now.
Oh, Tahiti. It's a gorgeous name, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Have you been there?
Good heavens, no.
Do you think you'll ever go there?
I shouldn't think so for a moment.
Well, don't you want to?
Well, not really, Janice. Whatever would I be doing in a place like that?
Oh, I bet Mummy will love it.
I'm sure she will.
Uncle Keith, was Mummy a good sister to you? Well, when you were both little, in Scotland, I mean.
A very good little sister, my dear. Now, I really must get on with my hobby.
Oh, I am sorry, Uncle Keith.
No, now you just sit where you are.
Oh.
You won't be in the way at all. This job won't take me long, and then I suggest we both settle down and write a joint letter to Mummy and Daddy and send it to Tahiti by airmail.
I'll think about what I'm going to put in the letter while I'm watching.
It's a bad one, this, isn't it?
Pretty bad, Joe.
Worst we've ever had.
I'll tell you when it's over.
Perhaps we left England too late.
Oh, we're not as late as all that.
Anyway, we had to see Janice settled in before we left.
No, we couldn't have started any earlier.
Darling, are we going to make it?
If we can keep going like this, I think we'll be all right. It's doing what they tell us in the book, anyway.
Well, that's some consolation. How long before it moderates?
2 days, maybe 3.
You don't really think we're going to pile her up?
I hope not. The line of islands isn't very thick. If there's any visibility, we should be able to run through them. Like a drunk crossing the traffic in the Strand.
Oh, we aren't drunk. A bit out of luck, perhaps, but not drunk.
I'm sorry about all this, Joe.
Oh, we'll be all right, darling. You lie down and get some sleep. I'll keep watch.
Aunt Katie, shall I read you the last bit I've written?
Yes, dear, if it isn't private.
Well, it is rather, but I don't mind if you know.
All right, then.
Uncle Keith says I must close now if we're going to catch the post. I do love living with Aunt Katie and Uncle Keith. They've been very sweet to me, and they really do spoil me. But I do miss you both awfully, and I'm looking forward to when you send for me, and I fly to Canada to be with you and stay with you forever. With all my loving kisses, your loving daughter, Janice.
You write very well, Janice, seeing you're only 10. Mummy and Daddy will be ever so proud when they get your letter in Tahiti.
Do you think they're there by now?
Well, I don't really know, Janice. They must be, I suppose. Or at least your uncle thinks so. Anyway, they're bound to stay there for a little while.
What's the wind doing, John?
Seems to be a bit more over in the west. Hell's delight!
Oh. That one was a real brute.
Start pumping, Joe.
Right.
We'll take it in turns.
Did you think we'd had it that time, John?
I haven't time to think of anything except getting us straight and running.
Darling, I've been thinking so much about Janice.
Don't. We'll have her with us in a month or 2.
If we get out of this...
We'll get out of it. Anyway, if anything should happen, if we buy it, the child couldn't be with anybody better than your brother and Katie.
Well, they'll look after her wonderfully, but... Darling, she's only 10. And they haven't got any money.
Janice will have. We left everything to her.
But, John, She won't have anything. We've got it all here.
Oh, God. So we have. There must be an island dead ahead. Listen.
Poor little Janice.
I think we're driving down onto a reef.
Yes, I think so too.
Joe, darling, I'm sorry about all this.
It doesn't matter. We'll be together.
Now, Joe, I want you to go below.
No.
You must. I'm going to steer her on. I'll come below as soon as she strikes. When we strike, stay in the hull.
Right.
She'll probably get full of water, but stay in the hull. Just keep your head above water, but stay in the hull.
You promise you'll come down?
I promise, love. It's our only chance. I don't think she'll break up.
If she does break up, she'll stay on the reef, won't she?
You're thinking about the jewel case?
Yes.
The keel will probably stay, and the frames, too. Oh, darling, I'm sorry to got you into this.
It's not your fault. Kiss me. I promise I'll stay in the hull.
That's my girl. Next one, Joe!
Oh, God! Lord, give Keith a bit of good sense.
Since you telephoned me the other day, Mr. Stewart, I've had a cable I thought you might prefer to read here in my office. More privately, I mean, than getting the information over the phone.
Yes, Mr. Carpenter, I see.
It's in answer to the cable you asked me to send to Tahiti the day before yesterday.
Is it about them?
Yes. I'm afraid it isn't very satisfactory.
What does it say?
It's from the governor at Papeete.
What does it say?
Oh, Gordon and Carpenter, solicitors at law, etc., etc. The reference your cabled inquiry. A native's Kautaiva Island reports small vessel wrecked in hurricane November 19th on reef off Marakota Island. Bodies, 1 man, 1 woman, buried Marakota. Stop. Shearwater now much overdue. Making further inquiries. Stop will inform you accordingly. Stop administration Papeete. I'm afraid this news isn't very good, Mr. Stewart.
It's terrible. I never thought anything like this could happen.
Oh, we must hope it isn't true.
I'll have to tell the child, won't I?
She's 12, isn't she?
10.
10? Well, if it turns out to be true... Well, she'll have to be told sometime, Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
I should talk it over with your wife.
Yes, I will.
It might be as well to wait until the news is more definite.
But you think it's definite now, don't you? I mean, you think they've been drowned.
Well, I think the governor in Tahiti believes it's definite.
That's what I thought.
Should the worst have happened to your sister and brother-in-law, You know the contents of their wills?
They wanted me to be trustee or something. I said I would, although I thought it was a daft arrangement. I mean, me, a man who was an ordinary fitter in the tool room only a few years ago, a legal trustee.
You may need a little help, and of course I shall see you're given it.
I'd be grateful for that, sir, if it's not putting you out.
Not at all, not at all.
Do you know how much money there might be?
Well, I've already gone into that. There are 3 bank accounts. I'm afraid the total balance is going to surprise you.
Oh?
£55, 6 shillings and 9 pence.
But that's daft. I mean, they've got more than £55.
I must say it perplexes me.
How much should they have left, approximately?
Well, Commander Dermot gave me to understand the sum would be in the region of £25,000.
That's about what I thought.
Come in.
A cable, Mr. Carpenter. It's this moment arrived.
Where's it from, Angela?
It's from Tahiti.
Oh, please let me have it.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. All right, Angela.
Very good, sir.
It's about them.
Yes, it is.
They're dead.
I'm afraid so. The vessel which went aground on the reef at Marakota Island was undoubtedly the Shearwater. They have some of the clothing from the bodies.
That's the end of it, then.
Yes. I'm so sorry.
I'll have to tell Janice now.
Yes.
That you, Jan?
Yes, Uncle Keith.
Come in here, Jan. I've got something to tell you.
Come in. What do you want to tell me, Uncle Keith? Is it important?
It is rather. Come over here. Look, Jan, you know about boats and yachts.
Oh, yes.
And how they get wrecked sometimes, running on shore or rocks and things.
Oh, you mean running aground, Uncle Keith?
Yes. Well, when that happens, sometimes the people in the boat get drowned.
You mean drowned dead?
It does sometimes happen. In a shipwreck.
Is that what's happened to my mummy and daddy?
I'm afraid it has, Jan. They ran into a terrible storm and they were wrecked.
Are they drowned dead?
I'm terribly, terribly sorry. But they were both drowned. Here, come and sit on my knee.
All right, Uncle Keith.
Darling.
Do you think Mummy and Daddy were frightened?
No, Jan, I don't. I don't think they were ever frightened of anything. They weren't that sort of people. And I don't think you're going to be frightened of things either, Jan.
Can I come and watch you make something in the workshop?
Why not? I'll make a bit specially for you. What shall we make?
Oh, I don't really know, Uncle Keith. Oh, you know the plastic duck you gave me?
What, Deirdre?
Yes. Could you make an egg for Deirdre to lay?
I think so. Let's try anyway, shall we? Now, first of all, though, what about some tea? I tell you what. We'll have a cuppa first, and over it we can sort out what kind of an egg we ought to make.
I thought you'd want to know as soon as possible, Mr. Stewart.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Well, as I said just now, these securities, totaling £26,000 odd, were paid into Commander Dermot's Throgmorton Street Bank in February this year.
And then taken out again, you said, Mr. Carpenter.
Between March and the end of May, cheques were drawn by your brother-in-law in favour of a firm called Rosenblaum and Frank, totaling nearly £27,000. This firm deals in diamonds, Mr. Stewart.
But what on earth did John want with diamonds?
Diamonds, Mr. Stewart, are readily saleable. Anywhere in the world.
I see.
Before he left England, Commander Dermot asked young Mr. Frank for the name of a reputable diamond broker on the west coast of America.
Yes.
Do you think your brother-in-law took those diamonds with him in the yacht?
I suppose he might have done.
If he did, Mr. Stewart, it was highly illegal.
Illegal, sir?
Oh, it's illegal to transfer from Britain to a dollar area more than a certain and rather small amount of your capital.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
And dollars are very short in this country these days. If he did attempt to take those diamonds with him, well, I'm afraid the prospects of recovering them do not appear to be particularly rosy.
But we don't know how badly the yacht was wrecked.
A wooden yacht, wrecked on a coral reef some distance from land. I think she must have broken up, otherwise the bodies would hardly have been washed ashore.
Yes, that's true. Then it's only 55-odd quid.
I'm afraid so.
Well, Katie, my wife, she says we can manage.
If you'd like me to, I'd have no hesitation in approaching the Dungannon family on your behalf.
No, Mr. Carpenter, we'd rather you didn't. If Joe and John wanted to leave their Janice with John's Fork in Northern Ireland for 6 months, they'd have done so.
Yes. Anyway, Mr. Stewart, should you and your wife change your minds, I shall be only too delighted to try to assist in any way I can. I assure you of that.
No, really. You don't know what an honor this is for Sally and me, having the famous Keith Stewart of Miniature Mechanic actually in our house, having tea and scones at our table.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. It was very kind of you indeed to invite me round when I rang up BOAC like that.
It's about that cutting you sent me about the shipwreck?
Yes, you see, I thought, well, you being a navigator and flying all over the world, I thought that you could
tell you about Maricotta. I got the chart out ready for you.
Oh.
There's Tahiti, and here's Maricotta, about 300 sea miles more or less due east of Tahiti.
I see, Mr. Sanderson. And these little figures?
Depths in fathoms. A fathom 6 feet.
How much would it cost to fly there?
Flying tourist, about 300 quid, single.
Whew. I'm afraid Miniature Mechanic doesn't pay that kind of money.
It's important for you to get there, Mr. Stewart, to tidy things up?
Yes, it is rather.
Well, you could have a bash at hitchhiking.
Walk?
I have a heart. You remember Oliver Thorne?
He had a model of the Petrolia locomotive in the Ealing and District Exhibition, didn't he?
That's the chap. Well, he's in Albatross Airways.
Yes, I see.
Well, next week, Albatross are flying a generator rotor from Liverpool to Honolulu. Now, the chief pilot, Captain Fielding, is flying the aircraft. If you see Oliver, he might be able to wangle you a ride with Fielding.
To Honolulu?
Well, why not? Only 2,500 sea miles from Tahiti.
Distance just doesn't mean anything to you chaps, does it?
Not a great deal, Mr. Stewart. Now, getting from Honolulu to Tahiti, that's the snag, of course. There's no airline, that I do know. But the DC-6B freighter that Albatross are sending on the job will be in Honolulu at least 48 hours before flying home. Well, that's plenty of time to inquire about sea passages. If you couldn't get yourself fixed up, you could always come back in the aircraft.
They wouldn't expect me to pay the fare?
Oh, these things can be wangled. Anyway, I'll have a word with Oliver Thorne for you. As you know, he's a model fiend like me, thinks very highly of your work. There'll be some accountant at head office, of course, who'll cut up rough, but if anybody can organize a buck-she ride out to the Pacific for you, it's Fielding.
Do you mind, Katie?
You've got something to talk to me about, haven't you, love?
However did you know?
Sit down, Kay. I know what it's about.
But how?
Well, if you will go talking on the telephone about places like Tahiti and all the rest of them.
At times you beat me. Well, you remember that day I went down to the yacht?
To fix a light? Yes, Kay.
Well, it wasn't a compass light.
I guessed as much. What was it?
Joe's jewel case.
Ah, that's why they only left £50 in their banks.
You make me feel a fool keeping it to yourself all this time.
You're the one who's been keeping things to himself. Now you want to go out there, see if you can find your sister's jewel case.
Well, if I did go, I could see to a headstone for the grave and, well, take lots of photographs for Janice for when she's older.
This is what all the secrecy about a free ride to Honolulu has been about.
Yes, Katie. If I could get to Honolulu, well, perhaps I could do the rest of the journey free, too. Or cheaply, you never know.
You could try.
You mean you don't mind?
Of course not. It'd be for Jan, wouldn't it?
The child deserves an uncle who'll have a go.
I've been looking in the bank book.
What?
I've worked it all out. You could take about £110, but we'd have to have money coming in by the end of April, or we won't be able to pay Jan's school fees.
We've been married all these years, and I still don't really know what you're thinking about.
Husbands never do. A nice pot of tea. That's what we want. We can sit down and talk the whole thing over quietly.
Chaps. This is Mr. Keith Stewart, miniature mechanic.
Not the Keith Stewart.
Well, I do write those articles. I suppose you're a subscriber.
A subscriber? Are you kidding? Every engineer, fitter, and what have you in this hangar, Mr. Stewart's a fan of yours, straight up.
That Congreve clock you did. Now, that really was a Lulu. Boy, I nearly drove my old woman right round the bend when I started on the Congreve clock.
I'm glad you chaps find my stuff helpful. Knowing I was coming down here this morning, I brought this bit along with me.
My. Why, that really is something. Does it go?
Well, of course it goes. The carburetor's already primed. Here.
Have you ever exhibited that engine, Mr. Stewart?
Oh, I only made it up for research. It was quite simple, really.
Well, it's a marvellous piece of research.
Nice down there.
Captain Fielding, watch it with him, Mr. Stewart. He's a fire eater, but he's the only chap in our outfit who can help you.
What's going on here?
Oh, Captain Fielding, this is Mr. Stewart.
Oh, glad to meet you, sir.
Don't you know we aren't supposed to run engines in the hangar? Well, start it up again if you can.
Well, she usually starts all right.
Well, I wish our engineers and fitters here could get our motors to start like that. Not badly balanced. What rails is she doing?
About 3,000.
Where did you get the dynamo?
Oh, I made that.
And designed it, Captain.
What about the magneto?
He designed that too, sir.
Anything in it you didn't design and make?
Well, no.
You men got anything to do? Right now, Mr. Stewart, Oliver Thorne said that you had a problem to discuss with me.
Well, if you've got the time, sir.
Well, I am a bit pushed. Anyway, let's have it and see if there's anything we can do.
I've never seen you look quite so excited, Kate.
Not even when you dragged me up the aisle?
Oh, really, Keith? No, you know what I mean.
Katie, I was flabbergasted, honest. They'd all told me what a tough fire eater this chief pilot, Captain Fielding, was. Well, he told everybody else to buzz off, and then he said, "All right, Mr. Stewart, you're in. Get cracking on your passport, American visa, and vaccination certificate."
Just like that.
And then, well, it was almost as though he was a young kid. He said, "Mr. Stewart, I know it's probably an awful bore for you, but I really would appreciate it if you would give me some gin on that engine you brought along."
Did you?
Well, of course I did. You'd have thought I was doing him a favor and not the other way around.
And what's so strange about that? You don't seem to realize, Keith, that you really are quite a famous person. I mean, all those letters from all over the world that come to the magazine for you.
I love the Serpentine, Uncle Keith.
Do you, Jan?
Yes. I wish we could come here every day.
Well, let's go and sit down, shall we?
All right.
Jan,
I know, Uncle Keith. You've got something to tell me, haven't you?
tomorrow morning, before you're even awake, I'm setting off to fly to Tahiti.
You've decided to go to that place where Mummy and Daddy were drowned?
I want to see about selling the engine and, well, you know, things like that.
You're going to see Mummy and Daddy properly buried?
Yes, that's one of the things I'm going out to do.
Uncle Keith?
Yes, Jan.
You remember when you took me into your workshop and you made those 2 lovely eggs for Deirdre the duck to lay?
Of course I do.
Well, would you like to take one of my eggs with you?
Why, yes, Jan. That would be a marvelous thing to take there.
Which one would you like?
Or which one can you spare most?
Oh, no, that's not fair. You've got to choose.
All right. The grey one.
Oh, good. I was so afraid you'd say the blue one because I like the blue one best.
Then everything's just as it should be.
Uncle Keith, will you take your camera, too?
Yes, Jan. Yes. You can be sure I'll take that with me.
Stewart? Honolulu.
It doesn't seem possible. I mean, only 36 hours ago we were in England.
Very good afternoon, Captain. I am Harold Yamasuki of Yamasuki Trading Corporation, Incorporated.
How do you do, Mr. Yamasuki?
We are agents for Cathay Princess, the tanker you bring rotor generator for. I trust you had good flight?
Not bad at all.
You arrive exactly on schedule?
Of course. This is Mr. Adams, who is to superintend the installation of the rotor.
Very glad to know you, Mr. Adams.
And this is Mr. Keith Stewart.
How do you do?
Mr. Stewart, I think we'll want to ask your help about a possible passage to Tahiti, if you can arrange it.
This Hornet you made, Mr.
Alec Bourne.
Mr. Bourne.
I'm the third officer of the Cathay Princess.
Yes, of course. The Hornet worked all right.
Since I got a bottle of American fuel, she's been going like a dream.
Yes, well, they generally put more ether in American fuels.
Oh.
If I were you, I'd wash out the cylinder with a light oil after each run.
Well, thanks for the tip, Mr. Stewart.
Gentlemen, your drinks.
Thank you, my dear.
Oh, thank you, Captain Davis.
Sir, would you mind if we invited Mr. Stewart aboard the Princess to have a look round our workshop in the engine room?
Delighted, Alec. In my engine room, Mr. Stewart, more model engineering goes on than work for the ship. Yes, when Alec Bourne here was trying to get that little Hornet started up, they had to use the ship's main engines as a starter motor. So the chief was telling me anyway.
Oh, that was the fault of the original fuel, sir. Actually, Mr. Stewart designed the model Hornet.
Did he, my gum? By the way, Mr. Stewart, I made those inquiries you asked me to make.
Oh, that was kind of you, sir.
Disappointing, I'm afraid.
Yes, so was Mr. Yamasuki.
No luck?
No service he knows of goes to Tahiti, not for a month or two anyway.
I couldn't get any joy either. There might be an odd tramp or two, but I don't know of any. Of course, you can fly from here to Samoa, but it's a ruddy long way round.
Oh, well. Thanks all the same, Captain.
Pleasure.
Sir, there's always Jack Donnelly.
Nonsense, the man's mad.
Captain Fielding says we're taking off at dawn, day after tomorrow.
Well, there'll be nothing before then, I'm afraid.
So, it looks as though I'll be in the aircraft.
Yes, Mr. Stewart, it does, doesn't it?
Who exactly is this man you say is mad? This Jack,
Jack Donnelly.
No, Alec. I wouldn't think of it.
Nor would I, sir, in the ordinary way, but I don't want to get to Tahiti as much as Mr. Stewart. I don't really see, sir, why you shouldn't, well, explore the situation.
Who is this chap, anyway?
Well, he's an American from Oregon, a man with the mentality, I'd say, of a child of 10. His ship's a sort of sloop-rigged fishing boat, built up with his own hands. At the moment, apparently, it's in hock to the harbour master.
He sailed here single-handed from the United States.
And do you know how he did it? Got the air route between San Francisco and here and followed the aeroplanes, 10 flights and more a day. A bloody fine way to navigate, I must say.
Is he going to Tahiti?
Heaven knows. He's got no charts. Wouldn't know how to use one if he had. All he possesses in the way of navigation is a clapped-out ex-war surplus compass and a kid's school atlas. It's got the whole of the Pacific on one page. And a pretty filthy page it is, I can tell you.
That's all Dod Osborne had, Captain, when he sailed the girl Pat across the Atlantic when he wasn't much more than a boy.
Yes, that's true. Look, Mr. Stewart, I don't want to stand in your way if you feel you want to go and talk to this maniac. That's up to you, but I think you want to be quite clear in your own mind about what you may be letting yourself in for.
Well, I'm grateful that you should worry so much about a stranger.
Mr. Stewart, your models kept half my crew away from booze, gambling, and women. No man who does that is a stranger in my ship.
Well, that's very kind. Look, sir, if this maniac, as you call him, were to set out for Tahiti, do you think he'd make it?
Well, yes, I dare say he would. Though how he'd manage it, the Almighty in his high heaven alone knows. And he won't split for the price of a pint, as we used to say.
You're a sailor, Captain. You knew my brother-in-law up at Invergordon during the war. Would you sail with this chap yourself?
I'd have to be as sloshed as a whalebone corset. No, to be serious, Mr. Stewart, if I was absolutely desperate, and I'd had to be ruddy desperate, mind you, and I simply had to get there, whatever the risk, why, yes, I think I would.
That's good enough for me.
Now, for heaven's sake, let's have some more beer.
Why, Hanover, honey, fill 'em up. Well, he's still here. I was afraid he might have taken off. Jack Donnelly! You aboard, Jack? I've got a friend I'd like you to meet. Jack! Show a leg there!
I was having to lie down, wherever you are.
Oh, remember me? Third officer from the Cathay Princess. The tanker you came aboard first day we were in. We had a beer together.
I got no beer.
Oh, we didn't come for any grog, Jack. I brought along a friend who wants to meet you. Mind if we come aboard?
Okay, no liquor on board, though.
Except possibly meth. Looks boozed up to the eyebrows to me.
Hey, watch the plank. The other day a guy fell off that plank. Plumb into the harbor. Wanted to go for berthing here or something. All he got was a swim. He wanted $7 and 2 bits, and all the guy got was a swim. Hey, the trick is to tread on the bow off a forward by the winch. And she goes forward just a tiddly way, and then the plank comes off the transom. But don't go yelling it out to every damn soul you meet.
Say, Mr. Keats.
Keith Stewart.
Yeah, say, Mr. Keats, where'd that other guy go?
Oh, the third officer, he had to get back to his ship.
Uh-huh.
I was told you built this boat, Jack.
Yeah. Well, the schoolmaster and Cushman set out the frames, but I did everything else.
Cushman, where's that?
Mouth of the Surslaw.
Oh, that's in Oregon, isn't it?
South Oregon.
Ah, you made a beautiful job of her.
Oh, I kind of like doing it.
I know. I like making things too, but, well, mine aren't so big as yours. Here, have you ever seen a little chap this size?
Hey, you made this?
That's a little generator set I designed and made for some research I was doing.
I never did see such a tiddly little thing. Hey, it doesn't go, does it?
Well, I hope so.
Jeez, making the electricity.
Yes, just like the big 3-cylinder diesel jobs.
Yeah, I seen the big ones. Say, Mr. Keats, I guess this is the smallest little fellow in the whole world, isn't it?
Well, it's not the smallest engine, but perhaps it might be the smallest generating set.
Say, what do you know? The smallest generating set in the world running right here in the cabin of the Mayor of Bell. You know, folks would never believe me if I told them. They'd say I was nuts.
I don't want it to overheat.
No, sir.
Look, Jack, I want to go to Tahiti and then out to an island called Marakota. That's somewhere in the Tuamotus.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Bourne thought perhaps you might be going down that way?
Well, Ma came from Huahine and said for me to get back to the islands where I'd meet up with my own sort.
Huahine's not far from Tahiti. It's in the same group.
Yeah. You want to go down to Tahiti?
That's right.
Well, I got a bolt of sailcloth you could sleep on, but I guess it's kind of hard.
How much would I have to pay you for the passage?
Yeah, the harbor master, he wanted $7.02 when he came on board. And then, there'll be the eats.
Well, you any idea how much in cash you want?
Well, how much you got?
Well, $100?
Well, then, the fare's $100.
Done. When are you likely to sail?
Almost any time, I guess, Mr. Keats. I get sick after a spell on shore. There's nothing to it. Say, you bringing that tilly little motor of yours aboard?
This? Oh, yes. I'll be bringing this along.
Well, then I say move in any time you like, Mr. Keats.
Hello there, Mr. Stewart.
Afternoon, Captain Fielding.
Have a beer.
I don't think I will, thank you. It's a bit early for me.
Do you meet your cracked and ancient mariner?
Oh, he's not as mad as they make out.
Then, Mr. Stewart, you won't be flying back with us tomorrow.
If you don't mind, no.
Do you mean this nut's actually going to Tahiti?
Anywhere, so long as it's away from here. He'll take me to Tahiti, all right.
Sure?
I think so.
Awful big place to see.
Yes, Captain Fielding, I realize that.
How much water storage has he got?
Well, I saw a 40-gallon drum on the deck.
And the trip's going to take how long?
About 6 weeks at a rough estimate.
Then, old man, you're going to need a drop more of the old Pani.
Yes, I suppose we are.
And you know I shall now go down in the history of Albatross Airways. For the rest of my life, I shall be known as the bloke who flew Keith Stewart to Honolulu and let him take off with a crazy half-Yank, half-Polynesian fisherman on a dicey voyage across half the ruddy Pacific.
Oh, but surely...
I'll be besieged at Albatross by all the readers of Miniature Mechanic in Britain and torn limb from limb. Oh, well, let's knock a couple of beers down the hatch.
Mr. Stewart, I hear you've decided to risk your neck.
I've paid for my passage to Tahiti, Captain Davis.
Has your ship got a motor?
No.
Well, that's one small mercy.
I don't really see
I don't suppose he's ever had his compass swung.
Oh, I see.
Just keep your eyes open and see the nit doesn't put a bucket down next to the compass when he needs it most.
Oh, it makes a big difference, does it?
One hell of a big difference.
Then I'd best watch it.
He hasn't got a sextant either, has he?
I don't think so.
Nor do I. This man, Matlow, looks to see which way... Mind your ruddy back now, you dark bastard. We're trying to get the flaming generator aboard in one piece. This character navigates by tooling along behind aeroplanes. If there aren't any aeroplanes, he has a deco to see if there are any mangrove seeds floating around. If mangrove seeds happen to be conspicuous by their absence, he has a bash at that compass of his. And that's usually wrong, I'd say.
You won't put me off now, Captain Davis.
No, Mr. Stewart, I don't think I will. It occurs to me that perhaps a number of people are apt to misjudge you at times. I don't think you're the sort of man who's easily put off when he's set his mind to a thing.
Well, sir, I really have to get to Tahiti somewhere or another.
Ever used a sextant?
No. I've often wondered how it's done.
Well, now's your chance to learn.
I don't understand.
That's right. Drop the whole damn thing on his head. That's why we had it flown out from Liverpool at heaven only knows what cost to the owners. Mr. Stewart, I've taken the liberty of asking my navigator to gin you up in the use of a sextant.
Do you really think...
I'm presenting you with a sextant a nautical almanac, and some charts.
It's terribly good of you, but...
You won't be an expert, but a meridian latitude would give you a lot of information. It's the easiest sight of all to take. You could learn to take one in 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm very grateful indeed.
He'll write it all down for you.
Thank you.
Don't thank me. Put it down, Mr. Stewart, to the many hours of pleasure you've given my crew. That Congreve clock now, that was really something. One of these days, when I retire, I'm going to have a bash at it myself.
What are you knitting, Aunt Katie?
A heavy sweater for Uncle Keith.
But it'll be summer, you said, when Uncle Keith gets back. Or spring, anyway.
Oh, but it's terribly hot out there, Jan, and he may find it quite cold in England after all that heat and those jungles and things.
Yes. Today I asked Miss Simpson during geography to tell me where Maricotta Island was.
What did she say?
She said it was in the Tuamotus.
Hmm.
That's a group of Pacific islands, and that it was uninhabited and inaccessible, almost anyway.
Oh, she did she?
Mm-hmm. So, I was wondering, Aunt Katie, if it really is inaccessible, how Uncle Keith's going to get there.
Jan, come here, dear.
Hmm?
Jan, all your Uncle Keith's life, people have been underestimating him. He looks a very ordinary person, your Uncle Keith.
He isn't.
That's just it, darling. He isn't. When he sets his mind to a thing, well, he gets terribly stubborn about it. And if your Uncle Keith says that he's going to that island where you're... Well, if he says he's going there, you can be sure that he'll get there, somehow or other.
That's what I think too, Aunt Katie.
You know, your uncle's quite a famous person in a way. He gets letters from all over the world. You wouldn't believe the places they come from. Canada, Australia, America, India, South Africa, Russia even sometimes.
That thing you got there, Mr. Keats, I seen on marine store windows.
It's a sextant.
Yeah? Tells you where you are, don't it?
Not unless you're better at it than I am. But I think it may tell us how far we've gone.
Oh, is that so? Well, I can tell you that. Yeah, see them pencil figures on the bulkhead there?
Oh, I wondered what they were.
Well, that's how far I figured I'd sailed every day, coming from San Francisco.
Yes, but how did you know how far you'd come each day?
My dad taught me. And each day, I'd figure it out.
When you got here, Jack, how did it compare with the real distance?
Well, tell you the truth, I never did get it all added up. Came out different each time. Say, where's my atlas now? Oh, yes, here it is. Yeah, well, now, it says here, on my chart, 2,098 miles.
2,098?
Yeah, and when I pitched up here, a newspaper guy came on board and added them figures up of mine. What's it say there on the bulkhead?
2,237.
Oh, well, you don't go straight all the time. You get way off course, and that makes it more.
But you're only about 7% out. You allow 4% for course deviations, then your error over the whole voyage was only 3%.
Oh, is that good, Mr. Keats?
Good? It's phenomenal, Jack, without navigational instruments and aids.
Oh, my dad showed me how. I guess the old man really knew.
Yes, Jack. I guess he really did.
Say, Mr. Keats, you are going to bring that little motor along what makes electricity?
Oh, yes. I wouldn't leave that behind.
Yeah. Smallest in the world, eh? That right, Mr. Keats?
Yes, I think so.
Hey, say, how long does it go on one fill of gas?
10 or 12 minutes. I've got a whole bottle of gas with me.
Huh? And, we could run it every day?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, that's swell. Hey, say, Mr. Keats, you seen that schooner yacht up the head of the basin?
Oh, the one with the 3 masts?
Yeah, she is a 3-sticker. I guess we'll board her before we sail and, check up on our course, huh?
Shall I, bring my charts along?
Oh, don't see why not, Mr. Keats. Can't do no real harm.
That's what I figured.
What can we do for you, brother?
See you, Captain.
Uh-huh. What do you want with him?
None of your business. Just tell your captain I got something to talk to him about.
The captain's busy.
You go tell your captain like I said.
Sure. Sure thing. You guys go up and wait on the jetty.
Mr. Keats and me, we'll wait right here.
Okay. Some guys just come aboard and think they own the ship.
Who are they, Ed?
A couple of guys see the captain, Miss Ferris. They won't say what their business is.
You haven't come from Manuel, have you?
Manuel? We've come to see the captain.
Well, don't you know Manuel?
Well, who's he?
Well, he's at the Royal Waikiki Hotel with his orchestra.
Well, like Mr. Keats said, all we want is to see the captain.
Oh, you're nothing to do with Manuel.
Nope.
You're a sailor by the look of you. Want a job? The captain might take you on. Though I doubt if he could fix your friend up.
Mr. Keats and me don't want no job. Just want to ask your captain about the course down to the islands.
Oh, well, sorry you've been troubled. I thought you were from Manuel.
Say, I'd like to see her with no clothes on. Wow, she'd peel off real nice, Mr. Keats.
Jack, I don't suppose you're likely to get the chance. I've heard she's the daughter of an American millionaire.
She's a woman, ain't she?
The captain will see you two guys now. This way. Name's Captain Peterson. Flying Clouds owned by Mr. Chuck Ferris. He's a multi-millionaire.
You sick yet, Mr. Keats?
Not yet.
No. Come and take the tiller, then.
Oh, but I've never done this sort of thing before.
You gotta learn sometime. Hey, see that tiddly little triangle on the card?
Yes, but,
Well, just keep her about there. Nothing to it. You okay?
I suppose so, Jack. So far, anyway.
Guess I'll have a bit of a lie down below then, huh?
Oh, what will I do if anything happens?
Oh, nothing's going to happen. Not much happens at sea in a small boat. Mr. Keats, know something?
What's that, Jack?
I reckon we made 95 miles yesterday. Up to dawn today. Wrote it down on the bulkhead.
95 miles, eh?
Yep. Hey, say. Well, look at that.
What is it?
A frigate bird. That's the third I've seen.
But it's a gull, isn't it?
No. That's a frigate bird. Much bigger than a gull. Yeah, see his forked tail?
Ah.
That guy's going home someplace.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, that sort don't spend nights at sea. Yeah, they'll go way out, sure. But they fly back to land each night. Well, he'll be down by sunset. Hour and a quarter, hour and a half, maybe. Yeah, there's land that way. 40, maybe 50 miles. Just a tiddly bit south of east. Say, Mr. Keats, get them charts of yours out and see what land lies over that way.
I have the chart here. Well, let's see. Well, yes. Must be Hawaii. If we're on course, that should be about 60 miles away.
Oh, I don't reckon any old frigate bird would fly as fast as that. Say, Mr. Keats, reckon we're up to windward just a tiddly bit?
Good morning. Can I help you?
My name's Fielding. I'm chief pilot of Albatross Airways. If possible, I'd like to speak to the editor of Miniature Mechanic.
Oh, that's me. McNeil's the name. Oh, good Lord, you've come about Keith Stewart.
That's right.
Oh, sit down, Mr.
Captain.
Captain Fielding.
Thanks.
Oh, well, Keith Stewart hasn't... I mean,
I'm the
he's,
pilot of the air freighter which took him out to Honolulu.
Oh, yes, I see.
I thought you might like to know how he was getting on.
Did he get a passage to Tahiti, wasn't it?
That's right. Well, he got a passage of sorts. That's really what I wanted to talk about. He was going there on a sort of fishing boat, a thing without even an engine.
That doesn't sound like Keith. He's not really what I'd call an adventurous man.
Wouldn't you? Well, apparently he couldn't get anything better. We were all a bit worried about it, but he made up his mind and there wasn't anything we could do about it.
But it's quite a distance, isn't it?
About 2,400 miles.
Good heavens.
Sea miles, Mr. McNeil. Say close on 3,000 land miles.
And you say Keith, our Keith Stewart, is seriously intending to sail that fantastic distance in a tiny fishing smack?
Yes, that's about the size of it.
I think you better tell me exactly what's happened, Captain Fielding. I mean, Keith is one of my freelance contributors, the best known. Miniature Mechanic wouldn't be the same without him.
You can't just stop a ship that size. I mean, she must cost millions of pounds, and more millions for her cargo of oil.
I just done it, ain't I? Besides, Mr. Keats, she's light in the water. Discharged her cargo some time back. Here, you ask him, Mr. Keats. You speak better than me.
Right.
What's our position? What is our position, please?
Hold on a second. God, there are a couple of crackpots in that cockle shell in the middle of the Pacific, and I don't know where they are.
Cheeky devil.
The electric megaphone, the lad left it switched on.
Sorry, no offense, sir. Latitude 02 degrees, 50 minutes north. Longitude 156 degrees, 55 minutes west. Got that?
Got it, Mr. Keats?
Yes.
Got it! Thanks very much!
You're welcome, Mary Bell, and the best of British luck.
You figured out how far we are from Christmas Island?
Only 74 miles.
Well, how far ought we to be?
About 250.
Hey, say, see those limeys still waving? Oh, well, guess we'll put her up a point to windward.
Right.
You know, I just knowed this morning when we saw that patch of seaweed we was getting down to leeward a tiddly bit.
The way you've explained it to me, Captain Fielding, the whole enterprise seems preposterous.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. I was wondering if perhaps you could help in any way.
With money, do you mean?
In any way. Suppose for a moment Keith Stewart were to lose his life on this fantastic voyage.
Oh, heaven forbid.
I said suppose. I would imagine that the effect on your magazine would be disastrous.
You're right, it would.
There must be some way we could help him. After all, he told me that people all over the world write to him.
Indeed they do. Since he left, I've had to cope with his correspondence myself. I've got it, Professor O'Leary.
Who's he?
A modeller, and one of Keith's most staunch fans.
Yes, but apart from that?
A professor of medieval literature at Ann Arbor University in Michigan.
Ah.
I remember he once wrote to Keith saying he'd been lecturing for a year in Honolulu.
Splendid. He must have lots of contacts.
Surely. I have his address. I'll write him by airmail at once. Well, you never know. He might be able to suggest something.
That letter I gave you to read, Molly, what do you think?
Keith Stewart. Wasn't that the man you had lunch with in London 2 years ago when you visited Europe, Cyrus?
That's the man.
Oh, you hardly stopped talking about it for months afterwards.
It was the highlight of my stay in London.
Oh, you men who make toys.
That Congreve clock he designed is no toy, my dear.
Well, the man's obviously in need of help.
And who do I know who's an admirer of his who can help? Dave Coulson? No, Indianapolis. That stockbroker's clerk in Toledo. No, Farmer down in Maryland, Sam. No good. Hey, wait a minute. Out on the West Coast and loaded with dough. All the contacts in the world, too.
Who are you talking about, Cyrus?
Honey, that timber millionaire I told you I met last year at the Miniature Engineering Convention.
Oh, yes. Wasn't his name Haunser or something like that?
Solly Hertzon. Told me he was building a Congreve clock, too. Long distance, please. Long distance. This is Professor Cyrus O'Leary. I want to make a person-to-person call to Mr. Solomon P. Hertzon. I don't know his number, but it's in Tacoma, Washington. It's Hertzon Lumber Enterprises, Incorporated, or something like that. Yes, it is the Solomon P. Hertzon. Oh, operator, if you get through to his secretary, tell her it's about a clock. I'll take the call any time that's convenient to him.
Professor, this is a real pleasure.
For me, too.
Well, how are you making out with that clock we discussed last time we met?
Well, I got the tilting table and the escapement made all right, but now I'm finding the clock motion quite a job. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Well, more about the designer of the clock.
Oh, he's a great guy, that Keith Stewart. You know something? Whenever I get in any kind of difficulty about one of his models, I just mail him a letter and he comes right back at me with the answer by return of post.
Well, he's in a little trouble. Oh? I thought maybe you'd like to know. He was in Honolulu, but it seems right now he's somewhere out in the mid-Pacific.
Honolulu, huh? If I'd known that, I'd have flown across to make his acquaintance. Well, what kind of trouble is he in?
And I just got a letter from his editor in London. I guess I better read it out to you.
You do that, Professor.
Dear Professor O'Leary, you will probably remember lunching with Keith Stewart and myself when last you were in London, when you showed us the photographs of your Case traction engine and your workshop. I'm a bit concerned about Keith Stewart, who was very recently in Honolulu.
Yeah. Too bad, Professor. Okay. Anyway, I'll be calling again real soon. My regards to Mrs. O'Leary. Okay. Goodbye now. Julie! Oh, Julie!
I recorded your conversation with Professor O'Leary on tape, Mr. Hertzon.
Fine. Get it in type and let me have it right away.
Yes, Mr.
And
Hertzon.
Julie, what's the name of that guy that handles our business out in Honolulu?
Oh, Setchers and Byrne Incorporated, Mr. Hertzon.
That's right, Paul Setches. Okay, give me Paul Setches person to person.
No, I've already asked Hannah to put the call in.
You have? Well, good for you, Julie.
Thank you, Mr. Hertzon.
You remember when I was sick, Julie, and those damn medics sentenced me to spend 2 days home each week?
Very well indeed, Mr. Hertzon.
Acquire a hobby, Mr. Hertzon. Acquire a hobby. Okay, I do just that. And I get this British magazine, Miniature Mechanic. Julie, if it hadn't been for this guy, Keith Stewart, Solomon P. Hertzon would have gone right off his trolley. Lucid. That's what that guy is, lucid and friendly. Well, now he's got himself in some kind of a jam, but not for long, though. Not when Hertzon Enterprises are right there in back of him.
That'll be Honolulu now. Hertzon Enterprises? Yes, Mr. Hertzon is right here, Mr. Setches.
Chuck Ferris.
Look, Mr. Ferris, I'm sorry to call you as late as this.
I said for you to call, Jim. Well, what did you find out?
Sure, I'm sorry, Mr. Ferris, but this thing hasn't panned out quite the way I've kind of figured it would.
You mean that damn son of a Chinese dishwasher Saul Hertzon won't sign?
Oh, he'll sign all right, Mr. Ferris, but, what he wanted was something kind of different.
How much kind of different?
Mr. Hertzon wants to borrow the Flying Cloud.
Borrow my yacht?
Yeah.
For crying out loud. What does that nut want that for? To go sailing while he figures out the deal we've got?
Well, this is kind of difficult to explain, Mr. Ferris.
Maybe you ought to put this on the tape machine.
No, shoot, Jim. Go on. My memory's okay.
Well, Mr. Ferris, it seems that some years ago, Mr. Hertzon had a very bad spell with his health, and his medical advisor said for him to get a hobby he could do in his home.
Why, sure, Mr. Ferris. A fishing boat called the Mary Bell left the harbor here in Honolulu maybe 2 weeks ago.
Damn. How many people on board, Captain Peterson?
2, I guess. The captain, a nut called Donnelly, and the other was a kind of passenger. He was a limey who seemed all hell-bent on getting down to Tahiti. Nuts, too, if you ask my opinion, Mr. Ferris.
Nuts or not, this limey's by way of being a special friend of Saul Hertzhorn.
He is?
Yeah, and Saul's head up to hell about the risk this guy's taking going across the Pacific that way.
He hasn't got any dough. I guess that's why he went with Jack Donnelly.
Saul Hertzhorn hadn't got any dough when he started, nor had I.
No, sir.
Now listen carefully, Captain.
Aye, sir.
I want you to get up steam in the Flying Cloud right away and follow the route these 2 crazy characters have taken to Tahiti.
Aye, Mr. Ferris.
If you catch up with them, fine and dandy. If you don't, I guess it'll be because they've been shipwrecked or something. In which case you just visit every damned island in the Pacific you reckon they could be on.
Aye, Mr. Ferris.
But find this guy, Keith Stewart.
Yes, Mr. Ferris, but what'll I do when I find him?
Put my yacht at his disposal.
What?
You heard me, Captain Peterson. This Englishman wants to visit the Tuamotus or someplace where his sister got wrecked. Oh, when he's been wherever he wants to go, I guess you'd better come straight back to Seattle. And mind you, bring Mr. Stewart with you. Saul Hertzhorn wants to meet him, and Captain, I have a mighty big engineering deal cooking with Saul.
Yes, Mr. Ferris. Oh, Mr. Ferris. Yeah? About Mrs. F. Stathios, will she be coming with us?
My daughter, I forgot all about Dawn. She with you now?
Mr. Ferris, she's on shore someplace. I wouldn't know. Maybe the Royal Waikiki Hotel. Music with Manuel, Mr. Ferris.
Yeah, I understand, Captain Peterson. Look, if she comes on board within the next 2 hours, ask her to call me, huh?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, tell her how things are yourself. And, by the way, my daughter isn't Mrs. F. Stathios anymore. The divorce went through. Dawn can move into a hotel on shore, or she can sail with you, Captain. Or she can come right on home. You tell her that, will you? With love and kisses from her old papa. But whatever my daughter may decide to do, Captain Peterson, you sail for Tahiti first thing in the morning.
Okay, Mr. Ferris.
Bye, Captain.
Goodbye, Mr. Ferris. What a soft old bastard. They tell me you boys certainly got yourself a real mess of trouble here.
Don't amount to nothing, Captain. Papers. Nobody ever told me we gotta have all them papers.
We've been towed here to the quarantine anchorage, Captain Peterson. By rights, you really oughtn't to be aboard.
Oh, I know the chef de port pretty well, Mr. Stewart. I think you can forget about the summons, the bill of health, and the other things. I was able to smooth things over.
Well, we're both very grateful.
Oh, yeah, Captain.
You 2 characters sailing that fish boat all the way from Honolulu to Papeete. I just never heard of anything to beat it.
Jack Donnelly knows how to sail. It's as simple as that. In any case, Captain Peterson, what's the Flying Cloud doing here in Tahiti? The last time we saw you, you were tied up in the yacht basin in Honolulu.
Well, Mr. Stewart, I guess it's kind of a long story. I don't reckon I really know where to begin. Say, Mr. Stewart, do you by any chance know a guy called Saul Hertzhorn?
Hertzhorn? An American?
Oh, sure.
Well, I've had some letters from a Solomon P. Hertzhorn. He lives in Washington. That's the capital, isn't it?
That's Washington, D.C. No, Saul Hertzhorn lives in the state of Washington, up in the Northwest. I live there myself. You know anything about Saul Hertzhorn?
I know his secretary's got an electric typewriter, and I should imagine he dictates to her by the length of his letters. He's building one of my Congreve clocks. He's not very experienced, and so he writes me rather a lot of letters.
And you answer them?
Well, good Lord, yes. They all need answering. I mean, to an amateur, a Congreve clock is a fairly tricky piece of work.
Well, I'll be gol-darned. Mr. Stewart, any idea just who Solomon P. Hertzhorn is?
Why do you ask me like that?
Sal Hertzon's the biggest lumberman on the West Coast. He's a multimillionaire so many times over it'd make your head spin. It seems, Mr. Stewart, he thinks a real lot of you. He knows you're here, how you got here, and all about the wreck of the Shearwater. And your sister.
For heaven's sake.
Yeah, Sal Hertzon's like that.
But it's fantastic.
Well, there it is, Mr. Stewart. Anyway, my boss, Chuck Ferris, is a friend of Sal Hertzon's, and he spoke to me long distance, told me to follow you, find you, and put this yacht entirely at your disposal.
But the man must be mad.
That's what I sometimes think, too, Mr. Stewart. Or, sir, as I guess I'd better begin calling you.
I can't believe it.
Look at it this way, Mr. Stewart. You took a lot of trouble answering letters from a complete stranger.
Yes, but then
Maybe some of them were stupid questions. I wouldn't know. The fact is, you made a friend. And boy, what a powerful friend. And now that friend's going to a bitty trouble to help you. Fair enough, if you look at it that way.
It's fantastic to go to all that trouble.
Anyway, sir, my instructions are to do just what you say. Go where you go. And issue you with a personal invitation from Solomon P. Hertzon to visit with him a couple of days on your way back to England, to help him with his clock.
Captain Peterson, could you take me to Maricotta?
I already got the course worked out, sir, and I already figured out the business about the permit. We can sail in 30 minutes.
I'll be sorry to leave you, Jack.
Huh?
Where will you go now?
Oh, guess I'll head for Huahine, Mr. Keats. Over to the west, ain't it? Shows on them charts of yours.
That's right. It's only about 100 miles away. A tiddly bit west of northwest on the compass. I'll leave you the charts, Jack. They might come in handy.
Well, say thanks, Mr. Keats.
Oh, that's Huahine there.
Uh-huh. Hey, they think of something new each year. It's crazy.
I suppose they do. Jack, we've got some settling up to do.
What kind of settling up?
For the passage money, I owe you $100.
Ah, you bought all the chow. So I guess we're even, Mr. Keats.
The food didn't cost $100. Most of it came from the Cathay Princess, anyway. There's a good bit owing you.
Ah, you sailed the ship half the time. I didn't pay you no wages. We're even.
I still think you're over-generous.
Ah, nuts, Mr. Keats.
There is one thing, though. The good ship Mary Bell hasn't got an engine.
Well, don't need no engine.
I think she ought to have one. And, I propose to give her one.
Huh? You're gonna leave that? With me?
I'd like you to have it, Jack. As a memento of a wonderful voyage.
Oh, smallest in the world. Say, I wonder what they're going to think of this in Huahine. Smallest little engine in the whole wide world.
Stewart, there she is, Maricotta.
And those timbers there?
Yes, that's the wreck. Just past the Great Coral. That's Shearwater.
Can't believe it. I was on board that boat only 6 months ago in the Hamble River.
You can go ashore by launch.
Would it be possible for me to spend 24 hours alone on the island? She was my only sister. I don't suppose her daughter Janice will ever come here. Well, I'd like to take a lot of photographs.
Quite easy to arrange, Mr. Stewart.
And, if possible, I'd like to borrow a hammer and a cold chisel.
A hammer and a cold chisel?
Oh, the engine may be worth saving. I can have a look anyway when I've cut the bolts loose.
Yes, I guess perhaps it may be worth saving. Well, I reckon I'll go see about the launch and your provisions.
Joe, this is one of the duck's eggs I made for Janice on my lathe. The night I had to tell her about you and John. It's the only thing I've got of hers to leave with you. And, Joe, I'll do my best. I promise that. Oh, Lord, give my brother Keith a bit of good sense. Goodbye, Joe.
We're back, as you see, monsieur.
Indeed, Captain.
We're at the boy right now, but tomorrow I'd like to move into the quay.
Certainement.
8 o'clock?
It shall be so arranged.
By the way, monsieur, what happened to the Mary Bell?
She has depart.
Already? Wherefore?
Oh, who can say? Native boats, they come, they go. That's why he makes long voyage.
I know. I was his passenger on his last long voyage.
This time, he took a passenger as well.
A passenger?
A lady?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Captain. A lady from your ship. Mademoiselle Ferris, avec la tête châtaine, whom you leave behind in the hotel.
For heaven's sake! Well, what do you know? When did they sail?
2 days after you.
On a westward course?
That is true.
Chuck Ferris is going to eat me in little pieces, bit by bit.
The more I see of women, Captain, the less I know.
You can say that again.
At my age, it is better to stick to wine, huh?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stewart. A real pleasure.
Mr. Hertzhorn, I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am for all you've done.
Forget it. It was nothing.
It was a tremendous help. We really were in trouble when Captain Peterson turned up. If it hadn't been for him, don't think I'd ever have got to see the place where my sister was buried and put a headstone on the grave.
Only too pleased to be of help, Mr. Stewart. Julie tells me you want some kind of case shipped back to England?
That's right. It holds the engine of the boat that was wrecked.
Leave it with me. I'll have my agents take care of it.
Oh, thank you.
Say, Mr. Stewart, would you like to have a look at what I'm doing with your clock?
Yes, I'd like to very much.
Okay, let's go. Maybe I'm not quite as far advanced as I should be. You know, it's kind of fortuitous you should have been visiting with me to see just how come I can't quite get the escapement the way it should be.
You've made a very good job of the tilting table, Mr. Hertzhorn.
You really think so?
Indeed, I do. It's a beautiful job. Well, how did you get the burnishing so flat and even?
Lapped it on a sheet of plate glass with oil and fine grit carborundum. Then I finished off with metal polish. Bobbins and armatures, though, they sure give me trouble. You know, 46 gauge is mighty fine wire to handle when you can't see so good.
I know. In fact, it's better not to handle it at all. It's so easy to get kinks.
You're telling me.
I made a coil winder for mine. Look, I'll show you what I mean. Give me a piece of paper. No. You don't have to make one, Mr. Hertzhorn. As soon as I get back to England, I'll put mine in the post to you airmail. You can post it back to me when you're finished with it.
Oh, that's real nice of you. Mr. Stewart, you're an engineer.
That's right. I started in the tool room.
You know Chuck Ferris?
He's the man who put his yacht at my disposal.
That's the guy. Well, Chuck and I are on the point of closing a deal.
Yes, so I heard.
Now, I'd sure be grateful if you'd look it over for me as an engineer, in a consultative capacity, of course.
I'll be only too pleased to, Mr. Hertzhorn, if you think my advice will be of any value.
I know it will. There's something about the whole setup I don't get, and I sign nothing until I get it all figured out.
Jan?
Uncle Keith!
Miss me?
Oh, yes. Oh, it's been horrid not having you here to make things for me.
Where's Aunt Katie?
Oh, she'll be home soon. She gets off an hour earlier now. She started doing that when you went away. Uncle Keith,
Yes, Jan?
did you go where Mummy and Daddy are buried?
Yes, Jan, I went there. We had a stone made, and I put it up to mark the grave. I took a lot of photographs for you.
Thank you, Uncle Keith.
I'll take them up to London tomorrow to be developed. We mustn't trust an ordinary chemist with these.
No. Were they buried on an island?
Yes, Jan. On an island with the sea all round. Nobody lives there, you see. It's only a little island, and, well, there isn't any water for anyone to drink.
Can you hear the sea from the place where they're buried?
You can hear the sea all round.
Oh, I'm so glad. Mummy and Daddy loved the sea.
And, I left the grey egg with them, because I thought they'd like to have something that was yours. I buried it just underneath the sand.
Thank you, Uncle Keith. Thank you so much for everything.
Come in, Mr. Stewart. Please sit down.
Thank you.
You've been away, haven't you?
Yes, Mr. Carpenter, just a short holiday.
I must say you're looking remarkably sunburned and fit.
Yes. You remember those diamonds of my brother-in-law's we were looking for?
Indeed I do.
They've turned up.
I see.
Yes. My wife, Katie, well, she was turning out the box room yesterday. She found a suitcase that she didn't think belonged to us, full of old clothes.
Yes?
There they were, in a little jewel case.
How many were there?
47. Here they are.
47. The exact number of stones Commander Dermot bought from Rosenblaum and Frank.
Yes. Well, I'd better leave them with you.
Well, this yellow stuff all over them, this yellow gummy deposit, they haven't been stored in oil, have they?
Not since yesterday.
Yes. Well, you'll be going back to Ealing now?
Yes, I've got to catch the bank before it closes. Have to deposit a check for $17,000.
$17,000?
Well, recently I was called in to give some advice as a consultant on an engineering project.
Indeed. A very lucrative fee.
Yes.
You know, Mr. Stewart, you really are looking remarkably well. Considering the spring we've had, you must have been out in the sun.
I had a bit of a holiday.
An excellent thing to do. Tell me, Mr. Stewart, did you ever do anything with the engine which I was given to understand had been salvaged from your brother-in-law's yacht?
I had it shipped home. I've got it in the garden, but it's not much good. Not really.
I don't suppose it is. Not now. I wish some of my other clients took their trusts as seriously as you have done, Mr. Stewart. I think Commander Dermot made a very wise choice of a trustee.
That was Simon Lack as Keith Stewart and Enya Taweta as Jack Donnelly in Trustee from the Tool Room, adapted by Stephen Grenfell from the novel by Nevil Shute. The rest of the cast was as follows: Katie, Eva Stewart; Commander John Dermot, Patrick Barr; Joe Dermot, Mary Wimbush; Janice, Joe Manning Wilson; Mr. Carpenter, Hamlin Benson; Peter Sanderson, Frederick Treves; Oliver Thorne, Garrard Green; Captain Fielding, Peter Howell; Alec Bourne, Bruce Beebe; Captain Davis, Rafe Truman; Dawn, Nicolette Bernard; MacNeil, Norman Claridge; Cyrus O'Leary, Eric Anderson; Molly, Isabel Rennie; Sol Hertzhorn, Robert Ayres; Chuck Ferris, Guy Kingsley Pointer; Jim Wilfred Carter, Peterson Peter O'Shanassy. Other parts played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. The play which was recorded was produced by Betty Davis.
The Sunday play at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon in the home service is Episode 1 of The King Must Die by Mary Reynolds, a saga of ancient Greece dealing with the legendary exploits of the young hero Theseus. In the first episode, Theseus as a boy is played by Carlo Hura, and as a young man by Keith Mitchell. The Sunday film on BBC One tomorrow evening is Hell's Island, starring John Payne and Mary Murphy and Francis L. Sullivan. The story concerns the adventures of an out-of-luck gambler who leaves the gambling tables to seek a fortune elsewhere. He's sent to locate a large ruby somewhere in the Caribbean, which had mysteriously disappeared after a plane crash. The plot is complicated by the wife of the owner of the crashed plane, who turns out to be the gambler's ex-fiancée. Hell's Island can be seen on BBC One tomorrow evening at 7:25. The Kipling story on BBC One tomorrow is called 3 and an Extra, and it's mainly concerned with two love intrigues in colonial India, a pair of eternal triangles. And among the guest stars are Jean Kent and Keith Barron. The Kipling story is on BBC One at 9:10 tomorrow night.
From her had been received at her home. The subject of Britain's exports, why didn't the trade figures this week show an increase, what might be holding them back, was referred to in both today's main public speeches, one by Sir Alec Douglas Hume and the other by Mr. George Brown. Last night in a broadcast, Mr. Maudling, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, said that the one really worrying feature of the situation was that exports were not rising as they'd thought they would. This at a time when industry was confident and export orders seemed to be flowing in at a pretty high rate. The Prime Minister, speaking today at Aberfeldy in Perthshire, said the trade figures illustrated 2 points in a way which anyone could understand. These were that if we allowed prices and costs to rise, all our prosperity could very easily be lost, and that it only needed the very smallest effort by each individual, and just a little more efficiency, to increase our national earnings to a point which would ensure that prosperity continued. The plain truth, said Sir Alec, is that if we do not keep our sales up overseas, and if we lose our share of the world market, full employment goes, and with it the opportunities for a fuller life, which nearly everyone in our country has recently come to value and enjoy. Mr. George Brown, in a speech at Swadlincote in Derbyshire, said the Conservatives were playing for time by pretending there was nothing wrong with the economy. They were hoping desperately that the situation would not get out of control for the election. You didn't have to be an economist, said Mr. Brown, to know that there was something seriously wrong with the economy. Every housewife knew that prices so far this year had risen very nearly as much as they did in the whole of last year. The fact was that not only was British industry not competitive with the rest of the world, it was also concentrating on the wrong products. Instead of turning out science-based equipment, all too often we were making items well within the capabilities of the less industrialized countries. 7 people, including 3 young children, were thrown into the sea when their yacht capsized in the Menai Straits this afternoon. They were Mr. and Mrs. Robin Greenwood of Penmine Mower, their children aged 2, 3 and 4, Mr. John Greenwood from Stoke, and Miss Dany Cheron from France. All were wearing life jackets and managed to get to the shore, about 50 yards away. There they were picked up by an RAF helicopter from Valley Airfield and taken to hospital. The children were given oxygen, but are not in danger. The 3-ton yacht, the Welsh Girl, sank within minutes. Later, only a few miles away, in Cardigan Bay, a motor pleasure cruiser capsized. 12 people, including a 2-year-old girl, were rescued after 2 helicopters, yachts, launches, and a lifeboat had been alerted. Breathing apparatus was used for the girl when she was landed at Abersoch, and she was later flown to hospital. The team of British potholers have abandoned their attempt to break the world underground depth record in the Berger pothole near Grenoble in France, because of deep flooding caused by torrential rain. Messages sent to the surface camp tonight said that nearly all the team were still cut off from the top of the pothole by the floods. They had no hope of getting out for several days, but were not in any danger and had enough food to last them for a month.
Broadcasting service. Saturday Night Theatre. We present Ronald Howard and Trader Faulkner in Round the Bend, Stephen Grenfell's adaptation of the novel by Nevil Shute. Round the Bend.
Lights out.
How do you know, Tom?
Oh, I don't really. I'm just guessing. It's exactly 10:15, and I don't suppose much happens in the army after this time of night.
Suppose not. Seems silly, doesn't it? Having a bugler telling the soldiers to put all the lights out in the middle of a war. I mean, when all those ships are so blacked out, you can only guess where they are.
There'll be plenty of lights on board, Beryl.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Those great ships there in Southampton water, with all those soldiers and airmen on board, where do you imagine they'll be sending them?
How should I know, Beryl? Winston Churchill doesn't ring me up for advice, you know, every time he wants to send a division of troops abroad.
Do you suppose any of them will be going to Egypt?
Very probably.
When you go there, will you go by ship?
How do I know? When the time comes, somebody will just send for me and say, this is it, and I'll be told if I'm to go by ship or in an aircraft flying out to Egypt.
I hope it's by aircraft.
So do I.
Tom?
Hmm?
You love aircraft, don't you?
You know I do. Well, you do too, surely.
Oh, because I work for an aircraft company. No, of course I don't. Not love them the way you do. I mean, I'm only a filing clerk. I could be that in any business firm. It's different for you.
Oh?
I remember the day you joined the company. It was almost exactly 8 years ago, in September 1935.
You remember that?
Of course I do.
Well, I never.
I knew that very first day your first love would always be aeroplanes. You had a sort of starry look about you.
You must be psychic or something.
A girl doesn't have to be psychic to see what it is a man really loves. Tom, how did you first come to be mixed up with aeroplanes?
Didn't I ever tell you?
If you had, I wouldn't be asking now, would I?
Well, in the summer of 32, Sir Alan Cobham came down here to Southampton with his flying circus. I knew from the very first day I saw him stunting in a lincock that I simply had to get a job with that circus.
And you did?
Eventually.
What sort of job?
Oh, general dog's body to start with. Then I sort of wangled myself into the Gretna Green display.
What on earth was that?
It was an elopement.
What?
I had to dress up as a girl, and the chap I was eloping with to Gretna Green, he and I tried to get away in a terrible old T-model Ford, and Father chased us all over the aerodrome in a tiger moth.
Father?
One of Sir Alan's pilots.
Oh.
He chased us all over the place, bombing us with little bags of flour and toilet rolls. All the crowd used to love it. So did we.
Who was your intended?
You mean in the car?
Yeah.
Connie Shacklin used to drive the Model T.
What a strange name for a boy.
Oh, Connie was short for Constantine.
Oh.
Yes, it wasn't only his name that was strange. He was a strange chap altogether.
In what way?
Well, he was a cheerful enough chap, about my own age, bit older maybe, with straight black hair. But Well, he looked like a chink.
Oh?
You know, he was yellow-skinned, and his eyes were different.
Was he really Was he really Chinese?
Blowed if I know, really. I remember I asked him once if he was Church of England or Presbyterian or what.
And what did he say?
He said, damned if I know. Then he told me he was born in Penang, that his father was a Buddhist, but that he himself had been Church of England at school.
What about his mother?
That day he said to me, Mother brought us to England when Father died. She was born in Irkutsk, so she's Greek Orthodox.
What a funny mixture.
Well, it seems his mother married again. He told me she was in a place in California called San Diego with his sister. Well, when I left the circus, he was going to join them there in the States. He was going to try and get a job in one of those big aircraft factories they've got in California.
Do you still keep in touch with him?
We swore we'd write, you know, but somehow we never did.
Tom, when you go out to our repair branch in Egypt, you'll write to me, won't you?
Of course I will. You know that.
Have you really got to go?
You don't get much choice these days. After all, there is a war on.
Oh, this blasted war. I thought we were going to get married around Christmas time. That's what you said.
Yes, I know, love. Look, what say we get married now?
Oh.
Before I go.
Oh, Tom, do you really want us to get married?
Do I want to? Here, let me show you. My darling Beryl, it's only 3:00 in the afternoon, and I really should be working. But I especially wanted to write to you today because today I've been out here exactly 2 years. All letters, you see, have to be on the censor's desk by 5:00. That's why I'm pinching an hour of the firm's time. I haven't had a letter from you for nearly a month now. I just can't understand it, as you usually write every week. It could be, of course, that a couple of ships with your letters on board have been sunk in the Med. I really have liked my job out here. As you know, we operate a large number of aircraft in this theater, and I'm responsible for keeping them in the air. All except engine overhauls, that is. I fly a great deal, and I really feel I'm doing a worthwhile job of work out here. I get on very well with what most people here call the WOGs. I now know a bit about Syrian, Iraqi, and Egyptian aircraft hands. It's no use at all saying, as some people out here are apt to, that these chaps are a lot of monkeys who have dropped out of the trees and that they aren't reliable. They're reliable, and you can use them all right if you take the trouble to learn about them. And if you do that, you'll find the work is liable to come out a good deal cheaper, because their wages are much less. When I say I like it out here, it doesn't mean I'm not longing to get back home. I am. Now that the Japs have packed it up in the Far East, we'll be sweating on the top line to see who'll be sent home first. As far as I can see, I've got quite a good chance. I've been out here longer than most of the lads, and the boss has been dropping a few hints recently. Whenever it is, it can't be too soon for me. I want to get back to England so that we can set up our own home and start living our life together. Come in.
The mail's just arrived, Tom.
About ready time, too.
There was a letter for you, so I thought I'd bring it along.
It's from my wife, is it?
Well, it's not her writing.
Here, let's have a deco. That's funny.
Oh, what's up?
It's not from Beryl. It's from her father.
Oh, well, I hope everything's all right.
So do I.
Well, I'll push off. I'm up to my eyes in it this afternoon.
Something's up, I know it. Dear Tom, we've been having trouble here, I'm sorry to say. And Beryl wants me to write...
To write and tell you before she writes herself. And her ma and I think that that's best too. As you can imagine, it's been very dull for our Beryl since you went away. And she went up to London some time ago and got in with some Polish officers in the West End. Well, she took to going about with one of them, a certain Captain Wysock. And the long and the short of it is, Tom, she's going to have a baby in January. Now, I know this will be a great blow to you, Tom. I can't tell you how sorry we all are. Captain Wysock came down for a long talk, and he really was heartbroken about you. Even so, when we'd all talked it over, we thought it would be best if there was a divorce and he married Beryl. Captain Wysock's father is a Polish count. They've got big estates at a place called Jabinka. It's near Warsaw. Beryl wants me to say she sends her love, and we all send our sympathy in what must be a terrible shock for you. But I'm sure it will all be for the best.
Your affectionate father-in-law, Albert Cousins. Tom Cutter.
Oh, Tom? Bill here.
Yes?
Tom, Jackson's breathing down my neck.
Oh?
He wants to know if you can guarantee that repeat will be ready for tomorrow morning's flight to Khartoum.
What's the trouble?
Well, it needs a right-hand contact breaker, and the stores have only got left-hand ones.
Then we'll have to get one somewhere else.
Well, that's just it. I've been telephoning all over the radio place. As far as I can see, there just isn't a right-hand contact breaker in Cairo.
Well, somebody must have one.
Well, you tell me who he is, then.
I'm coming out. Tell Jackson the repeat will be ready to fly at 0800 hours.
Oh, well, if you say so.
I do say so.
Well, then that letter did contain bad news, Tom.
Why do you say that?
Well, because of the way you're behaving.
It so happens it contained nothing but ordinary mundane news of day-to-day family affairs. No, Bill, get cracking on that contact breaker.
Roger.
Come on.
Oh, God. It's you, Tom.
What is it, Mrs. Cousins? What's happened?
Oh, God.
Where's Beryl? Isn't she in?
You didn't get my letter.
I got a letter from your husband telling me about Beryl and this so-called Polish cunt.
No, not that letter. Come in, Tom. Oh, I wish Father were here to tell you.
Tell me what?
It's Beryl. She did it in the middle of the night when we was all asleep. It was in the kitchen. You can still smell the gas.
I'm back, Ma.
Oh, Tom! My boy. Father, it's Tom!
Hello, Tom, lad.
Oh, Tom. Tom.
Oh, you mustn't cry, Ma. The war's over. I'm back. In one piece.
Oh, it's good to see you, son.
He's looking so brown, isn't he?
Well, love, he's been out in those foreign parts for 2 years.
We know about poor Beryl, Tom. We're ever so sorry.
Yes.
It must be awful for you.
Oh, I'll just have to get used to it, Ma, that's all.
That Polish officer Beryl took up with, Tom, he wasn't a count, was he?
No, Ma. I never thought he was for a moment.
No.
Even when I got Beryl's letter. And there weren't any big family estates at some unpronounceable place near Warsaw. Huh. Funny how easy you can impress a girl, isn't it?
Oh, you must be starving. We were just about to have tea, weren't we?
Yes, take your coat off, Sam, and pull up a chair.
Now, Dad, that's a coincidence. I got 2 pairs of kippers this morning.
Oh, yes.
Tom, you remember how you always loved a kipper for your tea when you were a lad?
Well, Tom, you've had a few days to make up your mind. How do you feel about it?
It's a very generous offer, Mr. Evans, but there are a number of things against it.
Hmm?
All things which are nothing to do with you or the company.
I see.
I dare say you know that my wife committed suicide.
I didn't know whether to mention it or not.
The salary is good, 900, but... Well, say I took over Mr. Holden's old office here, as you suggested.
Yes, Tom.
Unless I come to work each day by helicopter, well, I'd have to use the same streets I used to walk along with Beryl. The same passages, the same roads round the works.
Yes, I thought perhaps you'd feel this way.
Oh, don't think I'm not grateful, Mr. Evans. I am. It's a good job, and I'm a fool to turn it down. I realize that. But, well, there's no future, is there, working in a place that's going to send you right round the bend?
You're right, of course. No. How are you fixed for cash?
I've got a fair amount put by. I was saving up for furniture.
Yes. I see. So, what'll you do, Tom, with this new chapter of your life?
Mr. Evans, I'm headed back to the Middle East, to the Persian Gulf.
To do what?
Look, I've been to Abadan and Basra and Kuwait and as far down as Bahrain. There's no way of getting round that part of the world except by car or plane and...
I dare say traveling by car in that kind of territory isn't much fun, eh?
Nobody, as far as I know, is doing any air charter work out there. And I've got a hunch that if I went out there with a light aircraft, like, say, a Foxmoth, I might make a living.
Yes. Well, you could well be right. Well, a Foxmoth might be just the job. I was up in Leicester the other day at Kennington's.
Don't think I know them.
Oh, you ought to, Tom. Kennington's happen to have a Foxmoth going.
I knew this was going to be my day.
Dismantled, hasn't been used for years.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
It needs a lot of work on it. Well, I dare say you could snap it up with a decent second-hand engine for 120, 130 quid.
Yes, I could manage that.
Good. Well, all I can do now is wish you luck. No, better than that. I can give you a letter to the managing director of Kennington's. He's an old friend of mine.
Hello there.
Good evening. My name's Tom Cutter.
Flight Lieutenant Allen. Welcome to Muharraq Island.
Thanks.
Come far?
Eastleigh, Southampton.
Mate, how long did it take you?
8 days.
I say, that's a pretty good show in a kite like that. Going on to India?
I was thinking of staying here a bit, in case there was a bit of charter work to be picked up.
Oh, pity you weren't here yesterday, then.
Why's that?
Party of 3 engineers going down to Muscat. New water supply or something in the plumbing line.
Uh-huh.
Flew out from England by BOAC. Then this morning they took off in a chartered Arab dhow for Sharjah. 400 blinding miles. Shouldn't really care to do that in a dhow. Take them between 3 and 4 days.
How much further is it to Muscat?
250, I'd say. I think they were going to charter a truck from Sharjah to Muscat.
I see. Any fuel at Muscat?
Yes, and a strip. We keep a small party there.
Do you think I could get a telegram off to those chaps at Sharjah offering my Fox for charter?
Well, the bods in the control tower are always nattering to their mates down in Sharjah. Dare say if you talk to them nicely, they'll bung your telegram over the RT. The land telegraph line's always going for Burton anyway. I tell you what, you've got to report to the control tower anyway. We'll wander down together. I'll introduce you to the bods there, and we'll see what can be done.
My name's Harry Ford, Mr. Cutter, sales manager. This is Mr. Taverner, our secretary.
How do you do?
Mr. Taverner's seen your letter from Bahrain.
Yes, so let's get down to business.
For the last 6 months, I've been doing air charter work in the Persian Gulf with a Foxmoth.
You fly yourself?
I'm an engineer by rights, but I've been granted a provisional B license, which I have to renew every month.
Plenty of charter work?
Far too much for one aircraft. That's why I've come back to Britain to buy a second.
On credit, you said. And from us?
Yes, on credit from you.
What's the name of your company, Mr. Cutter?
I haven't got a company. Just a 15-year-old Arab boy called Tariq who cleans and washes the aircraft for 20 rupees a month, and a Foxmoth.
Just one Foxmoth?
Just one Foxmoth, and a walloping great profit. Here are my accounts, certified by the Iraqi accountant at Bahrain, together with a complete schedule of all jobs I've done, the hours flown on each, the payments, and all the rest of the gubbins.
I'll have a look at those.
You'll find them all in order, Mr. Taverner.
Yes, I dare say.
Your Foxmoth, I take it, is out of service in your absence?
Not at all. Being flown by a chap I got to know recently called Gujar Singh. He's a Sikh, and a damn good type. He was in the Royal Indian Air Force during the war. Did 300 hours on Hurricanes.
He's on your staff, too?
No, but he wants to come in with me. If, that is, I can get this Basing air truck out of you.
On credit?
On credit.
Wish all our clients came to the point so quickly.
If we were to give you a hire purchase agreement, Mr. Cutter, over a year, say, could you find anyone to guarantee your payments?
Nope. I've got no rich friends. All I've got is the record in those papers there of what I can do. They show I can keep up my payments.
How much could you put down as a deposit?
£1,000.
Only 20% of the cost of the aircraft. From these profits, these accounts of yours show you ought to be able to do better than that, Mr. Cutter.
I've got to keep some liquid capital in my business.
Even so, you can't pay off £4,000 in a year.
Why not? You can see there what I make with a single Foxmoth.
Yes, you've done well, no denying that. You've been doing all the work yourself so far. But if we let you have the air truck, you'll have to employ pilots and ground engineers, quite apart from having to insure our machine with a policy we approve of. You're going to have to start employing staff now, Mr. Cutter.
I agree. Do you know what I'm paying the Sikh who's flying the Foxmoth in my absence?
A pilot working from Bahrain, let's see, 1,000 to 1,200?
250 rupees a month.
How much is that?
£220 a year.
With flying pay?
Nope. Flat.
You propose this native pilot should fly the air truck?
Why not? Done 300 hours on Hurricanes, most of it operational without a single accident.
Oh, yes, but
if this air truck of yours is so ready difficult to fly that he's not safe on it, then there's no point in continuing our discussion.
Easy, Mr. Cutter. Easy.
If the business grows, would you employ more than one native pilot?
Very probably. I can't afford British pilots at $1,000 a year.
But ground engineers for your maintenance.
I'm fully licensed as a ground engineer myself. By the time I need them, I'm pretty certain some Asiatics will turn up. I had some working under me in Egypt during the war. They were all right.
You're, planning an air service staffed entirely by wogs?
I prefer to call them Asiatics. If you want to sell me an air truck, you can quit calling my staff wogs.
No offense meant, Mr. Carter. One uses these slang phrases. I apologize. The point you're making is that by using Asiatic staff, you can reduce your overheads to the point where you can bear the higher purchase cost of 80% of an air truck spread over a year.
Correct. I can pay off the aircraft and still make money.
Yes, I see.
Harry, I've been going through these figures of Mr. Cutter's very carefully indeed.
Mm-hmm.
He's a go-ahead young man I think we can afford to do business with. Mr. Cutter, £1,500 down and the machine's yours.
It's good of you to let me bunk in with you.
Not at all, Mr. Cutter. We had been warned to expect you. Now, don't expect too much. It's only a dormitory room with 4 beds. Batavia's full of the military, and the Netherlands hotel's packed like a sardine tin.
How's the war against the Indonesian Republicans going?
Slowly. Very slowly indeed. You said you were chartering down here.
Yes, I brought a young Dutch-American scientist down here in my air truck, and I've got a small return load waiting for me.
Now, this is your room?
Thanks.
I think perhaps it would be as well to go in quietly. This is a very hot place, and most of us take a siesta after the midday meal.
I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
I'll see you in the bar later.
Fine.
Who's that?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. I hope none of my gear's in your way.
Do you think you can do the girl in the Gretna Green show this evening?
Connie Shacklin.
Tom. You know, I couldn't believe my eyes for a moment. Tom Cutter.
But this is... But it's quite fantastic.
But tell me, look, what on earth are you doing down here? Are you still in aircraft?
You bet. I'm operating in the Persian Gulf. Got a Foxmoth and a new Basing air truck. Came down here on a charter job. What about you?
Well, I was with Siamese Airways until a short time ago.
But I thought they only took Asiatics.
Well, what do you call me, Tom? My father was a full Chinese, my mother was Russian, I speak Cantonese and a little Mandarin. And now that I'm out here, I spell my name as my father used to, in 2 words, Shacklin. I'm an Asiatic.
Not a proper one.
Well, proper enough to get a job with Siamese Airways.
But you said you'd left them.
Oh, now I'm with Dwight Shafter.
Who's he?
Oh, don't you know about him?
No.
Well, Dwight's a gun runner. He flies arms into the Indonesian Republicans, or he did. The Dutch have got him now, here in Batavia. He crashed in the jungle. He's in hospital, under guard.
And you work for this chap?
That's right.
Well, I'll be damned. But now the Dutch have got this chap under lock and key, what's your position?
Well, I paid the staff a month's wages out of the money Dwight left, and I've been given a safe conduct to proceed out of Dutch territory at will.
Then I've got a proposition to put to you.
All right, and I've got one for you. You first.
My show at Bahrain is growing. Come and work for me as chief engineer. I need somebody like you.
I'm still working for Dwight Shafter. I've got a carrier of his to look after.
But the Dutch will put him in prison, surely.
Oh, yes, he'll go to prison. For years, probably. But he's got plenty of money. Money the authorities here can't touch. If he wants me to stay on and serve his interests while he's in prison, then I'll do so.
But why?
Because I like and respect the man. He's risked his life, his liberty, to help millions of Asiatics struggling for their freedom. Now that he has lost his own freedom, I can't very well abandon him, can I?
What about this Cornell carrier of his?
Shall I make my proposition now, Tom?
Shoot.
I think you should take over the carrier.
What?
Yep. Fly it to Bahrain and operate it there. The carrier is a real aeroplane.
But it costs more than 60,000, quite beyond my resources. Besides, what makes you think this chap Shafter wants to part with it?
Well, what else can he do? What he needs is someone who will fly it out of this area, preferably to British Empire territory, when the laws of property are clearly framed and easy to understand.
I'm not sure.
Well, if you took it over, I'd ask Dwight if I could go with the aircraft and work for you. You know, I think he'd agree to that. I think he'd want me to stay with his airplane.
Oh, it's 10 times heavier than anything I've ever flown before. What happens if I crash it?
I know this, Tom. You will fly that aircraft, and you will not crash it.
I don't mind having a stab at it if nobody else minds.
They are easier to fly as they get bigger, provided you're not afraid of them. And you won't be afraid.
It's a long time since I've been afraid of an airplane. I thought you'd be in the prison hospital, Mr. Shafter.
I guess they wanted to keep me alive for the trial. Shacklin says you want to charter my Cornell carrier?
Well, it's going to cost me 600 pounds in fuel oil and landing fees to even get it to my base at Bahrain. That'll have to be recovered out of profits before I can pay you anything at all.
Baloney. Fuel cost you nothing.
Huh?
There's over 12 tons of 100 octane in my store at Dam Ray Fong right now. You can fill her up, take 5 tons with you in the cabin. Oil there, too. The rest, chicken feed.
Not to me, I'm afraid.
Look, that carrier's worth $5,000 a month in charter fees.
Why don't you offer it to somebody like Pan American, then?
Huh? All right, wise guy, what's your angle?
I suggest this, Mr. Shafter, as an equitable deal in the circumstances. I'll take the carrier with any fuel and spares from Dam Ray with Connie Shacklin as my engineer.
Okay, Tom, that's a deal. Hell, I wish some guy had given me a deal like that when I was young. I wouldn't have needed to go running guns.
It's fair enough.
Oh, maybe. All the same, you're a darn lucky guy. Say, you've known Jacqueline quite a time, I believe.
We started off together as kids in the same flying circus.
Yeah? He's a fantastic engineer, that guy. One you can really trust. But he's got some mighty strange ideas for an engineer about religion, that kind of thing.
Does it affect his work?
Damn right it does. Makes his work a whole heap better.
I don't understand.
Down at Damre Fong, this guy Jacqueline's got a statue of a Buddha set up in a kind of little pagoda nearby where we park the aircraft. He holds a kind of prayer meeting there twice a day before they start work on the machines and after they knock off in the evening.
Connie holds prayer meetings?
I'll say in Chinese, Siamese, something like that. The other engineers come to it, the local labor come to it, and the girls, they come too. Oh, yeah, your pal Jacqueline is quite a hot gospeler.
But is that sort of thing usual in this part of the world?
I've never seen it done before.
Connie started it then?
Well, must have done.
Do you know why?
I did ask him once. Note he said, men work better if they pray. Just like an old preacher I knew back in Indiana when I was a kid. Now, maybe there's something in this religion business after all. I wouldn't know. I just never got around to giving it a whirl. Too darn busy flying.
You really think I know enough about this machine to take her up, Connie?
I'm certain you do.
We've come a long way since we used to tear about in that Ford in the Gretna Green display at Cobham Circus.
Yeah, those were good days.
Connie, all those people by your pagoda there, the engineers and the rest, they're all on their knees. They're not praying, are they?
Yes, they are.
For me, I take it, so that I don't make an almighty muck of this.
No, for us both. Probably more for me than for you.
Well, it's nice to know somebody cares.
Hello, Tom. We're at prayer. Perhaps you've come to join us.
Yes, if you'll have me.
Come forward, Tom. Will you kneel down?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, the laborer at your side, he wants to give you some of the gladiola blossoms he has in his hands.
Thank you.
It is written in the Dhammapada, you yourself must make the effort. Buddha can only indicate the way. Cut down the love of self as one cuts the lotus in the autumn. Give yourself to following the path of peace. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Hello there, Tom. Another gin.
Not for a moment, thanks, Jim.
Next one's on me, anyway. How's old Harpick getting on?
Who the hell's Harpick?
Your chief engineer.
You mean Jacqueline? He's doing fine. Why do you call him Harpick?
He's clean round the bend, your mate.
He's a damn good engineer, I know that. Got all the other maintenance boys on the board.
I know, nattering religion to them all the time.
Well, what of it? Do a few of you clods good if you thought about your so-called immortal souls for a bit.
Oh, come off it, chum. You can't maintain aircraft with the Quran in one hand and a spanner in the other.
Well, he's doing it, isn't he? Who told you, anyway?
It's getting talked about all over town. The buzz is, if you want a drop of religion for one or other reason, you can listen to the imam in the mosque or pop along to old Harpick in the hangar.
Do you a bit of good to do either. I'd bet my next charter fee you haven't been in a church of any kind since the last time you were marched there on church parade.
We are a peculiar people. we who work upon and care for aeroplanes. For common men, it is enough to pray 5 times in each day, as the Imam dictates and as it is ordained in the Quran. But we are different, we engineers. We are called to a higher task than common men, and Allah will require much more from us than that. Have you got a 5/16 box there, Typhoon?
Yeah, teacher.
Thanks. Now, hold it firm. That's right, just like that. How many prayers did God first ordain were to be said every day?
50, teacher.
That is correct. I see that all of you do not know this, or you have forgotten it, and yet you of all men should know it.
Guja Singh?
Mr. Cutter.
How are things in the hangar?
Oh, they go very well.
I suppose all this religion is all right.
I think it's a very good thing, sir.
Flight Lieutenant Allen says Shacklin's being talked about in town.
Yes. There is talk in the souk about him. You know that Shacklin is great friends with the Imam?
No, Guja. I didn't know that.
They have long talks together frequently.
Look, Guja, just what is Shacklin? A Muslim?
He is not a Muslim. At first, I thought he was a Buddhist. Now, I just don't know.
Today I noticed you praying with him there before the Buddha. I thought you were a Sikh.
I noticed you there too, Mr. Cutter. And I thought you were a Christian. Perhaps Shacklin is just an ordinary man like you and I, who has the power to make men see the advantage of turning to God. No offense, Mr. Cutter, but you Westerners were not religious people, as we understand it in Asiatic countries.
No, perhaps we are not.
Few of you pray to God in public, or even in private, once a week. But God, and prayer to God, that is necessary to us. Shacklin understands this very well indeed. I think that in a year's time you may find that your ground engineers are as good as, perhaps even better than British engineers.
Yes, you may be right there.
If that happens, you will have a maintenance staff that is unique in all Asia, in more ways than one.
Sorry to send for you, Connie, when I know how busy you are.
There's some trouble, Tom?
Well, no trouble as yet. But I'm a bit worried about all these casual Arabs who drift in from Muharraq and even across the causeway from Bahrain for the sole purpose, it seems, of listening to you in the afternoon when you're saying your prayers. Now, for one thing, these chaps are a nuisance when our lot are working, and, well, we could have our tools stolen, you know.
Yeah, I see.
We simply can't have all these spare bods round our aircraft.
No, I quite agree. I'll put up a notice in Arabic, and I'll string a rope across the mouth of the hangar.
Good man.
But I'm afraid they'll come just the same. You won't mind if they sit just outside the hangar, beyond the rope?
What do they come for?
They come to join in our prayers.
Well, I don't want any tools stolen.
Oh, they wouldn't do that, Tom.
Oh, says you.
No, they only come here to pray. They wouldn't steal anything from a mosque.
You mean they come to our hangar as a mosque?
In a way, yes. Tom.
Yes?
My mother died last week.
I'm terribly sorry about that, Connie. Terribly sorry indeed.
These things have to happen.
What about your sister? What's she doing?
She's a secretary with an American export firm.
What a pity it is you both have to live and work on opposite sides of the world. Look, if your sister would like to join us here, well, we can give her a tryout in the office.
Well, that's good of you, Tom. I don't really know if she'd fit in here, but I'll write and put it to her anyway.
Oh, this heat. God, what a day it's been.
It's been rather a strange day, Jim.
125 in the ruddy shade. Strange? In what way?
I took a stroll down to the hangar late this afternoon.
Well, nothing very strange about that.
You know we strung a rope across the entrance?
To keep fuzzy-wuzzy tea leaves out, yes, I know.
There was an enormous Hudson saloon parked there.
Oh, the Sheikh Abdul Qadir drives a Hudson saloon.
He was there.
Oh, you're kidding.
With his wazir, Hussein.
Yes, I know him.
Well, I didn't quite know what to do, so I wandered up, looked uncomfortable, and said, "This is a great honor, Mr. Hussein. The rope wasn't meant to keep you out."
And quick as a flash, he said...
Well, he introduced me to the Sheikh, and the old boy bowed low. To me, Tom Cutter. It was fantastic. I said to him, so many people come here to listen to what Jacqueline has to say to the engineers that we had to put this rope up, I'm afraid. But if you wish to hear more, will you please come inside?
What did the old boy say to that?
Well, he mumbled something I couldn't make out. Then Hussein said, "The Sheikh wishes very greatly to hear the teacher, but he's rather deaf. It is very kind of you." So I lifted the rope for them, and they walked slowly and majestically into the hangar itself.
Well, blow me down.
I introduced them to Connie, and that was that.
Your Buddhist mate's really making a name for himself, isn't he?
Jim?
Yeah?
You remember I told you I was flying home to try to raise the money for another aircraft?
Oh, that second-hand tramp freighter, yeah.
I'll be taking off in a day or two. I'd like you to keep an eye on this business in the hangar for me.
Will do, Tom.
Oh, I don't mean put any restriction on Jacqueline. I trust him. Just keep a weather eye open, in case the whole thing starts getting out of hand.
Tom, what made you bring me up here today?
I used to cycle here weekends when I was a youngster and fish. Ah, I love Twyford. And I love this part of the river.
I came with you once.
Did you? For heaven's sake, so you did.
And I caught 2 more fish than you did.
Ah, that's what drove it from my memory. You've changed a bit since then, Doris.
Oh, didn't you expect me to? I'm 24, you know. You've changed as well.
Oh, I don't know.
Beryl changed you.
Yes, I suppose so.
That happened a long time ago, Tom.
Yes.
I don't know the rights or wrongs of it. But I do know this. There's nothing in that old story to force you to spend the rest of your life in the Persian Gulf, away from everybody you know.
But I like working there.
I know why you went out there in the first place. You went to find a sort of hermitage.
What a strange thing to say.
It's true, Tom.
Yes, perhaps it is.
Well, it's high time you came back into circulation. If you stay out there much longer, you'll go round the bend. You're laughing at me. You think it's silly.
No, Doris. You're right. You know, I've got a chap working for me at Bahrain now that everyone says is round the bend.
Now, what's wrong with him?
He believes in God. He teaches engineers who work with him to turn to God in everything they do upon the aeroplanes. Oh, he's obviously going round the bend. Everybody says so.
But surely what he does, that's not wrong.
I don't know whether it's right or wrong. All I know is it's liable to raise a packet of trouble any time.
That's why you're so anxious to get back.
Yes. I managed to catch a lift out next week, but it's to Rangoon.
Rangoon?
Well, it happens to suit me splendidly. I've got some business to sort out there.
How long before you leave?
5 days.
I see.
You know, I really have enjoyed this afternoon. We must try and do it again before I leave.
I'm very glad indeed to see you, Mr. Cutter, but intrigued. I wonder what it was induced you to seek me out.
Well, Major Spencer, Father, my business in Rangoon is with an old friend called Umayin. He told me an Englishman turned Buddhist monk was living in an ashram here and offered to bring me along.
I'm very glad he did. Umayin is also a friend of mine, and he told me something.
Oh?
He said you have a man working for you in Bahrain. A most remarkable man.
He's my chief engineer. His name is Shacklin.
And he is remarkable?
To you, probably not. In England, I suppose people would say he was mad. All I say is that he's a first-class engineer who makes men reliable by injecting religion into their daily work.
Several people have talked to me about him.
What? Here in Rangoon? All this distance away?
Indeed, Mr. Cutter. He made a great impression on the monks in Bangkok. An Arab merchant from Aden came here to Rangoon last month and told one of my religious friends about the teaching that was going on in Bahrain.
Oh?
A Parsi from Karachi told us the same story. And then came Umayyin, who has actually been taught by this man. And now you arrive.
I'll tell you anything I can, Father.
No, I have things to tell you. Every religion in the world requires to be refreshed from time to time by a new teacher. Gautama, Muhammad, Jesus, these are some of the great teachers of the past who have refreshed men's minds and by their lives and their example brought men back to truth. We are very far from the truth now, far enough here, even farther in the West. Belsen and Buchenwald exceeded any horrors of the war here in the East.
Yes.
But we are all in this together, wandering far, far from the truth. This thing is beyond the power of ordinary men to put right. We must look for the new teacher. One day, the power that rules the universe will send us a new teacher who will lead us back to truth and help us to regain the way. There have been 4 Buddhas in the history of the world, of whom Gautama was the last. One day, a 5th will come to aid us, if we will attend to him. Here in Burma, we earnestly await his coming, for he is the hope of the world.
Do we know anything at all about this new teacher?
Indeed. We know that he is very near to us in time. We think he is already born. We think that his birthplace is in that part of the continent of Asia where Tibet and Russia and China meet. We think that he will be of mixed Eastern and Western stock. We believe this man is the savior of the world.
Do we know where this man is going to teach?
That has not been revealed. The only certain fact we know is that his ministry will last for 4 years and 23 days.
It is kind of you, Mr. Cutter, to come all this way to the souk to speak with us.
Shacklin said you wanted to see me, Mr. Hussein.
My master, the Sheikh of Kulal, was told by Shacklin that you have bought another large aeroplane.
A tram freighter, yes?
Yes. My master believes you may have to resort to the usurers to find the money to pay for it.
Well, it's going to be difficult.
I do not wish to be impertinent, but my master asks me to suggest to you that he should lend you the money to pay for this airplane.
But the sum involved is £55,000.
Spare parts and auxiliary equipment will cost another 5,000 or so. Say 65,000 in all, about 8 lakhs of rupees. I do not think that will be beyond my master's resources.
But, Mr. Hussein, what I don't understand...
May God protect you, Mr. Khatter.
Well, Major Hereward, I'm sure you didn't come here to pass the time of day.
No. I understand you've been borrowing money from the Sheikh of Kulal.
That's right, though I failed to see
I
what...
happen to be the liaison officer here in Bahrain. Quite frankly, we don't care to see the Sheikhs lending money to buy aeroplanes.
The loan wasn't my doing.
How did the Sheikh know you needed money?
Perhaps my chief engineer told him I was expanding.
Jacqueline?
That's his name.
He goes and talks some sort of bastard religion to the old man.
In his spare time.
Mr. Cutter, it's being suggested your chief engineer used his religious influence to get you a large loan of money.
I wonder who dreamt that one up. Now, let me tell you something. I could pay this loan back in a month from now, but I shan't do that. And you know why? Because you and your mates at the bloody residency have come to the conclusion that I'm a crook.
That's rather extreme language, isn't it?
The situation, to my mind, calls for extreme language. Good afternoon, Major. Come in. Hello, Arjan.
Jacqueline has delegated a pleasant duty to me, Mr. Cutter, to introduce to you his sister. Her name is Nadezhda.
How do you do, Miss Jacqueline?
Hello.
Oh, do sit down.
Thanks. My brother said that maybe you had a job for me here.
Can you take dictation at the rate I'm speaking now?
Surely, Mr. Cutter. I can take it quicker than that.
Any ideas about the wages I'd have to pay you?
Well, I wouldn't know what people pay out here or what it costs to live.
I can't pay San Diego wages.
I guessed that.
Tell you what I suggest. A bank cashier's wages here are 250 chips a month. I'll pay you that.
Okay.
If it doesn't work out, you come and tell me, Miss Jacqueline.
All right, I'll do just that.
Now, I'll ask Ajah Singh to show you around my little airborne empire. Oh, and of course your brother will be able to fix you up with living quarters. How are you getting on, Miss Jacqueline?
Mr. Cutter, I'd much rather you called me Nadezhda.
Right, Nadezhda it is. And I'm Tom.
Yes, I knew that. I like my job here.
You're a great help, particularly with the filing. That always killed me.
I like to see everything correct and properly entered up. It makes me feel good.
You're very like your brother. That's what he tells the chaps in the hangar.
Quite a few people around here seem to be taking an interest in what Connie says these days.
Practically every Asiatic ground engineer in the East seems to want to come and work here. Didn't you know this about Connie before you came here?
No. Oh, he was always a bit that way at home, but nobody ever listened to him. He didn't preach. He just had ideas.
We wouldn't pay any attention to them in England, I dare say. But they seem to fit in all right here.
Have you seen the way they treat him in the souk?
How do they?
Well, it's as though he were a prophet or something. They get up and do a kind of salam as he walks by.
There's no harm in that.
Yes, but now they're beginning to do it to me.
You?
Yes, it's because I'm the sister of Jacqueline, the teacher. Oh, Mr. Cutter's office? Yes, Major Hereward, he's here.
Cutter?
Major Hereward?
Yes?
I'm afraid I have some unwelcome news for you, Mr. Cutter.
Let's have it, then.
It's about your man, Jacqueline. We feel at the residency that the influence he is building up is quite undesirable, that it could even be dangerous.
You scare me rigid.
It's very unwise to monkey about with religious feelings in this country. I've been here 25 years, and I know. A new sect creates a schism, and out here schisms may erupt into open riots at any time.
There doesn't seem to me to be much harm in what he does.
That is for us to judge. Your man, Jacqueline, happens to be a British subject, and you're a British subject. So I'm afraid in this matter you will have to do what the resident decides.
Which is?
You'll have to get rid of him, Cutter. I'm very sorry about it, and so is the resident. But Jacqueline has got to go.
I asked you to come for a stroll, Connie, because...
They want to get rid of me, don't they?
How on earth did you know?
The Imam told me. A couple of days ago. The Bush Telegraph works very well here in Bahrain, you know. Far better than the residency, no.
Those ruddy, pompous idiots. I can't think of a way out.
Now, look, Tom, we're friends. You mustn't let this trouble you. It's time that I went on, in any case. I've been here long enough.
I don't believe you meant to make a change.
I've done all I can in this place, and I should move on.
Look, Why don't you go and start up in Bali for me?
Yes. Yes, I'll do that. A typhoon can go on here in my place.
Splendid. That's settled then.
There's only one person damaged by this business.
Who's that?
You, Tom.
But nothing's happened to me.
Well, you were born a valiant and courageous man, and you can take hard blows. But you were going to sell this business, weren't you?
I did think of it, but I gave up the idea.
And with it you gave up England, and wealth, and an easy life in a beautiful country, and love, and the children you long for.
How did you know all this?
No, I haven't got second sight.
Well, it didn't seem to be a good idea to sell the business after all.
Did you hard-headed man, decide to stay on in this barren place as a penance?
I've got plenty to do penance for.
Well, when do you want me to go?
I'm laying on the first flight to Bali Thursday week. You and Finnet had better come with me on that. Oh, I'll take Arja Singh, too, so he can learn the route. I think you ought to go with your brother, Nadezhda.
And he thinks I should stay with you.
I don't want to force you to stay here.
I want to stay, Tom.
Will there be trouble in the souk because Connie's been kicked out?
No. Well, not while he's here, but afterwards there may be. Some of them will miss him. Connie said to me today, if there should be any trouble, ask Tom to see that some fool of an officer doesn't close the aerodrome with an armed guard. The people may still want to come and pray.
I'll do what I can, but you know what stupid clods they are at the residency.
Tom.
If
Connie got ill or anything like that in Bali, could I go to him?
Of course. We'll bung you on the first available aircraft.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know. Connie's way is spread a long, long distance from here. May spread even further. Engineers in the hangar in Rangoon worship in his way, and in Bangkok, in Karachi, and in Abadan.
What is this thing? A new religion?
As I see it, it's a way of life that brings men to worship through their work. Men who wouldn't worship in the old-fashioned way. Well, if that's what a new religion is, then I suppose this is one.
Well, certainly there's no harm in it.
Oh, no, only good. Only a lot of good.
Right, Morrison, let's have it.
Well, sir, these last few days there have been far more worshippers at sunset prayers than ever before.
I know that.
Cutter's loaded up his tramp, and he and Jacqueline take off at dawn tomorrow.
And what happened there this evening?
And there were 11 buses parked there.
11?
Some of them had made the journey more than once. There must have been 500 people there.
500? Good God.
Including the imam who led part of the service.
Any demonstration?
Oh, sir. No motion at all, just the prayers. Then they all queued up quietly and got into the buses.
That quiet. That lack of emotion. It doesn't seem right to me.
Not me, sir. I think we may be in for trouble of some sort, sir.
Karachi Tower, this is George Abel Nan How Victor from Bahrain. ETA 1150 Zebra, over.
How Victor, Karachi Tower, you are clear to enter the zone, over.
Karachi Tower, Roger.
How Victor, Karachi Tower, is Mr. Shak Lin on board your aircraft?
Karachi Tower, Roger. Shak Lin is on board.
How Victor, Roger, thank you, out.
Connie?
Yes?
Karachi Tower have just asked if you're on board. Are they expecting you?
Not that I know of.
Well, they obviously are.
Well, somebody must have got on the radio telephone from Bahrain.
I dare say that'll be it.
Hello there, Mr. Cutter. Did you have a good flight?
Yes, Salim, thank you. How goes it?
I'm very well, Mr. Cutter, sir, thank you. Mr. Cutter, is Jacqueline with you?
He's here all right. You want to see him?
Oh, yes. Many people here wish to see him.
Well, don't keep him too long. I want to go through to Ahmedabad today as soon as we've refueled.
May we have 1 hour, please? Only 1 hour. It is most important to us.
1 hour? Okay. Connie, I want to take off in an hour. Let's say 3 o'clock local time, shall we? And Salim here wants to see you.
My word, Mr. Cutter, your ground engineers have certainly started something.
I don't interfere with what they do, Harrison. If Asiatics like to say their prayers, I don't think we've any right to stop them.
Well, all going around the bend, if you ask me. Can't get a thing done up here until they've all said a ruddy prayer or two. Now it's starting in Bombay. I came in yesterday in a commuter. She was missing a bit on the front back, so I took her into Sind Airways for a plug change.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was like being in a ruddy church.
Did they do the plug change okay?
Well, yes, they did, as a matter of fact. And they found 1 or 2 cowling cracks that our lazy oafs down in Bombay hadn't even noticed.
Ah.
Yeah, they're quite a good crowd in Sind Airways, you know. If it wasn't for all this religious bunkum, I think they've come on quite a lot lately.
That's your answer, Harrison. I'm sorry about this crowd and all the rest of it, Maungbat, too. As chief engineer of the airline, you must be pretty fed up. It seems to have stopped work a bit.
I allowed for it, Mr. Cutter. We heard that Jacqueline was to come through here 4 days ago, and so I arranged a holiday. We are treating today as a festival. It is a great honor. He is a very wonderful man.
All of you know that aeroplanes do not crash of themselves. You are intelligent men. You do not believe there is a jealous God who stretches out a peevish hand to take an aeroplane and hurl it to the ground. No. Aeroplanes come to grief because of wrong cravings and wrong hatreds and illusions in men's hearts. One of you may say, I have not got the key to the filler of the oil tank. I can't find it. I looked yesterday, and there was plenty of oil. It is probably all right today. So accidents are born, and pain, and suffering, and grief come to mankind because of the sloth of men.
May I come in, please, Mr. Cutter?
Hello, Salim. Come in, of course. I'm just using Maungbat 2's office to sort out my flight plan from Karachi back to Bahrain.
You delivered Jacqueline safely in Bali?
Yes, Salim, very safely.
He has not come back with you?
No, he's staying there for a bit. He's looking after things for me there.
Mr. Cutter.
What is it, Salim?
You have heard about the trouble in Bahrain.
What happened?
They say there has been fighting in the souk. Much trouble, very much trouble. It is because the teacher was sent away. An English officer was stoned in the souk.
What?
It was the English liaison officer from the residency.
Hereward?
I do not know his name. He was very badly hurt.
Oh,
He would have been killed, but the teacher's sister was there.
When did this happen?
8 days ago. The day you flew in here with the teacher.
Will he recover?
It is all right now. He is in hospital. The sister was there, and it was she alone who saved him.
How? I mean, what did she do?
When they stopped the English officer's car and dragged him out and began to stone him, the sister stood over his body and said to the crowd, "This is a bad thing, and the teacher will be very angry when he comes to hear of it." After that, no single stone was thrown. I think everything is quiet now. If there was still any trouble, we would have heard of it, because the radio operators talk to each other all the time.
You've seen Hereward in hospital then, Nadezhda?
He wanted to thank me. Oh, it was pathetic. I think he really thought he was preventing trouble when he sent Connie away.
You didn't get hit by any of the stones?
Well, they stopped throwing as soon as they saw me.
Oh, thank God for that.
There wasn't any danger. I knew that from the very beginning.
Like hell you did. That's why you were sick afterwards.
How did you know I was sick outside the hospital?
Salim told me in Karachi last night.
They know about that already in Karachi?
Uh-huh.
Do they know in Bombay? In Rangoon? In Bangkok? In Bangalore? Does every little thing we do here in Bahrain go halfway around the world?
Yes, I think it does.
A goldfish in a glass bowl has more privacy than we have. I can't even be sick without the whole of Asia knowing.
That's what comes of having Connie for a brother.
Yes. Oh, by the way, Tarek wonders if he can go to Bali to work under Connie.
Bahrain is Tarek's hometown.
He's writing up the gospel according to St. Tarek in a bunch of 5-cent exercise books. He's afraid there'll be a gap. Oh, Tom, please, stop it.
Nadezhda, that's the first time you've ever touched me. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm tired. I must pull myself together. No, I'm afraid Tarek can't go down to Bali. Connie's got Finnet with him. This particular section will have to be the gospel according to St. Finnet.
Tom, you're very, very tired. You must go home and rest.
Nadezhda, let me kiss you.
Tom.
It's good of you to see me at such short notice.
Look, Captain Morrison, now that you've taken over as liaison officer from Hereward, well, I was hoping things between the Residency and us might be different.
Yes, I sincerely hope they will be. You read Flecker, then? At the end of the day?
Sometimes.
I do, too. I see you've marked a couplet. Wonder if I know it.
And God shall make thy body pure, and give thee knowledge to endure this ghost life's piercing phantom pain, and bring thee out to life again.
Poet who knew about the people we're dealing with here.
Very much so.
Flecker would have understood Jacqueline.
Perhaps.
What sort of person do you really think he is?
He's a very good chap.
A lot of people here think he's divine.
Oh, he's not. He's a very good ground engineer with a bee in his bonnet.
Did you know the RAF is going to expand here?
What?
They're going to put a squadron on the aerodrome at last. The trouble is, you're occupying the only hangar.
They want to kick me out?
No, they want to build you a new civil aviation hangar and extend your present hangar across the vacant land to the south.
Hell, they can't possibly do that. They can't build over that bit. That's where the people come to pray.
It is RAF land.
It's holy ground. Honestly, Morrison, you'll have to put a stop to this business. If anyone stops the people coming here to pray, all hell will break loose.
Yet you don't believe Jacqueline is divine.
I don't. But other people do.
Yes. You know, I agree with you. I don't think we can let the RAF do this. It's going to make a lot of difficulties, but they'll just have to bung up their hangar somewhere else.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Now, I'll tell you something. I think we're going to have to work on the assumption that Jacqueline is divine.
Damn it, Morrison, I tell you he's not. He's just a damn good engineer who's going round the bend.
That wouldn't have been a bad description of the Prophet Muhammad. Only he happened to be a damn good merchant.
Mr. Carter, this is Dr. Khaled. He is my master, the Sheikh's medical advisor.
Doctor?
He has something to tell you.
The Sheikh of Kulal is a very old man. He is dying.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He is very, very ill and ready to put down his burdens. But first, he wishes very much to see Jacqueline, El Amin, the teacher, once again. To pray with him and receive his blessings before he lies down to die.
Well, Jacqueline can come back here on the next aircraft from Bali.
My master would not ask so great a man to come halfway across the world to visit him. He wishes that you should fly him and some members of his household to El Amin, so that he may talk with him before he dies.
If that's what he wants, Wazir, I'd be only too happy to arrange it.
May God protect you.
Have you had enough to eat, Tom?
Oh, I'm full up to here, Connie. This girl of yours, Mary Yasmi, she certainly knows how to cook.
Yes, I was lucky to get her to work for me when I first came here.
She seems to pray a lot, as you'll be doing, I take it, when Gujar flies in tomorrow with the Sheikh of Kulal.
Yes. She has prayed a great deal since she was a little girl. When she was 4 years old, she chose the shrine to Shiva to pray at, and she has prayed to Shiva ever since.
And what does she pray for?
The usual things. For her mother, for her good health and long life, for her father, for a good rice crop. And because she's a girl, she prays for a man who'll give her love and respect and children.
I was afraid there might not be enough work for you here. You know, training and directing other people.
Tom, can't you believe I'm a normal man? That I like to draw my pay for doing nothing and be lazy?
It'd be too easy if you were like that.
Why do you think I'm not?
If you were, as you say, you'd be living with Mary Yasmi. I think you ought to settle down here, Connie. Marry Mary Yasmi and raise a family like an ordinary man.
Are you an ordinary man?
You mean I'm a fine one to talk?
Oh, your marriage ended in tragedy, but is that any reason why you should not marry again?
I was talking about you. You and Mary Yasmi.
And I was talking about you.
I've started something and I've got to see it through.
Yes. Yes, I know it is the work which prevents. I think that you and I are very much alike. Both in our own way, both in the same boat.
Both going round the bend, if you ask me.
Or perhaps the road has a curve in it. Perhaps it is necessary to go round the bend a little before you can see clearly to the end. When you see Nadezhda, will you give her a message?
Of course.
Tell her that I should be very happy indeed if she were to marry you.
I can't tell her that.
I think you can.
Well, I might, in my own time, but not just yet.
Then tell her in your own time, Tom. But be sure you tell her. Be sure.
Had a good flight, Guja?
Normal enough, except for one thing.
Oh?
Well, with the Sheikh of Kulal on board, the most elaborate arrangements had been made for us at every stop.
No difficulties, then?
The difficulty was to prevent ourselves taking more passengers. You see, it is not possible to keep secret a journey that concerns Jacqueline.
Here we go again.
At every stop, 10 or 15 engineers came up to me or the wazir, begging us to let them join us so that they might come here to listen to the teacher. We could have filled the aircraft 3 times over. It's the radio operators, of course. They're talking to each other day and night.
Tom, I think I'll call it a day.
You look pretty tired, Connie.
Well, it takes it out of you, talking to these people, you know.
The Sheikh, all of us, we'll be gone tomorrow.
Tom, you remember the first day the Sheikh's party arrived?
Yes.
And Dr. Khalid insisted on examining me.
Yes. As far as I know, he didn't find anything wrong.
He found something, all right.
What?
Oh, no, nothing you can put your finger on. But he's good, that chap. And cagey. He thinks something's wrong with me. But I couldn't make him tell me what it is.
I'll have a word with him.
No, he won't tell you. Not until he's certain.
I think it's time Nadezhda had a bit of a holiday and came down here to see you.
Yes, it would do her good to get away from the Gulf for a bit.
I'll fix it then.
Tom, you will give her my message.
In my own time, and when I think she wants to hear it. On the telephone, Dr. Khaled, you said you had grave news for me.
I drove out to the aerodrome to tell you at once, Mr. Cutter.
It concerns Jacqueline?
Yes. I have received my report from Karachi. There it is.
Just tell me what it is, Doctor.
Jacqueline has chronic myelogenous leukemia.
I've never heard of it.
It is a very bad disease.
And its treatment?
It needs X-rays to cure it, and many modern things not found in many cities in Asia. Jacqueline should go to Europe. I can arrange treatment for him in Paris.
I see. What worries me is, will he go?
If you say he must, Mr. Cutter, I think he will agree. I am asked to tell you that my master, the Sheikh, wishes to spare no expense. This has been a great trouble to my master, this news of El Amin.
That's all Dr. Khaled told me, Nadezhda.
It's fatal, isn't it? He's going to die.
Oh, it's not as bad as that. But he'll have to go into hospital for treatment.
No, Tom. This is the end of it. There's no cure for this disease.
I can't believe that's true.
Well, it is. You'll see.
Look, Nadezhda, I think I'd better go down to Bali on the next trip. Connie's going to take some persuading.
Yes, I think so.
Will you come with me for the joyride?
Oh, dear Tom. You've never got used to having me around, have you?
I don't suppose I ever shall. It's a fresh wonder every time I come into this office to find you there.
All right. I'll come to Bali with you. We'll do what we can for Connie.
Hello, Arjan Singh. You're back early.
Had good tailwinds. I've brought you a letter, Mr. Cutter.
From?
The Dutch governor in Bali.
Here, let me have a look. Oh, no.
What is it, Tom?
Dear sir, it is with regret that I write to say the continued residence of your engineer Jacqueline in Bali is no longer acceptable to the Royal Netherlands Government of Indonesia.
Oh, no.
I must demand this man be removed very soon and replaced by another engineer with neutral religious associations, B. Houseman Governor. Ah, that stupid clod. What's it all about, Arjan?
2 Dakota loads of pilgrims.
What?
3 days after you left, a Dakota flew into Bali from Bangkok. It had been chartered from the Thai-Cambodian airline by 30 ground engineers from Don Muang.
To visit Jacqueline?
And pray with him. Then a second Dakota turned up with Indians from Allahabad and Calcutta.
Oh.
And I heard at Karachi that a third Dakota will be leaving soon, packed with pilgrims. Oh, you can't reason with these people. I told them it was forbidden to go, but they said Jacqueline, the teacher, is ill.
Who pays for all this? It must cost a ruddy packet.
Thai Cambodia provided the aircraft from Bangkok for only 100 rupees.
You're joking.
No. Each engineer had agreed first he would work 10 hours on the aircraft next month without pay. It is all over the East that Jacqueline is the dying man. I see it is the truth. And so, on all the aerodromes, engineers who work according to his teaching, but who have never seen him, such men desire more than any earthly thing that they should set eyes upon Jacqueline before he dies, and hear his voice, and receive his blessing upon their work. This is a thing that many men desire more than anything else in the world.
Is Jacqueline very upset at this new expulsion order?
Nothing can cause him to grieve. He is not like ordinary men.
Are you glad to be back in Bahrain, Connie?
Amazed, more than anything.
It was Captain Morrison's doing.
The officer who took Major Hereward's place?
That's him. He reckons Hereward made a stupid mistake, and he's doing his best to make up for it.
We all make mistakes at times. Tom?
What is it, Connie?
Can you lend me one of your proctors for Well, a month or two.
Yes, of course. What do you want it for?
I'm going to die of this thing.
Oh, come on now.
Yes, they seem to think I've got less than a year, and I shan't be much good after the first 6 months. I'm content. Most of us don't get as much notice as that. Like you, Tom, I started something. Like you, I want to finish it. People who've never met me are beginning to put things down I've never said at all. Now, if I had a proctor, I could go round all these airfields and talk to the chaps. If this thing's going to die out with me, it doesn't matter. But if it's going to endure, well, I'd like it to be right.
I understand.
I want them to see me not as a kind of god, but as a real man. A man who sweats as they do, who gets hungry and tired and sleepy. I want them to remember me as a first-class ground engineer, not as a preacher.
If you're going to visit all the airfields in the East where men are talking about you, it's going to take you all your time.
I want to go on till I have to stop.
Who's going to fly the proctor?
Arjun Singh's offered to do that, if you'll give him leave without pay.
Whatever you say, Connie. Nadezhda.
Tom, where do you suppose Connie is at the moment?
Well, he's due in Agra tomorrow. Why?
Sheikh Abdel Kadir died this morning.
He was very old, my dear.
He left money for Connie to carry on his work.
Good for the old boy. How much?
Approximately £4 million.
4 million? You're out of your mind.
I saw Wazir Hussein in the souk. He told me.
God's sake, this is fantasy.
Yes.
What about Fahad, the new sheikh?
Well, he's determined that his father's wish shall be carried out.
Oh, it's too fantastic to grasp. Well, I'd better grab a machine and catch up with Connie at Agra. Heaven only knows what he's going to think about this.
Tom, I've thought long and deeply about this gift.
And?
The Sheikh of Hulal was my friend. He left me this money to build temples. But my teaching has no need of temples. My temples are the fitter's shop, the tool room, the hangar on the aerodrome.
I don't think the sheikh meant this money only for temples.
I cannot take the money. Let there be schools and orphanages, yes. And let my name be on them, if you wish, as one who loves Sheikh Abdel Kadir. Let Baraka be a center for learning and security in the Persian Gulf, so that no child, from Abadan to Muscat, shall need a home and not find one. And let there be a school for engineers, where men can learn my calling and my way of life.
Teacher.
Yes, Guja?
Teacher, what you say is true, yet all other creeds have found a use for money. The power of money has been used to do good things in the name of Jesus, for example.
I hope you're not comparing me with Jesus.
I know it is not the same. He was a woodworker.
All right, Guja, you have it your own way. But Jesus didn't need 500 lakhs of rupees to spread his word. Great money is great power. And I shall die very soon. If I take this money, someone must administer it after me. Many evils spring from power, and power corrupts. All power corrupts. Either my words will last after me and be believed by men, or they will die. If one thing were required to kill them with certainty, it is that my words should be spread after my death by the power of money. I'm very tired. Tom, you don't know how grateful I am that you were able to bring me to Damrefong to die.
Don't talk like that.
What a long way you've come since Cobham Circus.
You never thought you'd end up running an airline halfway across the world.
You never dreamt pilgrims would make their way to you from 5,000 miles away, to watch you talking to me, to pray beside your house.
It's funny the way things turn out. You know, they're saying in Rangoon that there is a new teacher.
I know.
And that his ministry will last for 4 years and 23 days.
Yes.
Well, when did I start teaching anybody anything? I don't even know myself. I haven't a clue.
When did you first come to Damre Fong?
Well, I worked that out. 4 years and 3 weeks last Thursday. But I never taught anybody anything here. So that one's wrong, too.
Chai Tai Fung was with you here at Damre Fong in the beginning. He's one of the most devout of your followers.
Tom, you mustn't add to this legend. Try and put an end to this thing if you can. I want people to remember me as a good ground engineer, not as a legendary mystic who was round the bend.
I'll do my best. Now you must rest.
Tom, he looked so peaceful.
Darling, he was a peaceful man.
I didn't even have to see your face. I knew in the plane that Connie had gone.
He went into a coma and died just before dawn.
Yes, I knew. We were just coming in to land at Karachi.
I've arranged for the cremation to take place early tomorrow.
Yes. Oh, poor Connie. And poor Tom.
I was prepared for him to die.
I didn't mean that. You know, Connie wanted us to marry one day.
He told me to tell you that.
Why didn't you?
I wanted to bide my time.
Well, it's bad luck on us, Tom. But I can't spoil it for all those people. I'm Connie's sister. If I married and had children like any other woman, well, it would detract from his memory. Maybe they'd begin to feel that Connie couldn't have been anything special after all.
But, darling...
No, Tom, I shall never marry anyone.
I don't think that's a very good idea.
It's what I'm going to do.
Where will you go?
Well, I'm going back to Penang, where I came from. I'm going to go to Mother Immaculate Mary to ask her if I can work in her orphanage for children. I think it's the best thing I can do. Poor Tom, you deserve a better deal than this.
May I come and see you there sometimes, Nadezhda?
Please, don't do that. And please don't write to me. Oh, I'm so sad for you, my darling. You've worked so hard. So hard. You've been unselfish, as I didn't believe any Westerner could be unselfish. And all for what?
For what, my dearest? You mustn't make me out to be a martyr. I've been ignorant and blind many times in my life. But I've been given great privileges. Perhaps more so than any man alive today. For that I shall always be grateful. Nadezhda, you were Connie's sister, the sister of Jacqueline the teacher. On the fields and farms of England, on the airstrips of the desert and the jungle, in the hangars of the Persian Gulf, on the tarmac of aerodromes in the southern islands, I have talked and walked with God.
In Round the Bend, Stephen Grenfell's adaptation of the novel by Nevil Shute, Ronald Howard played Connie Shacklin, and Trader Faulkner played Tom Cutter. The rest of the cast was as follows: Nadezhda Jane Jordan Rogers, Colonel Spencer Carlton Hobbs, Beryl Elizabeth Proud, Mrs. Cousins Anna Burden, Albert Cousins John Durf, Mrs. Cutter Cecile Chevreau, Flight Lieutenant Allen Douglas Hankin, Henry Ford Basil Jones, Mr. Taverner Kevin McHugh, Dwight Shafter John Durf, Gujar Singh Anthony Hall, Doris Hilda Schroeder, Hussein Gerard Green, Major Hereward Frederick Treves, Morrison Kevin McHugh, Salim Preston Lockwood, Dr. Khaled Roger Snowden, Arjan Singh Nigel Anthony. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davies.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan, Margaret O'Brien, and Senior Hasso. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On the eve of a great national election, I believe there's one thing on which we all agree. That is, that the hope of the world tomorrow rests on the children of today. It is they, the young people, who will make this tired old world a better place in which to live. Tonight's story, The Pied Piper, a hit picture from 20th Century Fox, tells how a handful of youngsters, trapped by the Nazi invasion of France in 1940, become attached to an amazing old gentleman who is allergic to children. That amazing old gentleman is played by Frank Morgan, who's making a new picture at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Hold High the Torch. And tonight he's supported by Sweden's distinguished actress, Senior Hasso. And one of the children whom he saves for posterity is 7-year-old Margaret O'Brien, who has recently completed her Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor picture, Meet Me in St. Louis. Young as she is, Margaret O'Brien is already a veteran of the Lux Radio Theater, having captured all our hearts last season in Lost Angel. I said then, and I repeat now, that I've been watching stars on stage and screen for half a century, and I've never seen a finer emotional actress. And speaking of children, I have in my hand a letter that I wish you could all see. It's written not only in pencil, but also in Braille, the international language of the blind. And it comes from a group of sight-troubled children at a school in Minnesota. These last 2 lines say, "Every Monday evening, we listen to your Lux Radio Theater and like it very much. We also use Lux toilet soap and think it is very good." I believe that's the first time that Lux toilet soap has ever been praised in Braille. And to those children, I send our warmest thanks and hope our Lux Radio Theater continues to bring them happiness. And now it's curtain time, and we're ready for the first act of The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan as Mr. Howard, Margaret O'Brien as Sheila, and Senior Hasso as Nicole. This is the story of an English gentleman named Mr. Howard, who became the father of 6 children, all in the course of a few days. This sounds a bit incredible, but it's even more incredible when you take into account the fact that Mr. Howard didn't even like children.
No. It's not that I dislike children. I assure you I've never disliked children. It's simply that they make me feel uncomfortable. Children are too bright. It was in the summer of 1940 that I first met little Sheila Cavanaugh and her brother Ronnie. We were staying at the same inn in France, a quiet little place at the foot of the Alps near Switzerland. I'd been fishing there for a few days. Rather fair luck, too. I remember I came back to the inn one evening with my catch. The children were reading in the lounge, and Madame Picard was, as always, standing in back of the little hotel desk.
Ah, Monsieur Howard, you have good luck today, yes?
Two very fine trout, madame. One for me and one for you for supper.
Monsieur, what an accomplishment. Two of them.
Yes.
Look, children, are they not beautiful?
My father caught 5 today.
Oh, did he? Probably fishing with worms.
Oh, no, sir. He was fishing with an artificial fly. Yesterday he caught 10.
Yeah, really, is that so?
Ah, but children, your father is such a young man. Monsieur Howard, you must be tired. Sit down, rest. I will take the fish to Emily in the kitchen.
Well, thank you, madame.
Mr. Howard,
What do you want?
I've just been doing my lessons. Will you help me, Mr. Howard?
Help you? Young woman, is that regarded as ethical?
Sir? Oh, it's quite all right, Mr. Howard. Everyone helped Sheila.
Oh.
You see, I have to name 5 states in the United States. And the only one I can think of is Texas.
Texas, yeah. Well, now, let's see. Texas, and then there's California.
Right, California.
And Virginia. Virginian cigarettes, you know.
Virginia.
Yes, and Rochester.
Rochester? Rochester's an estate, Mr. Howard.
Really? Then may I ask what it is?
Rochester's a city.
Oh, well, it may very well be a city, madam, but I don't deny that. I only contend that it is also a state. A state somewhat north and a bit to the northeast of the New England colony.
But it's not, Mr. Howard. It's just a city, and that's all. It's a city in the state of New York.
Did anyone ask you?
No, sir.
Then you'll be doing me a great favor by keeping your irresponsible conjectures to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, Daddy.
Evening, Mr. Howard.
Yeah, good evening.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, son. Anybody tried the wireless this evening? We ought to be able to get some English news if Berlin hasn't jammed it.
Daddy, is Rochester in the United States? A city or a state?
Rochester? Rochester's a city, of course. Why?
Mr. Kavanaugh, have you any corroboration for that reckless statement? Or is that simply your offhand opinion?
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
Mr. Howard told Sheila that Rochester is a state.
Well, I must admit I'd never heard the question raised before, but...
And what would you say, sir, if I informed you that I myself have visited the state of Rochester?
In that case, naturally, I'd be compelled to admit that you were right, sir.
Listen, Daddy. I hear planes. Listen.
Yes. Quite a few, I imagine.
They're German, Dad. They're Heinkel. You can tell by the motors.
Ronald, those planes again.
Yes, dear.
They're German, Mother. I can tell.
I heard them going over this afternoon. Where could they have been, Ronald?
I don't know. I can't understand it.
The fighting is all up north in Belgium.
Yes. Unless things are worse than we've heard.
Is the wireless working? Is there any news, monsieur?
There ought to be. It's just about time.
Twice they passed today. Where are they going? Where?
Here we are. I've got it.
This is the overseas service of the British Broadcasting Company, London calling. It would be idle to deny that Britain today faces a dark hour. More Channel ports, French as well as Belgian, are now under German occupation. We must prepare to face any eventuality, even invasion. In this hour of darkness, let Englishmen, wherever they may be, in whatever lands beyond the sea, hear again by transcription the words of the Prime Minister before the House of Commons this morning, and be of good heart.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches, on the landing grounds, in the fields, in the streets, and on the hills. We shall never surrender. And even if, which I do not for one moment believe, this island or a large part of it were subjugated and starving, then our empire beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British fleet, will carry on the struggle until, in God's good time, the new world, with all its power and might, sets forth to the liberation and rescue of the old.
One moment, please.
Ronald, turn it off. Ronald.
It is worse than we thought.
Yes, but we are well out of it here, eh, Monsieur Howard? They will never fight this far south. We could hide out here for years, and for you and me at our age, Monsieur Howard. That is a very comforting thought.
Have you finished?
Yes, monsieur.
Then allow me to inform you, sir, that if ever again you address one word to me, I shall take the greatest of pleasure in thrashing you within an inch of your life, regardless of your age.
Monsieur.
Yes, monsieur.
I shall be taking it. Please arrange with the station master for my reservation to London by way of Paris and Saint-Malo.
But, monsieur, you have only been here 3 days.
3 days of which I am heartily ashamed. I'll pack my things at once.
Mr. Howard.
Yes?
I hope you're not being hasty because of anything this man has said. I can assure you that no one here believes for 1 second that you're here for any but the best of reasons.
No. I'm here because I'm a selfish and pig-headed old man. I offered my services to every department of the government in London. I'm not without experience, you understand, but I was not needed. I was too old. In all of London, I was taken seriously by but one man, my vicar. He suggested to me that I knit for the soldiers. I'm afraid that I took some exception to his well-meant suggestion, but to run away like a sulky child was wrong, and I'm deeply ashamed of myself.
That's not my point, sir. As you say yourself, you're not young.
There is no other point. Young or old, an Englishman's place at a time like this is in England. And if the trains are running, I shall be there in 18 hours to knit. An hour later, I was in my room, still packing, when Mrs. Cavanaugh asked to see me. She seemed quite strained, nervous.
Mr. Howard, do you know what my husband does?
No, I can't say I do.
He is an official of the League of Nations at Geneva. And in Geneva, they think that Switzerland is very likely to be invaded next.
Do they really?
That's where we're going tonight, back to Geneva.
But is that very wise if there's danger there?
It happens to be his post of duty.
I see.
But if Hitler does come, there won't be much food. There never is under him. I'm thinking of the children.
Oh, yes?
Mr. Howard, would you take them with you back to England?
Do what? Would I do what?
It would only be to Plymouth. My sister would meet you there, and I know it's asking an awful lot, but
Well, you mean that girl, too?
Please, she didn't mean to be rude. Sheila's really a very good child, and she'll behave, I promise you.
Mrs. Cavanaugh, No, it's impossible. I'm sorry, but it's out of the question. Really, I couldn't. I simply couldn't. That night, I left for Paris with Sheila Cavanaugh and her brother Ronnie.
Are we taking the train, Mr. Howard? Of course we are.
Yes, we are.
And will we sleep on the train? Will we?
I expect so, yes.
He won't.
What's that?
He won't sleep on the train.
What do you mean? Why won't he?
Because he always gets sick on the train. Sick right on the floor. I don't either. You do. I don't. No, Ronnie, of course you do. I do not.
Now, please, let's not dispute the fact. Time will tell us who is correct, I'm afraid. The argument was settled an hour after we boarded the train. Ronnie was quite sick. With the kind aid of a French lady on the train, I took care of Ronnie as best I could. The French lady had a child of her own. She seemed to understand these things.
Are you comfortable, mon fils?
Madame.
Ah, he speaks French, yes?
Madame, what seems to be the trouble with him?
He is sick, monsieur.
Yes, that I understand.
I told you he'd be sick.
Quiet, you, quiet.
It is strange sickness, monsieur. But besides, he has fever.
Fever?
Maybe he has eaten something. Maybe he has been too hot in a draught. That is the way it is with children.
Well, but does he need a doctor?
Oh, no. If he can rest a little while and keep warm, he will be all right soon.
I see. Well, Sheila, how are you?
Oh, very fit, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Where is little Rose? Rose, viens ici.
Oui, ma soeur.
Récitez pour le petit garçon. Monsieur, Rose will recite for your sick little boy. He'll enjoy it.
Well, thank you. How do you do, Rose?
Comment allez-vous, monsieur?
Alors, Rose, récitez.
Ma grande-tante mère tout, dans une maison avec une fermière, avec une petite souris. Mr. Howard, why are we stopping here?
I don't know, but I shall certainly find out. Don't move. I'll be right back. Just a moment, my good man. I want to know when the next train leaves for Paris.
To Paris? There is no more trains to Paris, monsieur. No trains to the north at all.
But I hold tickets. I shall report you to the management.
Monsieur, do you not understand? The Germans have crossed the Marne. Maybe the trains will never run again.
Never? But I have 2 small children.
At your age, monsieur, that is undoubtedly magnificent. But if this is a contest, I have 9.
Now look here.
Mr. Howard, what is it?
Sheila, I told you to stay on the train.
Listen, there's a bus outside to Shute.
Shot? Why shot?
There's a train there to San Melo. The chef de gare just told me.
Well, then let's catch it. By all means, come along. Well, this was a bit of luck, all right. I must say, Sheila, this bus idea was very clever of you. Very clever indeed.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I expect that if you could break yourself of a certain insufferable pig-headedness, you'd be almost bearable. Are you comfortable, Ronnie?
Yes, sir. Comment allez-vous, monsieur?
Well, little Rose. So you caught the bus, too, eh? Fine. And where's your mother, little Rose?
That wasn't her mother. That was her aunt.
Well, where's her aunt? Good heavens, did we leave her behind?
Well, yes, Mr. Howard.
What is this?
Don Louis le Papier.
What are you muttering to her?
I'm asking her for a piece of paper her aunt gave her. Voila. Here it is, Mr. Howard. There's something written on it.
Henri Tenoir, Dickens Hotel, Russell Square, London. I don't understand. Who is this Henri Tenoir?
That's Rose's father. He's a waiter.
But of what possible interest could his address be? Oh, so that's it. I'm to burden myself with another female child.
But, Mr. Howard, they haven't any house. The Germans burned it down, and they haven't anywhere to go at all. Don't you see?
Yeah. Come one, come all, eh, woman?
But you wouldn't want them caught by the Germans, would you?
That is not the point.
Oh, don't cry, Rose. You're pretty, Pa. Mr. Howard, I rather like you. Don't you see? Rose can take care of Ronnie, and I can take care of her, so you'll have no bother.
Yeah, that's all very neatly arranged, eh? Well, perhaps I have something to say on the subject. I do not propose to become the Mecca of every unfortunate child in France.
No, sir.
When we get the shop, I shall turn her over to the authorities and leave it to them to get her back to her aunt.
Yes, sir.
It's the only intelligent way to deal with such situations.
Yes, sir. Ronnie, would you tell Rose what Mr. Howard is going to do? All right. Rose. Rose.
Yeah, this is just a moment.
Yes, sir?
What was the name of that hotel?
The Dickens Hotel, sir.
I never heard of it in my life, but I imagine we'll be able to find it.
Oh, Mr. Howard. Oh, thank you, sir.
We were about 40 miles from Shute when the bus stopped to repair a tire. It was a lovely day. There was a stream just off the road where we sat down to have our lunch under the trees. And then the planes came. German planes. They dropped out of the sky, swarmed down toward the road and the bus. It didn't seem possible that they were trying to kill us. Are we all right? Sheila, Rose?
Yes, sir.
I'm going back to the bus to see if I can get our bags. And children, while I'm gone, I want you to promise me, don't look up that way. You won't now, will you? Stay right here now.
Ronnie, I'm going to look. Don't, Ronnie, don't. Sheila, look. There's dead people there. Dead people.
We were still there on the road when night came, and I herded the 3 children into a deserted old barn to sleep. But then I noticed that there were no longer 3 children, there were 4. The 4th was a boy with a pale, thin face and the dull, glazed eyes of a child in terror. He couldn't seem to talk. He only repeated one phrase, over and over. This child, is he with us now?
Yes, sir. We brought him in, sir. He can't talk, Mr. Howard. That's all he says. Lengsama, the German.
Who is he?
His name is Pierre.
How did you learn that?
He told us.
But he can't talk.
No, sir. May we speak to you privately, sir?
Well, yes, of course.
He was in the bus. Didn't you see him? The dead people, sir. They were his father and mother.
I see.
He can't speak, and I don't think he can hear either.
I see. Here, lad. Let me see you. Look up here.
Leolima.
Yes, my boy. We'll take care of you now. There's nothing to fear now, my boy.
Mr. Howard.
Yes, Sheila.
I can't go to sleep.
Oh, but you must try.
Yes. Mr. Howard, I'm sorry I was rude the other night about Rochester.
Oh, it's quite all right now. Doesn't matter in the least.
I was wrong, you know.
No, not at all. I may very well have been wrong myself. There's so many of those American states. Kansas, what's that Indian state?
Massachusetts?
Massachusetts, that's it. Seemed very likely there might be another named Rochester. No reason why not, you know.
Oh, yes, sir. I remember it very well.
You do?
Oh, yes, indeed. A very important industrial state.
Well, now, I'm not such an old fuddy-duddy after all, eh?
I should say not.
Yeah, my memory may have gone a bit ragged here and there, but when it comes to geography, you'll generally find I'm pretty good.
Oh, I can see that, sir.
Well, that's very decent of you to acknowledge it, too.
Thank you, sir.
Well, good night, my girl.
Good night, Mr. Howard. Rochester.
In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars will bring us Act 2 of The Pied Piper. And now, there's quite a crowd outside the Grauman's Chinese Theater here in Hollywood. A preview of an important new picture has just ended. People are watching their favorite stars coming out of the theater.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Oh, just look at that white dress with a sequin. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, there goes Barbara Stanwyck. And there's Claudette Colbert, and oh, my goodness, if that isn't Sonia Henney.
And later, on their way home...
Oh, aren't they the glamorous people, though? They must have to spend simply hours every day on beauty care. Oh, they don't, though. Why, they're such busy people, they don't have time to fuss for hours. Why, Janie, just imagine. They use the same quick, easy care I do. Why, what do you mean, Sue? Why, Lux toilet soap. Active lather facial, the same kind screen stars take. The stars use Lux soap in their studio dressing rooms, and they use it at home, too.
And that's a fact. 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use Lux toilet soap regularly. Lux soap beauty care is the Hollywood way to a lovelier complexion. Recent tests proved that actually 3 out of 4 complexions became smoother and softer with this daily active lather care. It's true that screen stars haven't the time for elaborate daily complexion care, yet they can't take chances with complexion beauty, not for a minute. Here's what lovely young Teresa Wright says about it.
A Lux girl? Indeed I am. These beauty facials do wonders for my skin. Here's all I do. Cover my face generously with a rich Lux soap lather, work it in thoroughly. Then I rinse with warm water, splash on cold, and pat with a towel to dry. Makes my skin feel so soft and smooth.
Why not try this famous Hollywood complexion care? Get some Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Use it every day for the next few weeks. Then see if you're not delighted with the way the smooth, luxurious lather cares for your skin. Lux soap facials every day help skin to be fresher, lovelier, more appealing. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan as Mr. Howard, Margaret O'Brien as Sheila, and Senior Hasso as Nicole. As the Pied Piper of old led his children to a happy land beyond the mountains, so our Piper, Mr. Howard, tried to lead his children beyond the sea, to security, to safety, to England.
It took us 3 days to reach Shute. I remembered then that I had a friend there, a young lady named Nicole Rougeron, whom I'd met on a vacation in St. Moritz. I decided I would appeal to her for help, but I had to warn the children to be careful. Yes. No excitement, please. We're in a very unpleasant situation. First, no more English, understand? If any of us is heard speaking English, well, it would be really in for it. Now, you understand that, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sheila?
Yes, yes.
That's it. Speak French.
Oui, monsieur.
Well, not to me, not to me.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Well, I suggest we play a little game. I shall be, or rather, I shall pretend to be, very old and stone deaf. Can't hear a blasted word spoken to me, eh?
Oh, good. And a little crazy, too?
Crazy?
Just a little, please.
Well, that might not be bad at that. Mouth open sort of thing, you mean. Might be very good indeed. I might babble a bit, too, you know.
Oh, no, Mr. Howard.
Oh, no?
I think that might be a little too much.
Oh. Overdoing it, eh? I thought it was rather good. Stop that now. This is a serious business. Very serious business. Come along now. We'll try to find my friend, Mademoiselle Nicole.
Monsieur Howard. Oh, monsieur.
You remember me, mademoiselle?
But naturally, monsieur. Come in, please. Quickly.
Well, I'm not alone.
Come in. And the little ones, too.
Oh, well, come in, children.
Yes, sir. Nicole.
Mama, you remember Monsieur Howard? Monsieur Howard. Yes.
Madame, I am happy to...
If you speak English, close the door. Come inside. To speak English today is not safe. Not safe for any of us.
I know, madame, and I have no wish
No, please. We must be careful. That is all. Our friends are still our friends. We got this.
Well, that's very kind of you, madame.
But, monsieur, the children, you did not have them last year.
Madame, some of them I did not have 24 hours ago. We're on our way to England. Allow me to introduce them. Madame Rougeron, Mademoiselle Nicole Rougeron. This is Sheila. It's a very fine girl. And this is her brother, Ronnie. This is Rose, this is Pierre, and this is... Who is this?
Remark to Emma, bro.
What? Where did you come from? I've never seen this one in my life. Sheila!
Yes, sir.
When did he join us?
Well, he's been with us off and on since yesterday.
I see.
You mean, monsieur, you don't know who he is?
No, but on this trip that doesn't seem to be necessary. Boy, where did you spring from? Come on, speak up.
Ik spreek heel Engels, meneer.
That is Dutch.
His name is Villain, not William. Villain.
Yes? How do you know that, Sheila?
He told us.
Listen to this, mademoiselle. Sheila, do you speak Dutch?
Oh, no, sir.
Do you understand Dutch?
No, sir.
But he told you.
Yes, sir.
Then in what language did he tell you?
In no language. He just told us.
Well, I suppose there must be some normal explanation for this system of communication. Very well, Willem. We'll do what we can for you.
Of course, of course. The poor little ones. I wonder if they would like something to eat.
Oh, yes.
Oh, of course they...
Yes, they understand that all right, too. I am occasionally seized with the conviction that I am convoying guinea pigs.
Monsieur Howard, you do understand that you are in great danger here?
Yes, I do. And I promise in just a few minutes, when I've rested a bit, we'll be on our way. But I was hoping to see Colonel Rougeron also.
We have not heard from my father for several months. At that time, he was with his regiment before Metz.
Oh. You have my sympathy, mademoiselle. I understand. You see, I too have suffered a loss. You remember my son, John?
John? Yes, but...
Well, I regret to inform you that he was killed. He was in the RAF, you know, shot down 2 months ago. Gave a very decent account of himself, I understand, before they got him.
Then he's dead? Excuse me, please.
Mademoiselle Nicole was very kind. She helped us arrange for tickets on the train, and when we left Shute, she even came along with us. May I ask now where we are bound?
To the Channel, monsieur. The Brittany coast. There is someone there I know who might help.
But was this necessary for you, this long, not very safe trip?
Even if someone else could have done it, Monsieur Howard, I would not permit it. It is a thing that I must do myself. Myself alone.
Mademoiselle, I appreciate this, even if I do not understand it.
It would be just a year ago, wouldn't it? That month in Samorit. But a long, long year. And a sad one.
Yes, it's all quite hard to realize. Every now and then I feel it's all a dream, and presently we'll all wake up, and perhaps John will walk in and we'll sit down and talk together again.
I know.
It took 3 to bring him down, you know. You remember him kindly, don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. His letters and our last, our only visit together in Paris.
You saw him in Paris?
Once. Just once for 3 days. It was just before the invasion. Oh, we had a beautiful 3 days together.
But I had no idea of that.
No. We told nobody. In time we would have, I suppose. We planned to anyway. Then he went back. And I waited to hear from him. You know, it's funny. You wait and wait. Day after day. You wait for a letter. And then it comes. But it isn't from him. It's from his squadron. So for a long time you don't open it. You just sit there and hold it, wishing you need never open it. Because you know that a letter from his squadron, from a friend, can have but one thing to tell. And then at last you do open it.
My dear child.
And after that, your whole world is darker than it was before.
Nicole's loss had been as great as mine, and and I understood then why she had come with us. We went to a little town near the channel, to the home of Nicole's uncle. With the children off to bed, he listened to our story, smoking his pipe, nodding quietly.
And what do you propose now, Nicole?
You have fishing boats, Uncle. You know young men who are not afraid. Can't you find one who will take Monsieur Hard and the children across the channel?
I'm quite prepared to pay, you understand.
And what is the price of a man's life, monsieur?
But, Uncle, they are little children. They must not be left here. Our country is no longer a place for children.
Our country? Our country is no longer our country. You do not know, Nicole. You have not begun to learn what it is to live under the Boche. How do I know I can trust this man?
But I know him, Uncle. I know him very, very well.
How do I know I can trust you?
Oh, but, Uncle.
How do you know you can trust me?
I refuse even to think such a thing.
Under the Boche, child, that is what happens.
As I have said before, I have no wish to involve anyone else in my own personal problems. I shall, of course, leave the house.
No, please. Let me think about it, monsieur. But, listen. Do you hear? That's a raid on Brest. It's the harbor. They're off to the ships.
Why, those filthy...
No, monsieur. That's a British raid. Those are British planes.
British?
That's it. They're after Hitler. That was the report in Brest today, that he was there inspecting the invasion fleet.
Well, after Mr. Schickelgruber, eh? Well...
What is it? Is it a raid?
I should say it is. Those are British planes, Sheila, the RAF.
Our planes?
I've got to get a look at this, by George. Yes, there they are. See? Bang! That's it, boys. Bang! Hit them again! Bang! Bang! By George, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Bang! It was late that night when Nicole's uncle came to my room.
I found the man and made all the arrangements. His name is Roquet, and his boat is at a fishing village just 10 kilometers from here. You and Nicole will meet him tomorrow in a cafe near the docks. Nicole knows the...
Roquet. Monsieur Roquet.
Nicole, que diable faites-vous ici?
Mon grand-père, Monsieur Howard. Monsieur Howard ne comprend pas le français.
Oh, yes. All right.
You have the boat.
The boat. It is by the bottom of the lighthouse. You understand?
Yes.
From the outside of the cafe, you will see the lighthouse. To the right. You understand?
Yes. When do we start?
Now, tonight. The sooner the better. Bonsoir. Bonsoir, Nicole. Bonsoir, grand-père.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Roquet. There is a lighthouse, monsieur. And there is a boat.
Sheila, quiet.
Stop here. Roquet.
Here. This way.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye.
Bon voyage, monsieur.
My child, won't you come with us to England?
No, monsieur. I'm not English. I'm French. As you have told me yourself that in times of trouble, you should be in your own country and do what you can to help. This is where I belong. Right here.
But afterward?
Yes. Afterward I shall come.
Goodbye, my child.
Goodbye, monsieur.
Up there! Up! Mr. Howard. Zeigen Sie das Boot. Greifen Sie den Mann. Ja, Leutnant.
They're Germans. Soldiers.
Oh, you were leaving us, eh? You were English, yes? Well?
I am English. This young lady is not. She is French.
You will come with me. All of you.
But I tell you that
she... You will come with me. Ned, listen there. Here is the under, Herr Lieutenant. The boatman. You are English also? I am French. Whom but pas pour celle Boche. Schweigen! Now, monsieur, you will come this way. Please.
Mr. Howard, they've really got us, haven't they?
Well, it rather looks that way, Sheila. Oh, Pierre. Pierre.
Les amants. Les amants. Les amants. Les amants.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars will return in Act 3 of The Pied Piper. And now, a tired businessman, a really tired businessman, is being reminded of a promise.
I'm so glad you got home a little early, dear. We promised the Sloanes we'd go with them to that political meeting tonight.
Oh, say, Mary, do we have to go to that? It's been an awful day. I'm fagged out.
Oh, wait and see how you feel after dinner. It's time for a shower if you want one, Jim. I just put fresh towels and soap in the bathroom.
On the road to Mandalay. Oh, boy, this soap sure knows how to lather. Where the flying fishes play and the dogs come to
Why, Jim, you're all dressed up. That's a new tie.
Well, we're going out, aren't we? Say, Mary, when do we eat? You know, that shower kind of pepped me up.
I thought it would. A Lux soap bath always does the trick for me.
There's nothing like a refreshing Lux toilet soap bath to cure that all-in, end-of-the-day feeling. And you're sure to make a hit with the men folks in your family if you put fine white Lux toilet soap in the shower or tub. A man likes the rich, creamy lather, the way it carries away dust and grime in a jiffy. Even in hard water, Lux soap gives quick, abundant lather. Lux, you see, is a quality soap made only of the finest ingredients. But the whole family can enjoy it as a luxurious bath soap because it's thrifty to use. Lux toilet soap is hard-milled. It doesn't get mushy or soft. Each smooth white cake can be used to the last thin sliver. Why not put Lux toilet soap on your shopping list tomorrow? And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll have an answer to the burning question of the evening, as propounded to Frank Morgan by one of his leading ladies, Margaret O'Brien. It's a little personal, but I think you'll be allowed to listen in. And now, here's the third act of The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan as Mr. Howard, Margaret O'Brien as Sheila, and Senior Hasso as Nicole. The land of hope lay just across the channel, a few miles of water between refuge and despair. But Mr. Howard and the children were on the wrong side.
They brought us to a house in the town, the headquarters of the Gestapo. The children and Nicole and Roquet and I. They took us before a major who sat smiling at us from behind his desk.
Very touching, yes. A lovely group of children, mein Herr. Well, I suppose you know that Charandon has been arrested?
I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about.
Nor have you ever heard of Major Cochrane, I suppose, of Army Intelligence War Office in London?
No.
Your memory obviously needs freshening. An English gentleman traveling across France with 5 children anxious only to get home. A pretty and most disarming device.
It happens to be the truth.
Who are these children? Where did you get them?
The 2 English children belong to friends of mine. The others...
You insist on that absurd story.
You asked for the truth, didn't you?
Yes, I should get it. You see, we know who sent the information to the English of the Führer's visit to the fleet at Brest. We know who caused that raid. You and Charandon. What we do not know is how that message was passed through to England. That is what you are going to tell us, Mr. Englishman. And as soon as it is told, the pain will stop, not before. Take them away.
This way. I say, one question, please. Did they get him?
Get whom?
Hitler.
Of course not.
Oh, that's too bad. They took us out of the room, and then they brought me alone to another room down the hall and left me. There was a man sitting there.
Asseyez-vous. Soyez comme chez vous.
I'm afraid you have the advantage of me, sir.
No, I'm English, too. Half at any rate.
English? What are you doing here?
Waiting to be shot.
Oh, you're Charandon.
You've heard of me.
I'm supposed to be mixed up with you in some way. That raid on the ships.
Too bad we didn't get the little beggar.
You mean you were responsible for that, really?
Why, help. There's no point in denying it now. Only I wish they'd stop throwing innocent people in this room with me on the theory that they're going to convict themselves. Really, I look for better things from you, Major Deason. More ingenious.
I say, are you feeling all right?
Quite. I'm assuming, of course, there's a microphone in this room somewhere.
Oh.
They're listening to us right now. You're wasting your time, Major. This man knows nothing about my affairs. But I will tell you this. The English will be back here, and I warn you, they'll not be as gentle as they were after the last war. They'll deal with you this time as they would with vermin. And if you kill this old man, I assure you, you'll be hanged publicly and your body left to rot on the scaffold as a warning to your other murderers. That ought to hold him.
You're a very rash young man.
Oh, I'm in for it anyway. At least I can get a bit of satisfaction out of it.
The Major had evidently heard enough. A few minutes later, he sent for me.
You're growing a little bored with your friend Chandon.
Really? If I were in your place, I would not dismiss what he says too lightly.
Look out of the window there. A very pleasant garden, isn't it?
Very.
That is where your friend, Mr. Clarendon, is going to die in just a few minutes, unless you decide to help him.
I know nothing whatever of his work or how he went about it. Nor if I knew would I tell you.
Look, they're bringing him out. You see? It's a very little thing that I ask. Tell me how he got the information out of France, and I will stop this execution.
I've told you truthfully, I do not know.
You haven't much time. Nobody would ever know. I promise you.
Can't you understand? I know nothing.
As you wish. Just a few seconds now. Are you going to tell me? Well? Too late, I'm afraid. Peepy, come to the window. Would you like to see what you've done?
Swine. Foul, filthy swine.
Sit down. You puzzle me, really. If you are a spy, you are at least a very clever one. What did you intend to do with those children?
What?
The children. What did you plan to do with them?
I don't know. I hadn't thought. Send them to America, I suppose.
America? Why America?
But I have a married daughter who lives in a district called Long Island. She would have made a home for them until the war was over.
Are you seriously asking me to believe that a woman in America would make a home for 5 dirty little children that you've picked up?
I'm no longer interested in what you believe. Listen, I'll confess anything you wish if you'll only let them go. And Mademoiselle, too. If you'll do that, I'll confess to anything you say.
It is impossible. I simply do not know what to make of you. I can only say that you must be a very brave man to make such an offer.
No, not brave. Just old. The Major was not finished with me yet. The next day I saw him again.
I do not
alone.
believe one word of your story about these children, particularly about your plan to send them to America.
I'll say anything you wish if you'll only let them go.
What about the Jewish child?
Jewish? Which Jewish child?
The dark one.
Is he Jewish? It didn't occur to me to ask.
But in America, would they accept a Jewish child?
I don't believe that they'd turn down any child. Even a German.
Even a German? Are you positive of that?
Yes.
Mr. Howard, how would you like to continue your trip to England?
Not without the children.
And Mademoiselle?
No, she wants to stay here in France.
But if I were to let you go to England with children, would you be grateful enough to do me a small service?
That would depend on what it was.
There's a certain person to be taken to America. I do not want to advertise her journey, but...
If you think for 1 second that I would introduce a German agent into America, you're even a greater fool than I thought you were.
She can hardly act as an agent. She's only 5 years old.
5?
Yeah. Now, listen carefully. This little girl is my niece. Her father, my younger brother, is dead. Her mother, we learned later, was not wholly Aryan, so we were compelled to dispose of her. But the unfortunate problem of the child remains. Half Aryan, half Jewish. She happens to be a sweet child, and I would feel better if she were with my older brother in the United States. He is an American citizen.
She would be safer, you mean?
As you wish. His name is Rupert Deason. He now has a business, a grocery, in a city named Rochester, in New York State.
City?
The city of Rochester, New York.
Are you positive?
Of course I'm positive. What are you talking about? Have you not ever heard of it?
Oh, yes, certainly I've heard of it.
His address is 600 North 3rd Street. And that is where I want her to go. Meanwhile, Mademoiselle may return to her home in Chartres.
And no harm will come to her.
Not unless you are foolish enough to tell anyone of this arrangement.
Very well. I should be very glad to take the child and see that she's delivered to her uncle.
What is your address in London? I shall send for you when we arrive there.
42 Curzon Street. Yours, I assume, will be a cell in the Tower of London. We were released that night, all of us. Roque had the boat ready, and we stood lined up on the deck waiting for the little girl we were to take with us. She arrived with the Major, a tiny child, carrying a doll in her arms.
Oh, this must be Anna. How do you do, Anna?
How do you do, Anna?
Heil Hitler.
Oh, children, stop it. Stop it immediately. Major Disney, hadn't you better explain to Anna that from now on that salute will be out of place?
Very well. Anna, von nun an brauchst du nicht mehr Heil Hitler zu sagen. Du kommst unter Menschen, die das nicht verstehen.
Nicht mehr? Oh, gut.
Get aboard. I want to see you get away. All of you, get aboard.
Goodbye, Nicole.
Goodbye.
All of this I know you have done for my boy. And for him, I thank you.
Some for him. Some for you, too. You know, once I thought I could never be another man as fine and as brave as your son. But I was wrong. And it wasn't all for you either. It was for the children. Somehow they represent hope. Hope for the future. You are the past. I'm the present. And they are the future. So we must take very, very good care of them.
I have not all night, please.
Au revoir, my dear. You'll come to see me when it's all over, and we'll talk about John.
Oh, yes.
One more thing. The Englishman.
Yeah.
There must be no trickery. If one word of this appears, it will be the concentration camp for your young lady. Remember that.
And if anything happens to my young lady and I hear of it, this whole story will be in the papers and on the shortwave radio mentioning you by name. And you remember that.
You dare threaten me?
You dared threaten me, didn't you?
Oh, that's so.
Au revoir. Au revoir. Good luck and happiness.
Au revoir, Nicole.
Bye. Goodbye.
Well, we're on our way, children. I think you'd all better go below and see if you can't get some sleep.
Do we have to take off our clothes tonight?
No, you may sleep with them on tonight.
Good night,
Good night. Good night, my dear. Good night, little Anna. We're all friends now.
Not, Herr Howard.
Oh, Sheila.
Yes, sir?
There's a little matter I think I ought to clear up with you. You remember our little discussion regarding Rochester?
But yes, Mr. Howard, but I told you.
I know, but it seems that we were both wrong.
Really?
Yes, I happened to be talking it over with a fellow the other night. A fellow knew all about it. It's not a state at all. It's a city. A city in New York State.
Well, now, isn't that peculiar that we both made that mistake?
You're really a very extraordinary girl, Sheila. And I'm very fond of you. And I apologize to you. We reached the English coast the next morning, and in 2 weeks I'd seen them all off to America. That was 4 years ago. I've been in government work since then. I knit. I hear from the children quite often. Just yesterday I had 6 birthday cards. 6 cards in round, childish hand wishing me joy for the coming year. I wish them joy, too. Joy for the coming year and for all the years that they shall know and I shall not. For this is what we are fighting for, and this is our prayer, that there shall be a future full of years for children of every land and of every creed, that they shall know joy and laughter and a bright new world. Sheila must have gone to considerable trouble in sending me her card. It was postmarked Rochester, New York. Really, an amazing child.
And now our stars, Frank Morgan, Margaret O'Brien, and Senior Hasso, come to the footlights to receive our thanks and to help answer a question that I'm sure has been on all our minds. Tell me, Frank, are you preparing to lose an election bet?
Election bet? Certainly not. Not honestly. I mean, honestly not.
I might report that Mr. Morgan brings to our footlights the most luxurious chin foliage ever seen on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, thank you, C.B. I didn't think you'd notice it.
What's the beard for, Mr. Morgan?
What?
What's the beard for, Mr. Morgan?
Well, it's for a picture I'm making.
I'm surprised you can talk through it.
Talk through it. Why, down on his ranch, Mr. Morgan is one of the best hog callers in the county.
Well, thank you, C.B.
Can you really call hogs, Mr. Morgan?
Miss Hasso and I call hogs. They come running with apples in their mouths, all set for roasting. Would you like to hear me?
Yes.
Look at his wiggle.
What? Quiet, please. You'll miss the delicate inflections. Now. Suey, 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 suey. Suey, 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 suey. There, I was so convincing I almost thought I heard the patter of their tiny feet. Do you think you could do it, Margaret?
Well, I'll try.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Margaret. Do it.
All right. Suey, suey, suey.
My word, they're coming. Look out, everybody.
You see, Frank, Margaret's quite a versatile actress. She can even go you one better on hog calling.
Can you call hogs, Miss Hasso?
No, Margaret. Not in English, only in Swedish.
But Miss Hasso is a very distinguished actress, Margaret. She's won every award for acting that Sweden offers. And she's appearing now in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Seventh Cross.
You know, C.B., George G. Nathan calls Miss Hasso the most attractive new foreign actress in America.
Well, you only have to see the story of Dr. Wassel to know that. You know, one of the reasons for that attractiveness, Frank?
Yeah, I know. Lux soap.
Well, thank you. Thank you. You're very kind. But it is true that I've used Lux toilet soap ever since I came to America.
Same here.
You've used it ever since you came to America, Margaret?
Yes, ever since I forgot to wash.
Well, I'm sure, Margaret, that can't be often, judging from the memory you've shown here tonight.
Can you plumb up your memory and tell us what's on Lux next Monday night, C.B.?
Now, for next Monday night, Frank, we have one of the most dramatic stories of modern times. The universal screen hit, Magnificent Obsession. And our stars will be Claudette Colbert and Don Amici. It's a gripping love story in which a man sacrifices himself for a woman and loses her, but in devoting his life to helping others, achieves a final and dramatic happiness.
Sounds like November 13th is the lucky number, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Your hug calling certainly brought home the bacon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici and Claudette Colbert in Magnificent Obsession. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's an important reminder from your local post office. Christmas mailing this year is expected to top the 1943 holiday volume by 25%. So if you want to be sure that your gifts reach their destination on time, mail them during this coming month, no later than December 1st. The Pied Piper was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John N. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Magnificent Obsession with Claudette Colbert and Don Amici.
Fry.
Grand for cake and pie.
Fry.
Every time you fry.
Fry.
It's the shortening by.
Yes, ma'am. New Spry cakes are lighter, better tasting. Spry pastry is so tender and flaky. Spry fried foods are crispier, so digestible. So be a better cook. Bake and fry with Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Magnificent Obsession with Claudette Colbert and Don Amici. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We present Geoffrey Matthews in Landfall, adapted by Stephen Grenfell from the novel by Nevil Shute. Landfall.
Wars come, and all the world is shattered by their blast. But life goes on, and through it all, young people meet and marry. Small people of no great significance who are caught up and swept together in the great whirlwind of war.
I don't know what's the matter with this wretched bus. Won't go anymore.
Oh, yes, it will. Start it up again.
Well, try if you like, but I don't think it'll go.
Go on and start it.
Huh? It just won't go. It's the rain or something.
Oh, well, I can get a bus from the corner.
No, don't go. There's a horse coming in a minute.
What horse?
A horse that's coming to tow us home.
What?
Yes, you can give it a lump of sugar if you like, but you must hold your hand flat. Otherwise you lose a finger.
Whatever are you talking about?
A horse. You can stroke its nose if you like. I'll hold it for you.
Where are you going to get a horse from?
Now, don't panic. The horse will turn up. You've got to sit here for a little while and it'll come.
I'll sit here till the next bus comes.
All right. What's your name?
You want to know everything, don't you?
Oh, it's not much to ask. You're going to spend the night with me and you won't even tell me your name.
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
Not to panic. It was you who said you'd stay here till the next bus came. Have you forgotten? It's half an hour before midnight, my girl. There won't be any more buses till morning, so you've got to sit here all night. And that's why I do think you might maintain some semblance of the proprieties by telling me your name.
Oh, you do say the most awful things.
Oh, what have I done now? You've done nothing but pull me up all evening.
You know what you said, all right?
Now, look, sweetie. I asked you to tell me your name, and you won't. You know what?
What?
I believe you're an enemy alien. I think I'll put the police on you.
I'll put the police on you if you don't take me home.
Well, a blackout. Bloody great war on, and a bus like mine with a duff engine.
Well...
Now, look, I promise I'll take you home the minute the horse comes.
Oh.
In the meantime, I do think you might tell me who you are.
Well, you've seen me often enough.
Yeah, well, that's what's worrying me.
I know who you are.
Do you?
Oh, yes, you're from Emsworth Aerodrome. They call you Jerry, don't they?
Yeah, everybody calls me Jerry. How'd you know that?
Never you mind. What's Jerry short for, Gerald?
No, Chambers. Roderick Chambers. But you may call me Jerry.
Oh, you do say horrid things.
Yeah, I know you said that. Tell me, what is your name? I've told you mine.
Oh, Mona. Mona Stevens.
Mona. That's a nice name.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, there aren't so many Monas about. It's better than being called Emily or something like that.
Where'd you work?
Oh, think hard.
Damn it, I am thinking hard. Ah, you aren't the old charwoman who cleans out my quarters, are you?
I'm certainly not.
Ah, pity.
I know what you had for supper tonight.
What did I have?
Steak and chips, a bit of Stilton cheese, and 3 cans of bitter.
Oh, you're one of those gypsy fortune tellers with the crystal ball.
No.
You jolly well smelt my breath.
Oh, don't be so rude.
I've got it, of course. What a clot I was. You work in the Royal Clarence, in the snack bar.
Well, aren't you ever so quick?
Well, I knew it all the time, of course. I was just pulling your leg.
Yana.
How honestly? Don't think I'm the sort of chap who goes to the pavilion dance hall to pick up girls, do you?
Well, what else do you go there for?
To dance.
Oh, I'd like to have seen you dancing with them other officers you came in with.
Well, we were expecting Ginger Rogers, Merle O'Brien, and Loretta Young. But for some damn silly reason or other, they didn't turn up.
I'll bet.
Yep, so I looked around, and you were the only person in the room I knew, so I asked you if you'd dance with me.
You never recognized me at all.
Oh, you hurt me when you talk like that.
It'd take a hatpin to hurt you. What do you do out at the aerodrome?
Fly airplanes?
Is that what those wings on your chest mean?
That's right, I carry those as spares.
Are you a squadron leader or something?
Yeah, or something. I'm a flying officer.
Have you shot down any Germans?
Well, they don't come near these parts, thank God. No, all we do is go over the sea and report what ships we catch sight of.
It must be awfully exciting.
We get bored to tears. Hey?
I should move on and go home now if I were you. Getting a bit late, isn't it?
Oh, I can't. Car's broken down. We're waiting here till a horse comes along to tow us home.
You don't suppose an air raid warden will swallow that one, do you?
Well, the lady did. It's good enough for her. It's good enough for you.
I should make him take you home now, miss.
I think you better go away and leave off bothering us.
No parking allowed in these common roads after blackout. We've got to keep them clear in case of fire engines and so on.
Oh, dear.
You can park in the station yard if you're going on all night.
If we're... I think he's got us there. Have to go.
He's got a nerve. It's nothing to do with him.
Oh, it's not worth a row. Besides, he's right.
I had a lovely evening.
I'm glad Ginger Rogers couldn't come. You dance much better.
Oh, you do talk soft.
Would you like to do it again?
All right.
What about tomorrow?
Same time at the pavilion.
Well, I'll have to shake off Loretta Young, but I can get rid of her all right. I'll tell her I got chicken. Eh? 10:30.
All right. Here we are. I told you it wasn't far, really.
Is this where I kiss you?
No, it is not.
I'm wrong then now.
Oh. Be careful tomorrow when you go looking for ships.
You bet your sweet life I will. Careful Chambers, they call me in the business.
Good night.
Good night.
Sergeant Reader Peterson. Sir? Who was the last pilot out on patrol this morning?
Chambers, sir.
Did you see anything?
Well, nothing out of the ordinary, sir.
Damn. Didn't any of the pilots see the LaKenty?
The LaKenty?
Well, there's a blazing row going on about a ship called the LaKenty. She's been torpedoed somewhere off St. Catherine's.
This morning?
This morning.
Is that what the Navy are raising hell about?
That's it. And this, unless I'm very much mistaken, is it. Yes?
Captain Burnaby on the line, sir.
All right, put him on.
Wing Commander Dickens?
Yes?
About the LaKenty.
Ah.
I have a signal from the trawler that's bringing the survivors in. The ship was definitely torpedoed 10 miles from St. Catherine's, bearing 192.
They're quite sure it was a torpedo, are they?
Certainly, the track was seen. It happened at 10:05. The vessel disappeared at 10:17, leaving some wreckage and a boat which my trawler got at 11:18. Will you please tell me what reports you have from your aircraft?
Well, so far, the reports to hand are negative.
So far? Have all your machines got back?
The last one had just come in.
Is his report negative too?
Yes, the visibility was very bad.
This action took place in the area covered by your morning patrol. Do you mean that none of your aircraft saw anything at all?
Apparently not. The visibility was such that a machine could pass within a couple of miles and see nothing, you know.
I don't know anything of the sort. My trawlers found the place all right.
Well, it's often clearer right down on the water.
I quite agree with you. That's exactly what I say whenever the usefulness of air patrol comes up in discussion. What organization have you got to ensure that your pilots do patrol the areas they're supposed to?
We'll get on better if we keep this civil, Captain Burnaby.
I'll be as civil as the facts permit. I have to make a report upon this matter to the Commander-in-Chief, and I want the facts.
Yes, I understand that.
I'm glad. So far I know that a valuable ship has been torpedoed right under my nose. I know there are 13 survivors and that nearly 100 people have been killed, including several women. I know that my trawler saved the 13 lives. I know that my applications for more trawlers have always been turned down because it was said that air patrol could do the work more efficiently. Now, have you got any more facts upon this matter that you can give me?
No, I'm afraid I haven't.
All right, Wing Commander. I shall put in my report upon those lines. Ready.
Damn the blasted Navy.
We never got that signal, you know.
Huh?
No, I got it from Purvis in T-87. He flashed to me by lamp about 1 o'clock.
We ought to carry more life-saving equipment. I'd have got more of them if I'd had a couple of collie floats.
Well, couldn't the boats have got them?
There were only 2 proper seamen in the boat. They had their work cut out to keep her head to sea, of course. The ones in the water were just drifted away. It was a stinking bloody mess. I've never seen anything like it.
Much fuel oil about?
God, yes. They were covered with it, the ones that were in the water. Just choked with the bloody stuff. I'd have picked up a few more if it hadn't been for that.
I suppose they were practically gone when you got them.
Just floating in the life jackets, you know. To all intents and purposes, they were dead.
Bill, I don't understand why they only got 1 boat away. They weren't shelled, were they?
Not that I know of. We'd have heard it anyway. But she went down, still steaming ahead at about 6 or 7 knots, as far as I could make out from what they said. They never got her stopped to get the boats down.
She just went on till she went under?
That's right.
Oh, hell.
Who owned her?
I've got no idea.
Sanderson and Moore, I think. Sunderland. They had the LeCenty and the Glen Tay and the Glen Ormond.
I'm sorry, I've been listening to what you types have been saying. I heard you mention the LeCenty. I'm Coastal Command Patrol in your sector.
In an Anson?
Yeah, that's right. Tell me, was it a submarine?
It must have been. Too deep for a mine. There's 30 fathoms of water out there.
Did you see anything of the sound?
Not a smell of the basket. Did a spot of listening, but she'd been gone an hour. Nothing to go by.
She'd slip away 10 miles and then lie quiet on the bottom till nightfall. Ruddy thing might be anywhere.
How'd you get her when she surfaces?
Well, it's tricky. We've got a couple of drifters out there now on listening patrol. Just a chance they'll contact her in the dark.
What are you drinking?
I don't really see why you should. Oh, well, gin and it, thanks.
Gin and it, please, miss.
Righto.
I was on the morning patrol, you know.
Were you now?
Only my zone was to the east of you. Filthy visibility, could hardly see your own ruddy aeroplane. I'm afraid the body who had that zone missed the ship altogether.
Here's your gin.
Thank you.
I know, an aircraft flew near us twice while we were picking up the boat. We heard it, but we couldn't see it.
It's a wonder you came out at all in this sort of weather. Bill Stammers picked one of your Ansons out of the ocean on a day just like this about a month ago.
I know. Cheers.
Cheers.
A chap called Smithers was the pilot. Flew right in. He and the wireless operator just about ruined themselves.
A bit too cold for that sort of thing in this weather.
Yeah, you're dead right. For December, it's not as cold as it might be.
No.
Could certainly do without all rain. Well, thanks a lot for the drink.
Don't mention it.
Got to push off now. I've got a date. Anyway, I'll keep my eyes skinned for your little friend when I'm out tomorrow.
Yes, do. And if you see the bloody thing, give it everything you've got.
Okay, I'll do that. With your love.
What else did you do today, Jerry?
Bought this in a shop.
Oh, what is it?
Well, kiss-proof, I hope, so the girl said. Should I strike a match and see?
Silly.
Hey, what about yours?
My what?
Your lipstick. I've got to go back to the mess to whitewash my face.
Mine comes off like anything. All the other officers will know what you've been doing.
I'll get cashiered.
What does that mean?
Sacked.
What? In a war? I'll wipe it off for you in a minute when you take me home.
When are you coming out with me again?
Well, you haven't asked me yet.
Tomorrow?
No, I can't. Uncle Ernest in the Iron Duke. He's coming to see us tomorrow night. I said I'd be home early.
What about Thursday?
All right. Oh, let me clean your face.
No, I better do that when I get you home. You never know. Might get dirty again. I'm on early patrol tomorrow, so I really ought to get just a modicum of sleep.
What a filthy breakfast.
I know. Price we heroes have to pay for eventual victory, my lad.
Aye, well, that cook, the price is too high.
Anything new?
Haven't you seen the Winco's latest?
No.
Oh, well, there it is in his board. Affects your zone, too, so you better copy it into your wee notebook.
Ah, where is it?
No submarine, repeat, no submarine is to be attacked today, December 3rd, in area SL between 1200 and 1500 hours. In area SM between 1400 and 1530. And in area TM between 1430 and nightfall. Air Stiggins, Wing Commander. Well.
Yeah, it makes you think, eh?
What about the Lekente? Let the ruddy thing get away. Just like them. Old Hitler makes rings round us.
Ah, love, could thou and I with fate conspire to grasp the sorry scheme of things entire, would we not shatter it to bits and then remould it nearer to the heart's desire?
I hell we would.
Ah, here's Hooper. He looks a bit strained.
Hello, Jerry.
Hi.
Sergeant Hutchinson's gone hospital. What about it?
Good job, too. He's been breathing influenza germs all over me for the last 2 days. Who can I have instead?
Nobody.
Well, that's a magnificent show, I must say. Am I supposed to go without a second pilot?
I don't know who there is to send with you. Do you?
That means I've got to take the thing alone.
Send Corporal Jones with you if you like.
No, thanks. I've got Corporal Lambert for the rear gun and the wireless operator. He can pass me up the charts.
Okay, Jerry. If you go on patrol alone this afternoon, I'll let you have Sergeant Abel for tomorrow.
But I have a round of Perky Dye for it after mess.
Anyway, thank God it's better visibility today.
Yes.
Don't want any more Lekentes.
Well, sea might be stiff with Lekentes and submarines for all it matters to us. Not allowed to bomb the ruddy things till we see them.
Don't take it too much to heart, old boy. After all, the brass hats up top know what they're doing.
What time do you reckon we'll land, sir? What's it now? 3:38, sir.
Yeah, about 4:15 then.
It's got probably overcast, hasn't it?
Yes. Not much future in this job. I'll take it down a bit. Fly about 1,600 feet just below Cloud City.
That's the best thing, sir. What do you make that out to be ahead, sir?
Where?
About 2 miles ahead, sort of lump.
2 miles in. My God! Lambert, it's a sub.
A submarine, Skipper?
Yeah, it's a submarine, all right, going slowly in a northwesterly direction. Yes, it's a sub! Radio operator, submarine up at the surface about 2 miles dead ahead of us. I've got her, Skipper.
Where's that blasted notebook? Let's have a look. Area SM up to 1530, and it's now 1539.
You're going into attack, sir?
Just a minute.
We turned out to sea again at 1527. That's 12 minutes on the new course since we turned, say 26 sea miles. Now, let's see. We're on chart. We're still in Area S. Area TM's a good 2 miles over to the west. This is it.
Captain to crew, we're going into attack.
Rear gunner all set, Skipper.
What's your Lambert? She's seen us. She's diving.
I'll drop my bombs on a turn and hope to hit her. Hold it. Identifier. There's the hydroplane coming up. It's grey. That's enough. Here we go.
Got her, Skipper. Good show. That's for the Lekente. Better do another round just to make sure.
She's going.
Good show, really good show. It's finished.
That shows her. First one in the squadron.
Yes, it's probably the one that got the Lekente.
Naval trawler about 3 miles south, sir. Coming up fast.
Well, she can pick up a few cherries.
Fell on a ruddy submarine, my lad. Proper place for him, too.
Did you sink it, Corp?
Well,
ship's
about
it.
Did
any other aircraft have an answer?
Well, I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, well, the skipper sunk it, lads, Mr. Chambers. I didn't do nothing but fire the gun, and that's no ruddy use against a sub, is it?
Was it the one that sank the ship that was torpedoed yesterday?
Oh, can't tell. Skipper thinks he was, though.
Yeah, it is true. True enough, Hooper, old boy. We blasted it good and proper. Did you sink it? Sank it all right. Went right up on end. The bow was vertical. Bloody good show. Did anyone else see it? Well, there was a naval trawler about 3 miles away. I showed her where it happened, and I beat it back home to spread the glad tidings.
Come in. Good evening.
Evening, sir.
I understand, Chambers, that you sank a submarine on patrol this afternoon.
I attacked one, sir. I'm damn certain she sank all right.
This signal has just come in. I want you to read it, Chambers, out loud. Here you are.
From trawler T-383. Submarine destroyed by Anson aircraft 1541, area SMTM. Recovered floating 2 British naval caps, 1 British naval jumper, 2 empty packets of British cigarettes. Returning to port immediately, position buoyed.
I'm afraid one of our own submarines is overdue. HMS Caranx isn't answering any signals. Yes?
Captain Burnaby on the line, sir. I'll put him on now.
I telephoned you gentlemen to meet me here because the sooner we get to the bottom of this afternoon's regrettable occurrence, the better for everyone concerned.
I agree.
Wing Commander Dickens, this is Lieutenant Commander Rutherford from Fort Blockhouse.
How do you do? How do you do? Now, this is Flying Officer Chambers.
Well, now, gentlemen. We're here to get at the facts. Before we decide what action we must take, Rutherford, will you tell us first what orders Caranx had?
She had orders to proceed here from Harwich, sir.
On the surface, I take it?
Oh, yes. She wouldn't dive unless there was very good reason for it.
What about her scheduled route and times?
Well, this operation, I made out, is rather long. Anyway, she was due to pass from area SL to area SM at 14:30, and from area SM to area TM at 1500. In the order for closing the areas against attack, I gave a half an hour margin each way on those times. She should have passed the gate between 1600 and 1615. If she was later than that, she'd have had to anchor in the roads.
I see. And this copy went to Coastal Command,
Yes, this is the sheet I received.
Flying Officer Chambers, you saw this before you went out on patrol?
I saw a shortened version of it on the notice board, sir.
I don't see how I could be made much shorter than it is. Well, we left out the first 2 sentences for secrecy.
I see. Was the notice you saw intelligible to you, Mr. Chambers?
I understood that no attacks were to be made in certain areas at certain times.
You didn't know that one of our submarines was coming in then?
No, sir, I didn't know that.
No doubt the Court of Inquiry will go into that. Now, the signal from trawler 383 gives 1541 hours as the time of attack in area SMTM.
It was definitely in area SM, sir.
If the submarine was in area SM, you were clearly within your rights in attacking, subject to reasonable care. In area TM, you could not attack at all.
No, sir, but she was in area SM, all right.
Well, the trawler buoyed the place, so we shall know before long what had actually happened. Now, Mr. Chambers, when did you see the submarine?
Well, I saw her first, sir, about 2 miles away. It was beginning to get dark. Couldn't make out any detail, just that there was a submarine there.
I take it then you never saw the letters on the conning tower at all?
No, sir, I didn't. I never bothered about them. Once I saw that there was no identification marking on the hydroplanes. I did look for them once, but there was smoke all round the conning tower.
Didn't you think it was worthwhile to make certain?
I was certain, sir. It never entered my head that it could be a British submarine. We're usually told when our own submarines are in the channel.
That's what I'd suppose.
I'm quite sure this one was a German. There was definitely nothing on the hydroplanes.
It was getting dark, wasn't it?
Well, there was enough light to see the colour of the plane.
Did she have 1 or 2 jumping wires?
You mean the wire that runs from bow to stern over the conning tower?
Yes, that's right. 1 or 2.
I can't say. I didn't notice.
One last question. What colour was this submarine that you sank? Was she light grey or dark grey?
She looked very much like any of our own submarines. About the same colour. Sort of medium grey. On top, that is. She was all rusty underneath.
She was what, rusty?
Yes, sir. When she put her nose up, just before she sank, the bottom was black paint all streaked with rust.
Caranx was only docked 6 weeks ago, sir. She shouldn't have been rusty after 6 weeks.
Are you quite sure of that, Mr. Chambers?
She was definitely rusty underneath, sir.
May I raise a point, sir?
Certainly.
It seems Caranx didn't answer any signals after 1400 hours.
So you must have been worried about her before 1541.
We thought it was a temporary wireless failure.
It's a point to remember, sir.
Certainly. I think there's no doubt that she was late on her schedule. It looks to me as if she'd had some accident or mechanical failure which delayed her and cut off the power from her wireless. Come in.
Where will you have all these things, sir? They're all over oil and water still.
Put them down here.
Right. There's 2 sodden packets of cigarettes, 1 seaman's jumper, British, 1 seaman's cap, another seaman's cap, also British.
I can't see how they got so soaked in oil. It's funny. Looks as if they'd been blown into a fuel tank by the explosions.
Is this all there was, Mitchison?
All we could see. As soon as I saw these, I put a spar buoy down, right in the middle where the air was coming up.
What's the depth?
Oh, 50 to 60 fathoms at low springs.
God, we'll never get a diver down to him.
Well, gentlemen, I shan't keep you much longer. I shall report to the Commander-in-Chief, and he, of course, will order a court of inquiry to be convened. I don't know what your view is, Wing Commander. In my mind, there's no doubt that Caranx was sunk by this young gentleman with you, who does not seem to me to be sufficiently responsible to carry out the duties you entrust him with. A court of inquiry will settle where the blame should lie for the accident, whether with the captain of Caranx or with the pilot of your ensign. Is there anything else before we disperse, Wing Commander?
I don't think so. From what I've heard, I feel that the blame does not rest solely on Mr. Chambers for this accident. The other thing I'm sure you must know already, that we in the Air Force regret what has happened most deeply.
Thank you, Wing Commander.
I'd like to say one thing. If I did make a mistake, I'm extremely sorry. Sometimes a bit difficult when you've got to act quickly.
No doubt, Mr. Chambers, but when you act quickly, you've got to be right.
Well, there it is. No use crying over spilled milk, as they always say.
Who would want to be a submariner with those clods and coastal command protecting you and yours? I can't see why they didn't send out divers, if they've really got the place.
Too deep, isn't it?
How deep can a diver go to, anyway?
300 feet's about the record.
I thought they went deeper than that.
Well, the truth of it is, they don't know where she is at all.
Oh, yes, they do.
You wouldn't be kidding, would you?
No, not Porky Thomas, one of the least inaccurate officers in the fleet.
Seriously, though. I sailed T-192 right through the place this morning. We sailed through the slick with the oil coming up. It was just off departure point.
Oh, was it now? Isn't Kitchener's drifter standing by in case anyone gets out of Caranx?
Not much ready hope of that now, is there?
Anyway, they opened the court of inquiry over in Blockhouse this afternoon.
Then someone's for the high jump.
Coastal Command on this occasion.
Well, me for grub. Anyone else coming?
Yes. Hang on a minute while I finish.
What's the matter with them all tonight? They all look as if they've lost a quid and found sixpence.
Well, didn't you hear?
Hear what?
The submarine's been sunk or something.
Yeah, well, Miriam, there's a war on.
Yes, but this one was one of ours.
What?
Yes. Isn't it awful? One of our Air Force chaps bombed it by mistake. HMS Caranx.
You don't mean it?
Well, that's what they were saying just now.
It's dreadful.
Now, I can't understand how it could happen. Haven't they got markings to show they're English?
I think so.
Well, then. Hello, look who's here.
Hello, Mona. Half can, please. Bitter.
I'll get it.
Thank you. Look, Mona, I can't go dancing tonight.
Oh.
I'm frightfully sorry, but I can't make it.
So am I.
Is there any way we could go and have supper instead?
Oh, well, I suppose so, Jerry.
I want to have a talk with you.
Well, why can't we go dancing then?
I do want to do that. Look, I'll tell you afterwards.
Jerry, you're not in any trouble, are you?
Oh, good Lord, no. What made you think that?
We could go to the Ace of Diamonds.
Okay. Where shall I meet you?
Well, you know the back entrance round in Clarence Lane?
I'll find it. What time?
10:30?
I'll be there. Bye.
Hey, what about your beer?
Oh, I'll scrub round it now. In a bit of a hurry.
Well.
Mona, is that you?
Jerry, I can't see you. It's ever so dark.
I'm here.
Well, aren't we going to the Ace of Diamonds?
Give us a kiss first.
A kiss?
Yeah, kiss. You've heard of them, haven't you?
Ma, aren't we being Clark Gable tonight?
Look, Mona, there's something you ought to know about... Well, I mean, you might not want to come out with me when you know. So I better tell you straight away.
Whatever are you talking about?
Do you know anything about submarines?
Well, the Wavy Navy lads were talking about one in a bar tonight. It was one that was sunk. Caranx or something like that.
Mona, I sank it.
Oh, Jerry.
You poor thing. Now I know why you wanted to kiss me.
Yeah,
Was it an accident?
sort of. You can understand now why I didn't want to go to the pavilion, in case people saw me.
But they said there was a court of inquiry on.
Yes, well, that's it.
Well, what happened?
I can recite the findings to you by heart.
Poor Jerry. Oh, my poor Jerry.
HMS Caranx was sunk with all hands at 15:41 on December 3rd, 1939, by the action of an Anson aircraft of Coastal Command RAF under the command of Flying Officer R. Chambers RAF. That sufficient care had not been exercised by Flying Officer Chambers in identifying the submarine before attack, and that no useful purpose would be served by attempting salvage operations before the conclusion of hostilities.
But they couldn't do anything to you for that, could they? I mean, it was an accident.
Can't they just? I won't be able to stay on here after this.
Oh. Will they send you away?
I'm going. I got in before they did. I was to be transferred away from here to some other job. That's why I wanted to see you tonight. I'm going away.
When?
Tomorrow.
Where?
To Bomber Command. They don't mind you dropping bombs all over the place. Either I go to France or somewhere in the north of England.
You won't be around Portsmouth anymore?
Darling, look, that's what I'm trying to say. It's better to get away and make a new start somewhere else.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
It's been fun, going out together, dancing. But for that, I should be glad to get away.
Jerry, I've loved going out with you.
You know, I told you I was making a galleon.
So you did?
Would you like it?
Oh, Jerry, I'd like it ever so.
Good, I'll bring it round to your home tomorrow.
I'll be at home tomorrow afternoon.
Good. Poor thing but my own.
Jerry,
Yeah.
you never told me where your home is.
Oh, didn't I? Well, I live at Market Stanton.
What was that?
It's a little village on the Yorkshire Wolds, about 10 miles from the North Sea. I'm going there on leave first to see my mother. The sooner I get away from Portsmouth and all these iron-jawed naval captains staring at me more in anger than in sorrow, the better.
Well, sir, that's the end of that.
Except for one thing. The Admiral wants us to draft the terms of the announcement to the press.
Yes. Let's get it over now.
An accidental explosion, I should think.
I think so.
Right. Something like this. The Admiralty regrets to announce that HMS Caranx, a submarine of the 1933 class, has been lost with all hands due to an accidental explosion while at sea. That'll do. It's true enough.
Yes. Oh, by the way, sir.
Yes, Rutherford?
You know we discussed the way those caps and the naval jumper were soaked in fuel oil.
Yes, strange that. I supposed in a mixture of oil and water, they'd take up the water in preference.
And I said I thought it was the other way about.
So you did, Rutherford?
Well, I tried an experiment in surface tension.
Oh?
Yes, sir. In that glass-stoppered bottle by the window, there are some bits of cloth floating in a mixture of oil and water.
And which do they take up?
Water.
Not oil. What does that mean?
Oh, I don't know, sir. There are several points about this thing I don't understand.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's all over now.
Except to see that it doesn't happen again.
I'll see to that if I have to put a naval officer in every aircraft of Coastal Command. It won't happen again with this particular pilot anyway. He leaves tomorrow to do his damage elsewhere.
Pass Mrs. Allen the milk, Roderick.
Oh, sorry, Mother.
Roderick!
Oh, I am sorry. Wretched cup just jumped out of my hand. I'll go and get a mop.
It's the war, you know.
I know, it's awful.
His nerves are terrible. But then it's only to be expected. Until he came up here, he was out flying every single day to protect the convoys, looking for submarines, you know.
I hope he sank some of the nasty things for us.
Of course he did, but they aren't allowed to say, you know. We can't get a thing out of him, even about the new job he's got near here.
Come in. Oh, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
I sent for you, officers, because I've been asked to supply a volunteer for special duties. I don't know what the work is, except that it's some sort of testing to be carried out on Wellingtons. Now, I want a volunteer, because I understand it's not quite so safe as, as flying over Germany, bombing the jetties with leaflets.
Can we have some sort of idea what kind of work it is, sir?
Oh, not much, I'm afraid.
About all I know is that it's out over the sea. Now, I picked you chaps because you've all had a good bit of experience over water, and because you're all adequate pilots on the Wellington.
Can you tell us what the establishment is, sir?
Oh, I don't think there is any establishment, Chambers.
I see.
The pilot who gets this job will be the first. He should be quite all right in that way.
Yeah, unless he falls in the drink.
Yes, unless he falls in the drink. I want to volunteer for this because I gather it's, a tricky sort of business. And I want to volunteer pretty quickly. What about you, Jackson?
I put in a month ago for a posting to a fighter squadron, sir.
Yeah, so you did. David?
Well, I'll go if I have to, sir, but I'd rather stay here.
I see. Chambers?
I think I'd like to have a stab at it, sir.
Good man. Well, you others can go.
Thanks, sir.
Well, I'm sorry you're going, Chambers. You've done quite well here.
Thanks, sir.
I was going to send you as first pilot in command of a machine the next time we had a show.
Very nice of you to say that, sir.
Well, there it is. You're to report to Titchfield Aerodrome at once, to the Marine Experimental Unit.
Titchfield?
Yes, it's somewhere down near Portsmouth.
Portsmouth? But I've just come from there, sir.
Have you? I thought you came from Coastal Command.
Yes, sir, I was at Emsworth Aerodrome.
What's the matter?
I didn't much want to go back to Portsmouth, sir, for a personal reason.
Well, I'm afraid it's done now, Chambers. Is your reason very serious?
Well, I don't think so, sir.
Good. Oh, well, you better take off and get to your new job, Chambers. I'm sure you'll do well in it. In wartime, we can't pick and choose our postings, you know. Anyway, I'm damn sure you'll find it interesting.
I'm sure I shall, sir.
And if you happen to have had a spot of trouble in Portsmouth in the past, don't worry over much. These things are quickly forgotten in war.
Oh, you man. I bet it's a dirty story.
I swear it isn't. It's a newspaper cutting.
Well, could be a dirty story still, couldn't it? Here are your gins.
Thanks, Mama.
Well, what is it you've got there?
Oh, show it to her, Melody, for heaven's sake.
I told you it's a newspaper cutting. My uncle in America sent it to me.
Oh, is it a bit from an American paper?
That's right. My uncle sent it. He lives in Norfolk, Virginia.
Well, what's it say?
I'll read it to you, sweetheart. Ace wartime skipper saw British sink Nazi U-boat. Alex Jorgen, blue-eyed, red-haired captain of Dutch motor ship Heloise, told our reporter of hairbreadth escapes in England's blockade zone. In traversing English Channel on December the 3rd, said Dutch captain, we saw a U-boat sunk by British off departure point. Violent explosion about 2 miles inshore broke glasses in the steward's pantry. Then bow and stern of U-boat appeared separately before vanishing forever. Jorgen said British were as hot as Nazis in the war on neutral shipping.
These U-boat stories are ruddy great lie anyway. No submarine was sunk in those parts till January.
Oh, but what about...
What about what?
Nothing. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, much as I'd like to stand here nattering, I can't. Not with a room full of thirsty matlers to serve. I've got work to do even if you haven't.
Very well, Professor. If you can calibrate the circuit in the trial runs, that's good enough. I don't see where the difficulty arises.
And we can calibrate for any given frequency, Captain Barnaby. The difficulty lies in assessing the conditions as the aircraft nears the ship.
But as I understand it, every ship has its own frequency.
Yes, every ship of the same class has similar characteristics.
And the frequency is always the same? From month to month and year to year?
That is so. But of course it will be modulated by the direction of the ship relative to the meridian.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid I'm a little out of my depth, you know.
May I butt in, sir? The course corrector deals with that. The pilot sets the course of the target ship upon the dial, you remember.
Yes, I see that, Wing Commander.
But that's a relative correction, not an absolute one. It has no bearing on our difficulty.
You say, Professor, it's going to take 3 months to do these calculations?
Oh, at least, I'm afraid. It means that we've got to plot the influence round several known ships in 3 dimensions. From that, we can construct the diagrams for any other ship.
Suppose we haven't got the time for that. Suppose I tell you that this thing has got to be in service in 3 months' time from now. I understand there's no production difficulty.
It could be used in 3 months' time, sir. Deliveries will be starting in a week or two.
But we really must find out the conditions before we can make it work at all.
Can't we fly it over a known ship and explode off half a dozen of them, each with a different setting?
Surely we can bracket it like that.
I don't think you can go at it that way. You see, gentlemen, you have to have a bursting charge to free the satellites. You can't do it with a dummy.
I'm afraid I don't quite get that point.
Well, if in fact the frequency is lower than the setting, it probably won't work at all.
Mm-hmm.
If the frequency is high, then there's a danger that the bomb will go off in the aeroplane. We can't take out the bursting charge, you see.
I can see that. I suppose that if the bomb exploded in the aeroplane, we'd lose both the machine and the pilot?
I'm afraid so, Captain.
But I don't think it need happen. We can go at this from the low-frequency end and work up gently.
Yes, that seems all right, so long as we go carefully.
I don't think we could possibly do that.
Why not?
Well, think of the risk.
Well, if we get it wrong, of course, we lose the aeroplane. But I don't see any reason why we should go wrong.
It seems to me that we'd be taking very great risks if we go at it that way.
Professor, Mr. Winston Churchill was talking to the Admiral about this yesterday. It's very important that this thing should be in service in the spring. He wants 3 squadrons fitted with it.
We could do 3 squadrons, all right, sir.
Time of war, Professor, one has to take certain risks.
If you go at it this way, we may have accidents.
I agree with you, Captain Burnaby. I think there's a case here for taking a bit of a chance.
The pilot must be very well instructed before anything is done.
Certainly. And we must have a good, steady pilot for the job.
We've already got one, sir. He's just come down from Market Stanton. I had a talk with him this morning. He's a good, reliable type who did well with his squadron up north.
Good. Well, the professor here will have to do whatever he can to safeguard the boy in case there should be an accident.
God, these sailor boys don't half rush you off your feet. Drink like fishes.
Don't they just? They're almost kids, most of them.
Hey, what happened to that boy of yours, Myrna? The one in the Air Force with the lovely smile.
I was up in Yorkshire.
He's not, you know.
Now they're transferred... What did you say?
I said he wasn't in Yorkshire.
No, but...
Hello?
Jerry! Whatever are you doing here?
I came in for half a can, darling.
Yeah, but what are you doing here?
I told you buying half a can of beer.
Oh, you and your half can. Here. Are you just down here on holiday?
Oh, no fear, on a job. All best.
Jerry, how have you been?
Well, darling, I got rid of my ringworm, but my galloping thrombosis has been troubling me a weeny bit. I don't think I've got very long to live.
Oh, you look like it. Jerry, are you back at Emsworth?
No. Titchfield now. Some damn silly scheme or other they wanted volunteers for.
Volunteers?
Well, you know how it is. You want a volunteer to go and make love to a lovely young barmaid down at the Royal Clarence in Portsmouth. What about you, Chambers? She's your type, exactly. Oh, and there'll be all sorts of other fun and games too, Chambers. I bet there will be. Anyway, I start with them tomorrow.
Oh, Jerry.
It's quite all right, Chambers, so long as we go at it carefully. But it's a bit tricky, as you can see.
Well, I can see what has to be done, sir, but I'm afraid I don't understand it in the least. I don't see what makes the thing go off.
Ah. Do you think you could break it down into simple language, Professor Legg?
I think so.
Very well, then. I'll leave you to it.
First of all, do you know how a thermionic valve works?
More or less.
Well, no. Look here, my boy. I've been warned, ordered, I suppose, not to let you into this business. It's secret, damnably secret. Well, I'm going to take responsibility. After all, you're flying the aeroplane.
True.
What does the gadget look like to you?
Well, rather like a very wizard new bomb sight.
So it is, but a bomb sight with a difference. This one controls the destroying agent you're using.
I see.
That's why it's so secret. And it's dangerous because part of that destructive agent remains in the aircraft.
I see.
I can tell you no more than that, I'm afraid. Well, there's the thermionic valve.
Mm-hmm.
That's the grid. Now, we begin these experiments with a battleship that the Royal Navy is, laying on, I believe the term is.
Good Lord, sir. You realize we've been at it for 2 solid hours?
Yes. I'm afraid I get carried away. You must forgive me.
Not at all. Anyway, Professor, I gather the milliammeters of the thing I've got to watch.
You must watch it all the time. The modulator should maintain the current at about 25 milliamps. If it goes higher, you must throw this switch. This one here. That breaks the primary circuit.
Mm-hmm. And if I don't do that, I suppose the current will go on rising until the thing goes off.
Yes, you must watch it very carefully and throw your switch immediately.
Ah, fun and games for everybody if I don't.
Oh, you young men. I've been thinking a good deal about this current rise, my boy. I had arranged with Wing Commander Shute to put the switch on the instrument panel just by your hand.
That's what this new thing on the panel is, I suppose, isn't it?
Yes. Now, I think it would be better if we send up somebody with you to watch the milliammeter and throw the switch immediately it starts to rise.
I don't think that'll
In fact, I think I'll come myself.
I don't see that that's necessary. So I've only got to throw the switch if it goes over 25, haven't I?
Yes, but I mean, you'll have your machine to fly, my boy. This thing will want watching very carefully indeed.
I'll put the aircraft onto the autopilot, and I shan't have anything to do except watch. Just one thing, sir. How quickly will it go up if it's going to go up, I mean?
Let me see now. Yes. For the battleship, I should expect it to go up at the rate of 10 milliamps in 3 seconds.
Oh, good heavens. Time to have a shave, shampoo, and right home. And it goes off at 40 milliamps.
Yes.
Well, that's 4.5 seconds. Money for old rope.
Nevertheless, I think another person in the machine would be a help.
Well, I'm damn sure he'd be a bloody nuisance.
Well, it's as you wish.
Well, there are 2 things I'd like. One's an armored seat, in case that bomb goes off bang under my backside. And the other is a beer before lunch. I've got very simple tastes, Professor. Just a can of beer and a young woman to take to the pictures. Just look at that old bird, sir. Pacing up and down in front of the wimpy as though he's got bile, indigestion, and the cares of the world all at once.
Well?
I don't see what he's getting so worked up about. He's only got to watch.
Professor Legg feels responsible for this test. He took it very badly when the Navy cut the time short, you know. Since then, he's been working long hours on his distribution curves.
He looks as though he'll have a litter of them any minute.
Don't be irreverent. Here he comes.
All right, my boy. All the best.
We'll go out the blind tonight if this thing works out all right, Professor. I'll have a blasted mortuary if it doesn't.
Well, good luck. We must go. We have to join the naval officers in the trawler.
Right. Well, I shall take off as arranged in 20 minutes' time. I hope all those little slide rules of yours are accurate, sir.
All right. Give him the light.
Aye, sir.
There's the red flare from the Wellington.
Yes, he's ready now.
Right. Now he is going for the battleship.
He's coming up.
Nearly opening now. Nothing.
No.
Wretched thing will work.
Give it a chance. Is banking?
Yes, he'll turn and fly over it again.
Blast!
Nothing again.
What do you think could have happened, Professor?
No idea, Captain Barnaby.
Well, the pilot's probably just being very careful.
Well, he's making his 3rd run.
Yes, nearly there.
Coming up now.
Now.
It works! It works!
Fantastic! I do congratulate you most heartily, Professor Legg.
Thank you, Captain.
And you too, Wing Commander Hughes.
Thank you, sir.
There wouldn't have been much left of it if that stuff had been fully loaded.
Oh, I don't know. I should think the multiple pom-poms would have got the aircraft.
Wing Commander, I would very much like to see the installation of the machine.
Well, sir, it's rather late now. I dare say the pilot's had enough for one day.
I agree, but what about first thing tomorrow?
I'll drive you out to the aerodrome, sir.
Excellent. I'm fascinated by this whole thing. Besides, I'd like to have a word with the pilot.
I'll introduce him to you, sir. You'll like him.
Nothing like a hot cuppa after a good day's work.
You and your work. I believe you just play about at that aerodrome.
Have another donut.
Well, finished.
Well, I will.
Honestly, what do you do all day?
I can tell you one thing I did yesterday.
What's that?
Made my will.
No kidding, Jerry.
Show it to you if you like.
I don't believe you. People don't make wills until they're
About to die. Can happen in wartime, you know.
Jerry, I didn't mean...
Well, I haven't got it with me, but I'll tell you what's in it. You'd like me to tell you?
Well, if you want to, Jerry.
I left everything to you.
What did you do that for?
Why, it's not enough to bother about. There's a couple of £100 in war loan that Aunt Molly left me, and the car.
But, Jerry, I don't want your money. Honest, I don't.
If you're not going to get it, I shall be very upset if you do.
But what did you want to make a will for, anyway?
Well, somebody's got to have what I've got, in case I should get killed or anything.
So you thought you'd leave it all to me?
That's a smart girl.
Why me?
Because we had a fine time, Myrna, dear, ever since we met. Because you were so nice to me after I sank Caranks. You know, it did a lot for me then. I wanted to do something, if I could, to pay back what I owe you. Even if I was to do myself a bit of no good at the same time.
You don't want to talk like that, Jerry.
Yeah, well, all right, let's drop it. Hey, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, that's right. Let's talk about what happens if you live to be 90.
Hey?
You're trying to make out you owe me something. If you die, I get 200 quid in your car.
Well, don't forget my wireless set.
Yeah, but that's all if you're dead. What do I get if you live to be 90?
Well, I'll tell you. If this were peacetime and things were normal, I should want you to marry me, Myrna. But I don't want that.
What do you want then, Jerry?
I want to go on as we are.
All right, then. But there's one thing I don't understand.
Yeah, me too, darling.
Well, all this about being killed.
Well, it does happen from time to time, you know, and even in the best conducted wars.
Is what you do at Titchfield very dangerous?
All kinds of things are dangerous in wartime. It's one of the penalties of being a hero. Not to fret, though. As a matter of fact, the most dangerous thing I've got on my plate tomorrow is meeting a few naval types who want to shake my palsied hand and have a look at my aeroplane.
Yesterday afternoon was a great success. Everyone was very pleased.
Oh, glad about that, sir. It seemed to go all right.
Oh, it went very well indeed. What was the matter on the first two runs?
Well, on the first one, the milliammeter went right up, sir. It went to somewhere between 32 and 36. It was jumping about a bit, so I switched off.
I see. What happened on the second run?
On the second run, it didn't work at all. The milliammeter stuck at about 18. It never got over 20, and nothing happened.
That's bad. And the third time?
Third time, it went perfectly, sir. Didn't feel it go at all. I just saw the needle go back to zero.
Yes, it went perfectly. The Navy thought it was wonderful. But I don't think they liked it much.
I don't suppose they did. Hitler could give the silent service the heebie-jeebies if he had it.
Oh, there you two are. This is Flying Officer Chambers, the pilot, sir. Captain Burnaby.
Good morning, Mr. Chambers. Did you feel satisfied with the trial yesterday?
Yes, sir. I think it went all right, sir.
Do you feel competent to carry on and complete the series of trials?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have a word with you alone, Wing Commander Hewitt.
Very well, sir.
That was very odd of Captain Burnaby.
Yes, Professor. He's an odd man.
You knew him before?
Oh, yes. I sank one of his submarines last December.
You sank a submarine? British one?
That's right. I took it for a German. And I can imagine the grim joy with which he's telling Hewitt all the gory details of this very moment.
I can't think what postings are about, Captain Burnaby.
Nor can I, Wing Commander.
Still, there he is, and we must make the best of him.
I hope you don't propose these trials should continue in his hands. In our view, he's completely responsible.
I'll tell you what our view of that is tomorrow morning, sir.
The trial tomorrow must be cancelled.
We shall cancel it only if we find our pilot is unfit to do the work.
Do you consider him a fit pilot, then?
I must see my AOC. Yesterday, I thought him a very suitable pilot for the job, and I still do. His conduct of the trials to date has been both serious and competent.
I can't deny that. At the same time, the trials have only just begun. The Royal Navy very much object to going on with him. I need a drink, my dear. It's been a wretched day.
What happened, darling?
You remember that Air Force cub who sank Caranx?
Yes?
Well, the RAF has made him, of all people, pilot for these trials.
Oh, Fred, I am sorry.
Heaven only knows what makes them do these things.
Enough pink, dear?
Exactly, thank you. Where's Jim?
Out on his motorbike. It's repaired.
Repaired? What happened? I knew nothing about this.
He ran into the back of a milk cart during the holidays.
I can't go on paying out for that motorbike like this. If my son will have accidents, he'll have to pay for the repairs out of his allowance.
Oh, but it costs £6.15.
Jim's got no business running into milk carts.
Oh, don't be too hard on him, Fred.
I'm not being hard on him, my dear, but he's got to learn.
He is learning. You know, Fred, you are hard on young people.
I'm hard on young people? Hard on them?
You are rather, darling. After all, they are young, and they're learning, just as we had to do at their age.
Yes, sir?
Fort Blockhouse?
Putting you through, sir.
Fort Blockhouse, sir.
Duty officer.
Very good, sir. Duty officer.
Burnaby here.
Yes, sir?
I want you to ring up Air Commodore Hughes at Emsworth.
Yes, sir.
Present him with my compliments and tell him I've altered my decision. The Royal Navy is perfectly prepared to continue the secret trials with Flying Officer Chambers. Good night.
You get any of the crew from the Jerry sub? No. There was plenty of them in it, but they're all as dead as doornails. What's everybody drinking? Same again?
Yes, please.
Same all round, please, Morland.
Whiskey. Right.
Did they learn anything useful from the U-boat, then? Oh, I don't know about that. We went off on another salvage job.
Yes, a whiskey.
Oh, thanks, love. I only know there was one ruddy funny thing we found. Oh, what was that? Tell them about the torpedo tube, sir.
Well, there's only one tube. I went in at low tide to see if any of the tubes are loaded.
That was a grisly sort of job.
Yes, it was, rather. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Well, I opened the back door of all the tubes, and one of them was full of fuel oil.
Fuel oil?
Yes, I opened the door, and it came out all over my boots and everything.
Well, how did that stuff get into a torpedo tube?
Well, that's not all. What do you think came out with it?
A nest of field mice and a tea cause, eh?
Most of a British ratings kit.
What? In the oil?
In the oil, in the torpedo tube. There was a hat, a couple of jumpers and a shirt, a pair of tags, and a lot of Portsmouth City Council tram tickets, if you please. Oh, all sorts of junk.
But how on earth did it all get there?
Oh, it's just one of Jerry's very special little tricks.
Is it? By gum.
They keep a tube full of fuel oil and British sailors' kit. If they get in a tight corner, they discharge the whole caboodle. Just blow the tube through with compressed air.
Nice people, aren't they?
We see a lot of oil and air come up, so we stop dropping our depth charges. And then, of course, when we see a British matelot's cap floating in the oil, we get all hot and bothered and stop proceedings altogether.
And while you're all in a dither, Jerry just scarpers, eh?
Exactly.
How long have they been doing this?
God only knows. We've only just cottoned onto it anyway. This one of the Goodwins was the first definite case we found of it. Oh, steady on, old girl. My nerves won't stand that sort of treatment, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. It's the third glass gone this evening, Mona. Mr. Harris went off be cross.
I know.
Are you all right, miss? Oh, it's white as a sheet. Look as if you'd just seen a ghost.
Well, perhaps I have. Well, a lot of a ghost would be more like it. I'm sorry I startled you, boys. It's just I was thinking about something else. What was it that officer said about the slick? When you all coming up? 40-something. 40 Thomas.
We sailed right through the slick with the oil coming up. It was just off departure point.
But it wasn't off departure point at all.
It was just a departure point.
Oh, ask Jerry.
Departure point, darling. No fear. It was much more towards the island.
Somebody said something in the bar about submarine being sunk off departure point. James. Mulder James off departure point. On exactly the same day, too.
We saw a U-boat sunk by the British off departure point. Departure point. No
for you. It was much more towards you.
Oh, it doesn't make sense. Oh, Jerry. Jerry. Oh, poor Jerry. 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 Oh! It was a different submarine.
Yeah, girl, what's going on? What are you in such a tune-eight about?
Who is it?
It's me, girl. You're Dad.
Oh, Dad. Dad.
What is it? Been having a nightmare, eh?
Dad. Oh, Dad. Dad, you couldn't sink a submarine unless you knew it, could you?
Yeah, girl, what's all this? Who couldn't sink a submarine?
Dad, I mean, if a submarine got sunk, somebody know who'd done it, wouldn't they?
Should do. Now, who's been talking to you?
Oh, no, nobody special. I was just dreaming.
You're making enough row about it.
Dad, it's just what I heard in the bar.
Ah.
There was one sunk, and no one seems to know who sunk it.
Sunk in the channel? These parts?
Off Departure Point, they were saying.
Off Departure Point? Well, girl, the only thing would be if it had been sunk by another German submarine, by mistake, like. Nobody would know then who'd done it.
No, Dad. I don't think that makes sense. Oh, it doesn't matter. But I was only wondering because they was all talking about it.
Well, that's the only way I knows that it could happen without anybody knowing.
No, it wasn't Caranks after all.
What's that?
No, nothing really, Dad.
Come on, girl, out with it.
Dad, do you know Jerry?
Jerry who?
Flying Officer Chambers?
Well, the bloke what takes you dancing?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, seen him once.
Well, he sunk a British submarine with bombs when he was on patrol.
What? Yeah.
That's what the Court of Inquiry said, but it's all wrong, Dad. Honest it is.
Let's get this right. What is it you say he did?
He sunk a submarine called Caranks. Only he didn't. The Navy had it in for him. And you ought to know, Dad, what the Navy's like when it's got an idea in its head.
This seems to mean, then, Professor Legge, that we're practically home.
I think we shall be very near that stage, but only as regards the battleship, you know.
But as regards the battleship alone, we're very nearly ready for service use?
I think that is so.
I must congratulate you, Professor.
Thank you. The cruiser is a different problem altogether.
Which we are here at this moment to solve.
Yes.
Here's the pilot, sir.
Good.
Hello, Chambers.
It worked all right on the cruiser at the second shot, sir. They're loading up now for the trial this afternoon.
Any idea, my boy, why it didn't work the first time?
None at all that I could see, sir. As a matter of fact, it didn't go a bit as you said.
Oh?
You said the current on the milliammeter would go up suddenly in 2.5 seconds.
Yes, I was worried about that.
Well, it just went creeping up very slowly. Much slower than the battleship. It must have taken 7 or 8 seconds. I switched off when it got to 36.
That's bad. I don't understand it.
Yes, sir. Went up very slowly.
Mr. Chambers.
Sir?
Are you, in view of this, prepared to continue with the trial this afternoon?
Continue? Of course, sir.
Good man.
And he's down here again now, Dad, at Tetchfield Aerodrome this time.
I see.
Well, what ought I to do? I mean, Dad, someone ought to know about it.
Or in a ship, the officer of the watch would be the one to tell. But with this, well, I don't know, I'm sure. It's not as though you know anything, really. It's just what you suppose.
No, I don't see that, Dad. It seems to me it's the only way it could have happened. That Court of Inquiry never saw Porky Thomas or Moulder James or anyone. They never even knew about the clothes in the torpedo tube, because that's only just been found out.
Well, girl, I don't know what to say.
Well, if you can't help me, Dad, I shall have to find somebody who can. Oh, poor Jerry. He needs all the help anyone can give him, and I'm going to see that he gets it, Dad.
Well, Professor, now for the cruiser.
Yes. That pilot of ours, Captain Burnaby, he's a very gallant young man.
I agree.
They're an extraordinary race, aren't they, these airmen?
Why do you say that?
Well, before he took off this morning, one of his friends strolled up and said, "Bloody nice day for a war. Going to flirt with death again."
It's their special language, their defense mechanism.
Yes, I suppose it is. Even so.
Here comes the Wellington on its first run.
trawler seems a bit near the cruiser. Close rapidly and circle at 1,000 feet. Ah, all this lamp flashing from a bridge. This is it. Half of the run. Switch on power to the apparatus at the main switch. Pull over the safety switch. Millimeter. Showing 16 or 17, about normal at the beginning of the run. Check direction of cruiser. Rudder slightly to maintain course. Millimeter. 18. Funny. Not rising as it should. Correct course again. Millimeter. Where the... My God, the needle isn't there. Yes, at 50. Switch. Oh, no.
I'm taking you in to see the commander. Don't let him frighten you.
No, I won't.
Harry? My name is Sutton. How do you do, Miss Stevens?
How do you do?
Would you sit down? A cigarette?
No, thank you.
Well, now, what's this all about?
At lunchtime today, sir, Miss Stevens approached me. It's about the Caranx accident. She, Miss Stevens, thinks another submarine was sunk on that same afternoon off Departure Point, and that one was really Caranx.
Good heavens. What makes you think that, Miss Stevens?
Well, it's like this. I work in the Royal Clarence in the snack bar.
I know you do. You've served me there.
Yes, sir. And you know how people get talking of an evening over a few beers when they meet old friends? But they're very careful, even when they forget about the girl behind the bar.
Yes?
We get to hear ever such a lot of things you can't imagine.
I think I can.
Well, the day after Caranx was sunk, all the naval officers, the young ones I mean, well, they seemed to know all about it. And they was arguing where it happened. And somebody said that somebody called Ruxton had told them that it was off Departure Point. In area SL, I think it was.
Ruxton, eh? Departure Point is in area SL.
That's what they said. And they said that an officer called Porky Thomas had sailed through a lot of oil coming up from the bottom just off Departure Point. And I heard him too, sir.
This was the same day?
No, sir. That was the next morning after Caranx had been sunk.
I see. It's a bit second-hand, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think so. Anyway, sir, I didn't think nothing of it at all until I saw in a newspaper that an officer called Mulder James had... I'm terribly sorry. I don't know their proper names. Porky Thomas and Mulder James. I only know what their friends call them.
That's all right. Do you know if they were RN or RNR?
RNVR they were, both of them.
And what was this in the newspaper?
Well, it was an American newspaper, just a cutting, you know. And it said that the captain of a Dutch ship had seen a submarine sunk in the channel off Departure Point. And it was on December the 3rd, the paper said. And that was the day that Caranx was sunk, wasn't it?
You seem to know a great deal about Caranx, Miss Stevens. Yes, that was the day.
Well, there's another thing in the paper. It said that the submarine broke in 2 bits, with the bow and the stern showing at the same time, like. But Caranx didn't do that. She went down upright with only the bow showing.
Yes, so she did. You know, young lady, you're beginning to surprise me a bit.
Well, that's what made me think there must have been 2 of them, you see?
Yes.
And then only the night before last, there were some officers from a salvage ship in the bar talking about the submarines. And they said that the Germans carried British sailors' clothes in their torpedo tubes sometimes, and they'd fire them out to make us think we're attacking a British submarine.
What?
That's what he said, yes. So then I got to wondering which of them was which. And if it really was the English one that our people sank. So then I came and saw Miss Hancock when she was pointed out to me in the bar.
Well, Miss Stevens, it's been very good of you to come and put this up to us. Very public-spirited indeed. Now, I'm going to ask you to wait in Miss Hancock's office for about half an hour while I see if I can get hold of these people. Then we'll have another talk.
Oh, I don't mind waiting. It's my afternoon off.
Oh, good. Goodbye, Miss Stevens.
Goodbye, sir.
Miss Hancock, I want the file on Caranx, the court of inquiry, at once.
Very good, sir.
And I don't want that young woman to leave the building under any circumstances whatever. Better put a signalman at the foot of the stairs.
Well, Miss Stevens, it isn't often that a young lady comes into this office and gives me, as Commander-in-Chief, as clear and succinct a story as you've done.
Thank you, sir.
This officer is Captain Burnaby.
How do you do, Miss Stevens?
Pleased to meet you.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Miss Stevens, Captain Burnaby and I have listened very carefully to what you've had to say. And there's one question we'd like to ask you.
Yes, sir?
Burnaby?
I'm afraid it's rather a personal question, Miss Stevens.
Oh, I don't mind.
Are you engaged or going about a lot with anybody in particular? You needn't answer it if you don't want to.
Oh, sort of engaged.
He's in the Air Force, isn't he? Is he a pilot?
Yes.
Is he the pilot who sank Caranx?
No, he never did. You and your precious court of inquiry tried to make out he did, but it's all wrong.
We only want to get to the bottom of the thing, Miss Stevens. We can't do that if you hold out on the essential fact. But we don't know where we are then at all. Look, tell me the whole of it. First of all, what's his name?
Chambers. Jerry Chambers. Oh, no, I don't mean that. I mean Roderick Chambers. He's a flying officer.
And you're engaged to him, are you?
Well, no, not properly. Sort of half and half.
And I suppose that when he was in trouble over Caranx, he told you all about it.
Yeah, well, he had to tell somebody. Who else was there for him to talk to? You was all against him.
We're not blaming him or you, or anybody for that matter. We're trying to help.
Well, Miss Stevens, that clears up everything.
Except...
yes, except...
My dear, I'm afraid we have bad news for you.
Evening, sister. Got a new accident case, I see.
Yes, we have.
Who is he?
A young pilot. Been up to some daftful trick, no doubt.
Bad?
Aye, he's bad, all right. And if you ask me, Dr. Foster's out to make him worse. I doubt he'll die before the morning.
Bad as that?
Aye. 2 ribs and the right thigh. Maybe the pelvis, too. And burns on both hands and arms. Shock, of course.
I see he's had strychnine.
Aye. A heavy dose. Did you ever hear the like? The laddie comes in here, conscious and excited, and they give him strychnine. And chattering fit to beat the band he was.
Chattering?
Aye. And the language. My God, the blasphemous young rascal kept saying, we've been a pack of bloody fools. It's so easy, he says. Such a simple little trick. It would have taken all the risk out of the trials and saved my life. I'll damned well live, he says, until I've told the professor.
Did he really?
Mm-hmm. And the professor's closeted with him at this very minute.
What, with a man dying?
Yes, and there the laddie is, talking away 18 to the dozen about engineering and the Lord knows what.
Not so loud, sister. Here comes someone who looks like your professor now.
And about time, too. Well, Professor, I'm glad to see you've decided to leave him alone at last. I hope you'll go away now.
Don't worry, sister. I've got it all now.
And it's overjoyed I am that you have.
What are his chances?
1/2 of what they were before your visit. And that's the truth I'm telling you.
Yes, he's a very brave young man. A very gallant boy indeed.
Well, now that you've finished badgering the poor soul, I'm going to give him his morphia injection.
Yes, give him that. If any man on earth deserves its lifting of pain, he does.
What I cannot understand is that you order me into Weymouth when I already have a navy cert, and when therefore no examination is necessary.
Captain Jorgen, may I introduce myself? Commander Rufford.
So? You are also of the British Contraband Control?
I belong to another branch of the service.
Sure. And what is it then that you wish with me?
Would you take a look at this newspaper cutting, Captain? And tell me if you've ever seen it before?
Let me see. Yeah, I have this in my book also. My book of cuttings, you understand. It comes from a newspaper Norfolk in America.
That's quite correct, Captain. Now tell me, is this account of the submarine correct? Did you really see a submarine destroyed like this?
Yeah, truly. I have written it in the log.
My business is with submarines, Captain. We are very anxious to find out all we can about that particular sinking. May I see your log?
With pleasure. You are able to read Dutch?
I'm afraid not.
No, never mind. I shall translate. There, the date.
Yes.
December the 3rd.
Yes.
There, the time. 14:15.
15.
Strong detonation. Distance 2 miles on starboard side with indication of wrecked submarine. Sea moderate. Departure point bears north 36 degrees west.
That's the bearing of the ship, I take it, not the submarine.
Here's the chart. That is our course.
Yes.
That is the position of the ship. There, the detonation.
I'll take that position down. Thank you, Captain. Now, what exactly did you mean in your log by indication of wrecked submarine? Did you see the submarine before the explosion?
We did not see because of the rain.
I understand.
Then past the squall, and at once we hear the explosion. That rattles the whole ship very strong. We look, and we see a very big tower of water. And then we see the two ends of the submarine, both at the same time above the water.
Did you see the ship that sank her?
There was no ship at all. Not one in sight.
What did you think made the explosion, then?
Commander, how should I know? How should I tell what made the explosion? You know everything already about it.
Not quite everything, Captain, but thanks to you a great deal more than we did.
I have been of help.
More than you know, Captain.
To your British Admiralty?
To them. And to one young British officer in particular.
Hello, Jerry.
Hello, darling. You're looking very nice today.
I bought you some grapes.
Oh, wizard.
How are you feeling?
Okay. Except it hurts like hell when I do my arms.
Oh, must do. Still, you are looking better.
Good. Do you like my screaming orange pajamas?
They're very cheerful.
Ah, that's fine. You're going to see a lot of them.
If you start talking like that, I'll go away.
I nearly did, didn't I?
Did what?
Went away. For keeps.
Yes, Jerry, you nearly did.
Oh, well. Better luck next time.
Don't talk like that.
I was only pulling your leg. You know that.
Jerry.
Hmm?
One thing I do know. They're ever so pleased about what you did when you had this accident.
Oh, are they really? How'd you hear that?
Well, there was a Commander Sutton talking about you.
Mm-hmm.
And he got to know we was friends.
Oh, they really think it was a good show, then?
Oh, they do, Jerry, honest. They think you've done terribly well.
Wow, that's something to set off against Caranx.
They're beginning to worry about Caranx now, Jerry.
Huh?
Commander Sutton was saying there was another submarine sank in the channel that day.
Oh, see, by heck. Do you mean... Do you mean they think there was a chance that the one I sank wasn't Caranx?
Something like that.
Oh, damn it. I always knew that ruddy thing was a German.
Well, all I know, Jerry, is they're looking into it again.
I don't much like hanging about like this. A sitting duck for any U-boat to take a pot shot at.
Well, the Dad has a great deal to do. I told him he's got to be certain.
Look, Commander Rutherford, I wonder if you'd mind putting me in the picture.
Yes, of course. Well, we know something's down there. We think it's a submarine. We want to establish if it is.
To see if it's Caranx.
To see if it is Caranx.
And if it is Caranx, then the one that was buoyed in December, that Coastal Command sank, then that's a German.
Exactly.
I see.
Twitch is on the hook rope, sir.
Oh, good. He'll be coming up then.
More likely Charlie and has some bits and pieces up first, sir.
I hope so.
Quite a bundle on the end, sir, by the feel of it.
The more, the merrier.
Here she comes.
Open up the bag.
Aye, sir.
One broken plate.
Yes, engraved starboard center in English.
And one pair of Ross binoculars. Ross hand wheel, also engraved in the English language.
Double-ended spanner marked in inch measurements. Oh, there's not much doubt about that, is there?
No doubt at all.
Darby coming aboard, sir.
Unscrew the front window and remove his helmet.
Aye, sir.
Well, it's a submarine, all right, sir. One of ours, too. See them words in English on the hand wheel?
Yes, I saw that. Is she very much damaged?
Yes, she copped a packet, sir.
Well, how do you think she was damaged?
I reckon she got torpedoed.
Why do you think that? It might have been a mine.
It didn't look like any mine I've ever seen, sir. It was more local, if you take me, more like a torpedo does. As a matter of fact, I did think I saw the tail of a torpedo crashed up underneath the aft part of the break.
Did you see her name?
It was painted over, sir.
Yes, of course, of course.
But the letters were raised, and I ran my hands over them.
Well?
Carrying, sir.
Thank you. You can pack up your gear.
Aye, sir.
I wonder if you've got a prayer book on board, Harrison. We better read the service for these poor devils before getting underway.
Now, Rutherford, your report.
Well, no doubt at all, sir. The submarine off departure point's carrying's all right.
Was the other submarine really sunk? It has been established.
We had a sweep yesterday, sir. There's definitely a ship at the bottom there, but it's too deep to get a diver down to her. I think there can be very little doubt that she's the submarine that Flying Officer Chambers sank.
I see. Well, as you would reconstruct the matter then, Carranx was proceeding towards Portsmouth at 2:15 in the afternoon in a squall of rain. On the surface?
Oh, certainly on the surface, I should say, sir. She sent a wireless signal at 1403.
Yes, on the surface. As the squall passed, she was sighted by a German, which unfortunately was in a position to torpedo her, and did so.
That, I'm afraid, is what happened.
The supposition is that after that, the German took up the course that Carranx had been steering on for Portsmouth, and that he ran upon the surface as Carranx had been doing. He took a very bold course if he did that.
Well, I think he was probably a very bold man, sir.
He was doing his best to behave exactly as Carranx would have done, in an attempt to get right close into the gate.
Might have done a lot of damage if he'd pulled it off.
Yes, unfortunately for him, he was late on schedule.
It's a bit of luck, sir, that Air Force pilot got him.
Wasn't it? Well, I'm glad we've been able to clear it up. Any other points anyone has to raise?
As a matter of form, sir, the Court of Inquiry ought to be recalled to reconsider its findings.
Oh, I shouldn't waste much effort over that now, Burnaby. It affects nothing now.
They censured the pilot in their findings, sir. I think that should be rectified with as little delay as possible.
Oh, I'd forgotten that. Well, you'd better get that done at once. We owe rather a lot to that young man.
First of all, he gets a strip torn off for sinking Carranx, when what he did was really to save our bacon for us, and then we go and blow him up in Burnaby's devilish experiments.
We might consider that as well now, if you like, sir.
Yes, he seems to have deserved well of us on two counts.
How's he getting along, by the way?
He'll be flying again in 6 months.
For the submarine, he deserves a mention in dispatches. Everyone agreed?
Oh, yes. Agreed, sir.
For the experimental work, I take it that we owe him a great deal. That is so, isn't it?
That is correct, sir. The RQ apparatus will be ready for service in a month from now. That's very largely due to the risks he took.
Hasn't the Air Force got a special medal for that sort of thing?
Yes, the Air Force Cross, sir.
Well, that would seem to cover it.
Well, it's not a matter for the Air Force, sir. It's their decoration.
Oh, I don't agree with you at all. This was a naval trial. The Air Force supplied the aircraft and the pilot. Apart from that, they had nothing whatever to do with it. The matter of a decoration is entirely in our hands. I quite agree that this gallant young man who I was largely instrumental in... I quite agree he should have the Air Force Cross. And I suggest, sir, that as Commander-in-Chief, you should make a recommendation in these terms to the Air Ministry.
Well, Mrs. Chambers?
Can you see the land still, Jerry? I can't now.
I think we've seen the last of it.
How long shall we be away in Canada, do you think?
For all I know, a war like this, we might stay there forever. Would you mind a lot if it turned out like that?
Oh, I don't mind.
when you start fresh, without getting married, that it makes a lot of difference if you change your place as well.
Yeah. It doesn't. We shan't see any more now. Let's go below.
So let them pass. Small people of no great significance, caught up and swept together like dead leaves in the great whirlwind of war. Wars come, and all the world is shattered by their blast. But through it all, young people meet and marry. Life goes on, though temples rock, and the tall buildings start and crumble in the dust of their...
In Landfall, adapted by Stephen Grenfell, from the novel by Nevil Shute, the part of Jerry was taken by Geoffrey Matthews. The rest of the cast was as follows. Mona, Penelope Lee, Wing Commander Dickens, Frederick Treves, Captain Burnaby, Rafe Truman, Matheson, Gabriel Wolfe, Flight Lieutenant Hooper, Gordon Faith, Radio Operator, Glyn Dearman, Commander Rutherford, Kenneth Hyde, Trawler Commander, Kevin Flood, Air Force CO, Norman Claridge, Wing Commander Hewitt, Gerard Green, Professor Legg, Hamilton Dice, Mrs. Burnaby, Olga Lindo, Mona's father, John Boxer, Commander Sutton, Alan Haynes, Admiral William Fox, Nurse Mackenzie, Dorothy Smith, Nurse Loring, Margaret Wolfett, Captain Yorgan, George Hagan, Airman Wesley Murphy. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davis.
We present Anna Massey and Trader Faulkner in Requiem for a Wren, adapted by Stephen Grenfell from the novel by Nevil Shute. Requiem for a Wren.
You know, Dad, somehow I can't really believe that our only remaining son is coming back to us at last. This Friday. It just doesn't seem possible.
Tremendous, isn't it?
Oh, what a lovely morning we've been blessed with.
It's a bonza day.
I wonder what Alan will look like after all this time.
Oh, I don't suppose he'll have changed much.
Well, he's a good deal older. Do you realize that the war's been over nearly 9 years and he's only been back here at home once?
This time, my dear, I've got a feeling that Alan's coming home to settle down.
Oh, I do hope so. So very much.
What about some tucker?
Dad, you'll be calling for breakfast on Judgment Day.
Madam!
What on earth's the matter with Annie?
Madam, a terrible thing has happened. Oh, a dreadful thing.
Annie, pull yourself together. What is it?
Oh, madam, she's dead.
What?
She's dead.
Who's dead?
Jessie. She's dead. The poor young woman's dead.
Jessie? But she's getting our breakfast.
Now, Annie, now take it quietly. What's happened? Where is Jessie?
She's in her room, sir.
But Annie...
When I saw it was 7:30, and she hadn't come down, I went up to her room. I knew that she must be ill.
Annie!
Well, I knocked on her door. There wasn't any answer.
Oh, God.
Oh, madam, she's lying there in her bed, just as though she's still sleeping. Her face is peaceful and innocent as a wee baby.
Annie, are you certain the girl's dead?
I'm quite certain, Colonel Duncan. She's already cold.
I just can't understand it.
On the table, next to the bed, there's a wee bottle, madam. A wee empty bottle.
Oh, that placid, happy girl. Suicide. Oh, I just can't believe it.
Oh, it's the truth, sir. God rest her soul. It's only too true.
What a homecoming for my son.
Seatbelt, Mr. Duncan.
Oh, what did you say?
Fasten your seatbelt, please. The warning's been on for ages.
Oh, sorry. I was miles away.
I know.
Haven't seen Essendon Airport for 5 years.
You're from Melbourne?
My hometown. Well, Coombagana, really.
Sheep station?
Yes, out beyond Skipton and Forfar.
When we land, would you like any help down the gangway?
It's clever of you to realise that going downstairs is the tricky part.
Oh, I didn't mean to embarrass you.
You haven't, really.
The wall?
Yes. I'm all right if I'm allowed to take my time. I'll just wait till all the other passengers are off, I think.
Right. I'll be around anyway. Just give me a shout if there's anything at all I can do.
Thanks.
You should have sent us a telegram, Alan.
Oh, darling, we were sure that you wouldn't be here until Friday.
I flew another route just for the hell of it. New York, San Francisco, Sydney. Quite a trip.
You got here safely, darling. That's all that matters.
Mother,
Yes, dear.
driving from the airport, Harry told me about what's been happening here.
Harry should learn to keep his mouth shut.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dad, you didn't think you could keep a thing like that a secret, did you?
Oh, no, I suppose not.
We didn't want to spoil your homecoming.
This parlour maid, what's her name?
Jessie Proctor.
Jessie Proctor. You say she was English?
That's right, son.
Did you get her through a registry office, Mum?
No, that was the funny thing.
Funny.
Well, she just, working her way around the world with a rucksack on her back.
So I offered her a job here. Now, darling, let's talk about something else, shall we? This is your homecoming, and I won't let anything spoil it.
This has been a great shock to us.
Is there going to be an inquest, Dad?
It seems so.
Mum, why did the girl go and do a thing like that? Was she depressed or something?
I don't think so. She was a very, reserved sort of girl, Alan. She didn't talk about herself or her affairs.
Was she an attractive girl? Was there a man?
Well, she was rather plain, if anything. Oh, it was that, I'm sure.
Then what on earth possessed her to do a damn fool thing like that?
I'm sure it was an accident, Alan.
An accident?
Yes. I think she took a sleeping tablet to help her to get some rest. Then she had a nightmare and got up, walking in her sleep, and somehow felt in her dream she had to take the rest of the tablets. I'm certain that's what it was.
The bottle was empty.
No, Alan, there were 2 tablets left in it.
But, Dad, surely if she was going to commit suicide, she'd have taken the lot. I mean, she'd want to make sure, wouldn't she? Well,
let's talk about something else.
Oh, Mum, that's not like you. You can't just shrug off a thing like a young woman's suicide.
I'm not shrugging it off.
Did she get any letters yesterday?
Well, she never received any letters at all.
No letters? Well, isn't that very unusual? Did she write any?
Annie says no, never.
Or could she write?
Oh, she was a very well-educated young woman.
What about her relations?
As far as we know, she hasn't got any.
What?
No, there isn't a scrap of evidence in her room to tell us who she is.
But this is fantastic. Well, there must be something. A passport, for instance, inoculation certificate, things like that.
No, Alan, nothing. Just her clothes and, a few novels.
Well, I'm damned.
Annie thinks the girl came out from England several years ago, but I don't agree.
Why not, Mum?
Well, she once told us that she landed in Australia only a few weeks before she turned up here.
She was probably married, though.
Married?
We never thought about her being married somehow.
I mean, an unhappy marriage she wanted to forget. That would explain why she wasn't very keen to talk about herself.
Perhaps.
And if her documents were in her married name, well then, that's why she destroyed them.
I dare say you've hit the nail on the head, son. It'd account for all the mystery, wouldn't it?
Alan, I think you're wrong. I'm certain she wasn't married. I don't really know why, but I'm just sure.
Do you remember old Jim Plowden?
The boundary rider? Of course I do, Dad.
After you left last time, I put him in charge of our rabbit pack. We've got about 30 mongrels on hand. Those ruddy rabbits. We're going to start experimenting by laying down superphosphates in the air.
Oh, Mr. Allen.
I wondered if you'd still be up, Annie. Can I come in?
Oh, you're always welcome, Mr. Allen. Now, make yourself comfortable, as you used to do when you were a wee laddie. It's good to have you back home again, Mr. Allen.
I'm back for keeps this time.
Is that the truth?
Yes, Annie. This time it's the truth.
That's fine.
Mind you, I still don't think I've wasted all these years since the war ended. After all, I did take my degree at Oxford, in spite of Hitler. Though I don't suppose being called to the bar and the sort of work I was doing is going to help me much when I come to run Kumbagana.
Perhaps that'll be sooner than you think, Mr. Allen. Your mother can't manage the stairs alone anymore. And that operation your father had last year, it's shaken him a lot.
Yes. Annie.
This girl, Jessie Proctor? Yes, Mr. Allen.
You were the person who knew her best.
I did that.
Then tell me what you think about her.
Well, I'd say she was 28 or maybe 30. I think she came from London. Oh, your mother's going to miss her a great deal.
Mum was fond of her?
Aye, that she was.
What did this girl Jessie do on her days off?
Well, she liked dogs and shooting. She liked that fine. Mostly she'd go out with Jim Plowden and the rabbit pack, either with a gun or a rifle. They say she never missed.
I just can't make this parlour maid out at all.
Your father wondered if maybe she could have been a farmer's daughter.
But you don't think so, Annie?
No.
Was she unhappy, do you think?
No, I wouldn't say that. Very quiet she was these last 2 or 3 days, but then she was always quiet.
Sulky, you mean?
No, that she never was. Very even-tempered, easy to get on with. And we got on fine, the two of us.
Was she the sort of woman who took a lot of pills and things?
No, that's the odd thing. Aspirin sometimes, very occasionally a tablet from that wee bottle that Dr. Stanley took away.
What kind of sleeping tablets did she use?
I have no idea.
The more you look into it, the fishier the whole business becomes. And there were no letters or papers in her room at all?
Not one single scrap of paper. Maybe she got rid of everything when she decided to make an end to herself.
You don't think it could have been an accident, Annie?
If it was an accident, Mr. Allen, there would surely be letters or papers of some kind, wouldn't there?
Annie, is there really nothing? No ornaments, lockets, or anything like that?
Would you like to have a look inside her room?
Is she up there?
Aye, she's lying there, covered over with a sheet. More peaceful in death than she was in life. There's nothing to be afeard of, Mr. Allen.
I think perhaps I ought to have a look.
We must be careful not to disturb the others.
Yes.
Well, this, Mr. Allen, was Jessie Proctor's home for nearly a year and a half.
What a simple little room.
Aye.
This bottle of ink. It's nearly half full. Did she have a fountain pen?
Oh, aye. I saw it in her bag. Here it is.
This pen's been used. Very recently.
She never wrote letters.
Well, look at this ink on the nib.
Aye.
Still damp. No Bible.
Nope.
No prayer book.
Would you want to take a look at her, Mr. Allen?
No, Annie. Leave her be. Cheers. To myself. No. To Jessie Proctor. The whole thing's fantastic. So absurdly deliberate. How could she possibly have been so certain of her death? Because she was certain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have destroyed every single scrap of evidence. And I've been drinking too much whiskey tonight. Suppose she didn't burn all her papers. Suppose she packed all the stuff she wanted to get rid of in a box or a suitcase and hid it somewhere. Where at Kumbagana would she be likely to hide a suitcase? Somewhere that was accessible to her, but where nobody would see her when she went to hide it. One of the 2 rooms used as lumber rooms. Why not? By God, yes. Who's that?
Oh, did that startle you, Mr. Allen?
Oh, startled me. He nearly scared me out of my wits, Annie.
Well, I heard the noise and wondered who it could be.
Come in and shut the door.
Oh, Mr. Allen, I've already looked in here.
Yes? You thought what I did.
So it would seem?
Nothing?
No, not a thing.
Annie, you remember that place in the roof where the possums used to nest when I was a kid?
I can well everything that happened to you when you were a wee lad.
That's where she hid her stuff. I know it.
Then you'll be wanting a ladder. You're no longer as spry as you were when you were a wee lad.
Yes. It had to be there. It just had to be there. My dear, I'm sorry to have to do this to you. Poor, wretched, frightened soul. Papers. Papers and letters neatly tied up in bundles. A dozen quarter manuscript exercise books. A diary. Yes, that's it. And passport must be somewhere. Ah. Good God. It isn't true. It can't be. Janet Prentice. Lady Wren Janet Prentice. Janet, who belonged to Bill. Don't those damn sergeants ever get tired of chasing Marines all over the place, Bill?
You kidding, Alan?
I'd forgotten you were a ruddy sergeant, too.
Ah, brings out the maternal instinct in us, the sight of shivering recruit.
Yeah, I'll bet it does. Why my own brother had to go and join a shah like this? Well, it fair beats me.
It could be worse.
But only just, I know. Hey, do you realize, Bill, it's 2 years since we saw one another?
Oh, I know. And now you're a brass hat at Fighter Command Ops. Mate, what some people do for a living. You know, you shouldn't be talking to me by rights.
Oh, cut it out, Bill. By the way, what were you doing up at the aerodrome when I flew in?
Well, our flight sergeant up there in charge of photographic reconnaissance, a mate of mine.
So?
Well, with Operation